on. After today, I'll be back sometime in mid-August. Okay, this is what's going on. Businesses. I live right here. I'm right in the San Diego area. Some businesses, employees, like people, they have to go to work now, but they have to put a mask on. Okay, it's been two and a half years this has been going on. That is a quarter of a decade, and businesses are telling their employees to wear a mask. I believe at this point it's abuse or it's bullying. Tell people to wear a mask. About 3 months ago, back in April, they declared the pandemic over. And they still require people to wear a mask if they're working. Okay? Look, it's July 4th, 2022, and people still wear masks. Come on, wake up, the pandemic's over. And people still act like it's the first day of the pandemic or the first month. It's ridiculous at this point. I could see 6 weeks wearing a mask, but this is what, 2.5 years? Are we gonna is this still gonna go on in another 2.5 years? Another 2.5 years will be 5 years. We'll be celebrating New Year's 2025, and this will still be going on. See, there's a guy driving around by himself wearing a mask. Look at that. It's crazy. Okay? Yeah, at this point, you go to work and it's awful. It's awful. But you go to other places, you go to restaurants, but it's normal. How come it's not 100% normal? Even the pandemic's over. How come there's still some restrictions? Another thing is, I've been listening to the local news, and they say, cases are going to go up. This is the San Diego news. Cases are going up. Hospitalizations are going up. But people had the vaccine. Okay? How can people be getting the vaccine and this is still going on? That's what I don't understand. If you get vaccinated, this will be over less than 6 months. Okay? And now, they rolled out the vaccine a year, it was December 15th, 2020. And it's still, there's restrictions in some places. Yeah. In some places, you still see people outside wearing a mask. All right? It's getting ridiculous. Okay? Yeah, there's another one. There's another guy wearing one. And he's outside. All right? And I can't believe people are listening to this and they're obeying. It's summertime, and people are still wearing them, and they're vaccinated still wearing them. I just saw like 10. Look at another example. You have Joe Biden. Joe Biden, the pedophile, the demonic. He's very demonic and evil. Him and Kamala Harris. I have a bad feeling about them. Okay, they've been vaccinated 4 times and they still wear a mask. 4 times. Okay? If you've been vaccinated 4 times and still wearing a mask, just like Joe Biden, then you're part of the problem. It's making them show weakness, and it's making them show failure. He said, wear a mask for the first 100 days when I'm president. Now, it's been longer than that. It's bullcrap. It's a bunch of horse apples. Okay? July 2022. In the summertime, people are still wearing the masks in the summer. Don't viruses die out in the heat and sunlight? People don't get it. People listen to the media. Yeah. It's like a mental disorder. Ever since 2020, this has been going on. And it's 2022, and it hasn't even ended yet. Cases are not going up. No. Okay, I noticed this. Christmas time. It's always before a major holiday. Christmas. Right before Christmas, they say cases are going up. And now it's Independence Day, 4th of July. And now they're saying cases going up. When people are at the beach. It's ridiculous. In the summer, 4th of July, perfect time to spread fear. Perfect time. Christmas time is the perfect time to spread fear. You see, every major holiday, or another thing, we're getting rid of the mandates. In about 2 months, the government, or like the governor or the president, they give you something forward to. It's like a horse chasing a carrot around. They say, we'll get rid of the mandates in 6 weeks. 6 weeks comes, they still keep them. It happens with work at a warehouse. They keep the mandates. We'll get rid of them in 6 weeks. And 6 weeks comes, you still have to wear them. They keep on adding time. They keep on, it's like they keep, like here in California, you could say you have COVID and call in because the state pays for the sick time. I heard of people faking it, and they take the sick time and they're making the rest of the company suffer, and they have to wear masks all the time. That's what goes on. People are vaccinated, and this is still. And another thing, I've been listening to Richie from Boston on his channel. Richie from Boston TV, and he's talking about something's going to happen on Independence Day, an event. I believe everything's happening now. We see it. Like we saw the court decision, the Supreme Court decision, and stuff happened. Protest. And there's a lot of protests going on. The fake January 6th committee. And there's another claim. Okay, what's going on with the world today? I think CERN has something to do with it. Richie from Boston believes so. They might have opened up a portal. It could be an alternate time or alternate. It feels like this doesn't feel like the regular world we used to be in. It feels like a different planet than it was 3 or 4 years ago. Yeah. It's like I don't know. It's kind of like the show Sliders. It's the same world, but it's a different reality. Yeah, CERN is trying, after 3 years of being shut down, 3 years of not doing any experiments, they're reopening this weekend, 4th of July weekend, I believe on the 3rd, and they're going to do something between the 3rd and the 5th. Hey, they're going to try to open up the veil again. Or it probably already happened in 2019. That's why we see how the world is now. They're going to probably open it up again. And they claim they can open up portals. The stuff there that, like what Richard from Boston was saying, you can open up a portal and you could see stuff you're not supposed to see. There could be demons coming through. It could change the weather, or could change the whole world for the worst. I can't see the world getting much worse than it is now. Yeah, CERN's got a big thing going on. And it's going to screw up the world even more. I think that's the reason why stuff is the way it is. Then, another thing, in California, all the, they just hired, this morning, July 1st, they just hired the gas tax just in time for the 4th of July, and that screws the California citizens for the gas. Gavin Newsom is doing nothing about it. He's just sitting on his ass in his office, laughing at everybody. He's going to be voted out in November. Everybody's struggling. The baby formula situation. And I have twins, boys, and we're gonna need formula. Right here in California, there's a shortage of formula. Yep. You see, it's not like the way it was in 2018, 2019. We thought 6 months ago, even 2 years ago at this time, things will be definitely back to normal. But I guess not. I guess we have to deal with more bullshit. More crap. Every day. We can't get... Nothing's right. Well... People are just spending money. It's either for your food for your kids or gas to go to work. It's not even worth going to work. I'm telling you, it sucks now. All right? I'll be back in 6 weeks. All right? Full armor of God. Yeah. Pray for everybody. And yeah, look what happened 2 years ago. They shut everything down. And it was a disaster like the first 4 months. It was over a hoax. And another thing, I'm going to close it off with this. Do you remember Y2K?
I've worked with Republicans to cut wasteful spending, and I'll keep working for Granite Staters.
Right, today during a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing, Senator Josh Hawley engaged in a very tense back and forth with a Berkeley law professor over her commentary over whether or not men can get pregnant. Who would have thought it?
Professor Bridges, you said several times, you've used a phrase, I want to make sure I understand what you mean by it. You've referred to people with a capacity for pregnancy. Would that be women?
Many women, cis women, have the capacity for pregnancy. Many cis women do not have the capacity for pregnancy. There are also trans men who are capable of pregnancy, as well as non-binary people who are capable of pregnancy.
So this isn't really a women's rights issue.
We can recognize that this impacts women while also recognizing that it impacts other groups. Those things are not mutually exclusive, Senator Hawley.
Oh, so your view is that the core of this right then is about what?
So I want to recognize that your line of questioning is transphobic, and it opens up trans people to violence by not recognizing that.
Wow, you're saying that I'm opening up people to violence by asking whether or not women are the folks who can have pregnancies?
So I want to note that 1 out of 5 transgender persons have attempted suicide. So I think it's important
because of my line of questioning? So we can't talk about it?
Because denying that trans people exist and pretending not to know that they exist.
I'm denying that trans people exist by asking you if you're talking about women having pregnancies?
Do you believe that men can get pregnant?
No, I don't think women can get pregnant.
So you are denying that trans people exist?
And that leads to violence? Is this how you run your classroom? Are students allowed to question you?
Absolutely.
Or are they also treated like this, where
No,
they're told that they're opening up people to violence?
We have a good time in my class. You should join.
Oh, I bet.
You might learn a lot.
Wow, I would learn a lot. I've learned a lot just in this exchange.
Absolutely.
Extraordinary.
Yeah. All right, here's Senator Hawley. Senator, I guess you're transphobic, and you're, according to this professor, opening up trans people to violence by not recognizing them. At no time during that exchange did I see you didn't acknowledge that there are people that are transgender.
Here is the modern Democrat Party today, Sean. It is that you have to say that men can get pregnant, and if you don't say it, then you are a bigot and you are responsible for violence. I mean, that is the party line. Let's not forget who invited this witness. She was there as a Democrat witness. You didn't see a single Democrat disagree with that. In fact, they're all over social media applauding her and saying, oh, that's exactly right. It's not exactly right. It's exactly crazy, which is why voters are running screaming away from the Democrat Party. This is craziness. And I tell you, Sean, they are so out of touch with America. It's just, you can't even make this stuff up.
All right, so when she says to you and asks you a question, I guess offering you a test, do you believe that men can get pregnant? And your answer was no, I don't think men can get pregnant. That led her to state that that means that you deny the existence of trans people. Okay, so if she's saying that somebody was biologically born a woman, that now considers themselves a man, you acknowledge some people do that, and some people go through whatever surgery they have. but there's no biologically born male that I know of, and I like to follow the science that I'm aware of, that would be capable of, as a biological man, of bearing a child. Is that not a fact?
I think it's a fact, Sean, and you know what? But for today's Democrats and Democrat leaders, it's not only not a fact, it is religion to them that you affirm that men can get pregnant, and if you don't say it, then you are responsible for violence. I mean, this is their line. By the way, Sean, these are the same people, the same Democrat leaders who want to force young women to compete against biological men in girls' sports. I mean, that now we know why. If for all the parents out there, like, why in the world do all of these Democrats want to eliminate girls' sports? Now you know why. They don't believe there is any such thing as a woman. Not really. And they think that if a biological man wants to claim to be a woman, hey, that's fine. And we all have to accept it, or else we're bigoted and violent. It's just crazy.
All right, so this gets into two big issues. Number one, age appropriateness in terms of what we teach our kids. This is an issue now that has come up pretty much all across the country, and that is, okay, we have to teach first graders, second graders, third graders about gender identity. I don't think that's particularly age appropriate. And the idea that you can be born biologically a man and then identify as a woman and be transgendered and then compete in female sports. As Caitlyn Jenner has said on this program, I don't really care what your testosterone levels are now. What were they when you hit puberty? That would be the time that would matter the most.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I just don't think that you're going to find many parents in this country. I mean, I say this as a parent of three little kids. I don't know many parents who say, yeah, I want my young girl, I want her to have to play against biological males. I want them to be in her locker room. I want them to be in her safe spaces. I thought the left was all about safe spaces, but not for women, not anymore, not for young women. It's a crazy agenda, Sean. Like, nobody supports this agenda. I mean, what, 2% of the population maybe? It's craziness. And to hear Democrats say this stuff and insist that we all affirm it. It's not just that it's there.
Well, this is now you're getting into a really important part of all of this. Either you agree with everything the professor is saying, or you're transphobic. One, two, you're putting people's lives at risk. That would cause threats to their lives. Or three, that would cause them to have a risk of suicide. That is patently unfair if you are asking an honest question about how do you define a man, how do you define a woman, and is it your contention that biologically born men can have children? That would be a fair question. And if you don't give the right answer, then you get labeled a transphobic. You get the transphobic tattoo, you know, literally etched into your forehead.
Well, and what they use that as an excuse for, Sean, the left that is to censor speech. And you could see that's where this witness was going today, is that, oh my goodness, your questions can lead to violence, therefore you shouldn't be asking them. I mean, that was the import of what she said to me, is that, oh, you shouldn't be asking these questions. And we see the left saying that everywhere. If you question biological men and women's sports, you're a bigot and you need to be shut down. We see it at school board meetings. Parents raise these questions. They're called domestic terrorists. This is the left's tactic. You agree with them, or else they will shut you down, censor your speech, and tell you you have no rights. Right, and again, this is why voters are saying it's crazy.
All right, instead of indoctrinating kids, a captive audience in a classroom, why don't we let these other creatures that are called parents, moms and dads, why don't they instill the values in their kids? And then we focus on spend more per capita on kids for education than any other country in the industrialized world with the worst results. Why don't we teach them reading, writing, math, science, and computers? And let's say let the parents instill the values. Or if some parents are uncomfortable about these topics, you can offer opt-in after-school programs, offer parents a curriculum, and if they want to buy into it, they can buy into it all they want, but don't take away the educational opportunities and the time that needs to be focused on the main subjects. How's that? That's a fair compromise, no?
Yeah. I would say that sounds pretty good. I mean, what a concept to actually teach kids lessons and information, knowledge they can use. Think about this, though, Sean. This Democrat witness today, she's a professor, I think, at Berkeley. So her students are paying, I don't know, $60,000, $70,000 a year to be taught this craziness. Go figure.
Well, you pay a lot you get quality education everywhere. Senator, great exchange. Fascinating times. Thank you for being with us. When we come back, Manhattan's radical district attorney may be forced to back down. We've got an exclusive interview you don't want to miss straight ahead as it relates to that bodega worker as we continue. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Working with your hands and working together. Making new things or making things like new again. Knowing the difference between a job done and a job done right. That's what...
It's 5 o'clock in New York City, and this is The Five.
Let me start by apologizing my voice. I'm feeling much better than I said.
Doing better. He slept well last night. He ate his breakfast and lunch. He actually showed me his plate. He finished. Didn't ask about the menu, but I did see an empty plate with crumbs. Oh my God.
President Biden isolated in COVID jail, trying to project confidence that he is okay after catching the virus. The president's symptoms are improving after his first full day of taking the antiviral drug Paxlovid. But there's plenty of controversy. The White House being questioned over why Biden's doctor is not being allowed to talk directly to the American people. Things getting really testy in the briefing room over that one.
Yes, you have. You've heard from the letter that is hearing directly from him. We're not playing telephone here. You're hearing directly from the physician. Yes, it is. I mean, that is hearing directly from, in his words. In his words, you are hearing directly from Dr. O'Connor, as I read out. But I'm answering your colleague's question here, so give me the second to do that. Thank you.
And then there's the media. We wish the president a speedy recovery. Unfortunately, the press wasn't so gracious back.
It's his own dereliction is partly to blame for this. He chose to handle this situation this way.
I look at this as a drunk driver who injured himself in a wreck and killed the oncoming sober driver. Donald Trump has injured himself.
The treatment he's getting at taxpayer expense is privileged treatment. It angered me.
He didn't take the necessary precautions to protect himself or others.
I think it would also be a good idea for him to come out and say, look, I have been wrong.
Fast forward to now. The media is singing a different tune and praising Biden's maskless video explaining his COVID diagnosis.
Let's remember his predecessor took off his mask, even though it was sort of in the period where he could have possibly infected other people. He didn't want to talk about getting vaccinated at the White House. President Biden, I suspect, just in talking to White House officials, is going to remind people, yes, I could get it, which means you can get it, which means we all have to be vigilant about this.
Okay, so what we have is a story of two presidents. One being basically condemned, it's his fault he got COVID, and one being praised as a strong man who's coming through this disease. I'm going to go to you, Greg. You know, when Biden criticized Trump, he said he didn't take the necessary precautions to defend himself. How can we expect him to defend the country? Now, we saw Biden. He was in Israel. He was in Saudi Arabia. He wasn't wearing a mask.
Yeah, the big difference between Joe and Donald is not a super spreader. You know, he was a germaphobe before it was cool, right? And he never shook hands with anybody until he had to run for president, and then he had to do it. Meanwhile, Joe Biden invades everyone's personal space. He has no idea. He's like Russia. He's like a personal Russia plundering Ukraine, but it's your personal space. You saw how many people he touched. I mean, he's spreading so much virus. Hunter Biden is jealous. Also, we got to point this out. I love that montage just to see the number of people who have obvious risk factors passing judgment on people. If you were as obese as Brian Stelter, you can't go on there and start criticizing people about what they're doing about their health. And I'm glad the doctor said he finished his plate, and I hope he went boom, boom after. But I don't question the diagnosis at all. I just question the timing of it. I mean, first you had that wacko cancer gaffe from 2 days ago, right? In which the media rushed to the defense. Oh, no, he had skin cancer. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the fact that he said he got cancer from oil, and it made no sense. But now you have polling that shows that he's less popular than getting punched in the face. So there could be a reason for a lot of this, that they're just trying to hide him, because that's the only thing that works, and perhaps maybe to generate some sympathy. Next week, they're going to say, you know, he has fibroids, because as you know, men can get pregnant.
But you know, the craziest part of it is not so much that, you know, he said that he has cancer, and they said, yeah, he had skin cancer. He said it in the present tense. I had cancer. I don't say in the present tense. And the White House having to go back, Kennedy, and meet and say, we've got to clarify this. How can we trust a president who can't even say what tense he's in?
Well, I don't know that you can, and I know Jessica's supposed to be the Democrat on the panel today, but this president is miraculous. We have not given him enough credit to overcome cancer and COVID in a day. I mean, he's so healthy. He ate a plate of food, and he slept at night. This is really wonderful. I have completely done a 180 on this president, and I want to vote for him again and again and again. I hope he runs in 3028. That's how good he is. Yeah. And that's how healthy he is, and he's going to last forever. You know why we haven't heard from his personal doctor? Reading a letter is not hearing from a doctor. Reading a letter is reading a letter, because you can't ask a letter questions. I have tried. When the former Vice President Dan Quayle sent me a missive, it would not answer back when I would talk to it. That's one thing. But the other thing is Ronnie Jackson. That's why you're not hearing from his doctor, Ronnie Jackson, because if the press isn't totally hypocritical, they are going to drill in so hard, just like they did on the former president's doctor.
Okay, so Jessica, I'll let you answer that. Why did we have an epidemiologist yesterday answering questions that you're not being transparent? You're not letting us talk to a doctor.
I'd like to say, first of all, that Kennedy violated the rules by stealing my talking points while I was getting my makeup done and coming out here and giving them. I think that his personal physician should be made available. I think that if you did criticize the past guy for all of these things, you know, remember that Dr. Bornstein who wrote that ridiculous letter that then it was admitted that Trump dictated it himself, set a better precedent, and it's not the end of the world, and people will ask questions. I'm fairly 99% certain that Joe Biden is in certainly much better health than President Trump was, just based on the fact that he exercises and...
You don't think golf is exercising, Jessica? You offended our audience.
I don't think that I did. I mean, golf... I watched a little of the golf last weekend. They look pretty fit, but they're professional athletes versus just people hanging at their golf courses.
Joe Biden can't go upstairs.
Stop it. Okay, the reason that the comparisons between Biden's COVID and Trump's COVID are quite clear and relevant to be making is Donald Trump got COVID before vaccines. He got them before antivirals. It was very risky. There were reports that came out after, thank God, he got out of Walter Reed. The people on his team were scared he was going to die. He was that sick. He also had, before he got sick, at the beginning of COVID, claimed it wasn't airborne when it was airborne. And even once he did get vaccinated, he didn't want to talk about it because so many people in his base weren't for it. There was booing at a rally about getting vaccinated. He did not treat COVID nearly as seriously as President Biden did. I'm not taking away credit for Operation Warp Speed.
Warp Speed is what brought it to us.
This is a man who went to the hospital because he was that sick and then insisted.
And
they would have taken his virus.
I'm sure, which is scary. It's a whole other block to talk
Joey,
about that.
Isn't it interesting how they can both be on a balcony? One's a killer and one's a hero.
You know, what's interesting to me is it's so fun for Democrats to sharpshoot President Trump and every action he made, every word he says on COVID, but you won't hear them criticizing anything about Dr. Fauci or Dr. Birx or every single expert or every single expert that has been trumped out there, and almost everything they said was proven wrong within 6 months, 8 months, a year. So for the experts that they enjoy, it's that, hey, it was a moving target. We had to figure it out. We didn't know that we didn't know that these types of masks didn't work. Since then, they've admitted that they really did that so that medical professionals could get them and regular people wouldn't go buy them up. And all these things, you know, everything from Dr. Fauci probably funding to the research that helped lead to this and covering it up. They don't want to re-examine any of that, but they do want to re-examine how President Trump got COVID and, you know, the sad fact that he didn't die from it, I guess. I'm not really sure.
Don't do that.
I'm not talking about
they said it. They said it.
I didn't say you.
We're not talking about you.
We're talking
but they
about
kept
how this was
saying,
reported.
Maybe they didn't want him to die from it, but
They
they
did.
certainly were acting as though he deserved
They loved
it.
it.
Exactly.
They loved it.
And
We
they
here
kept
want
saying-
Joe Biden to live more than Democrats do.
That's
right. And
I'm
they
making
kept
that
saying,
statement.
we want Trump to get the COVID over and over and over again. That's a quote.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
President Biden returning from his trip overseas empty-handed and in a world of trouble. He secured no major oil deal after fist bumping with the Saudis. He's facing brutal new poll numbers, and the First Lady is making pathetic excuses for his failing presidency. Dr. Jill Biden taking a break from comparing Hispanics to tacos and justifying Joe's lack of progress in his presidency, saying this: the president had so many hopes and plans for things he wanted to do, but every time he turned around, he had to address the problems of the moment. He's just had so many things thrown his way. Who would have ever thought about what happened with the Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade? Well, maybe we saw it coming, but still, we didn't believe it. And it's no wonder she's forced to make excuses for her deeply unpopular husband, with a majority of voters expecting the economy to go from bad to worse next year. Meanwhile, Democrats and the media are turning their backs on Biden after his controversial fist bump with the Saudi crown prince. Watch.
You have a leader of that country who was involved in the murder of a Washington Post journalist. I don't think that that type of government should be rewarded with a visit by the President of the United States.
Going from calling MPS a pariah to fist pumping him was really disappointing. This whole trip sends the wrong message.
I don't think that Biden gets a pass just because he's a Democrat, just because that he's a Democratic president. He's fist bumping this guy who is clearly a murderer.
Dana, is it time to put Jill in a timeout? Because last week she calls Hispanics tacos, and then she goes and tells donors Joe failed, and, you know, he didn't see anything coming.
I think every time I hear the Jill Biden comments read, and I realize that it's in the past tense, that really is interesting. So she's at a big donor fundraiser in Nantucket, but just that's pretty much like anybody want to give $1 million, you can basically do that up there. And she's basically saying the presidency is kind of over, and there was no hope. There was no, but we've got this, and here's what we're going to do, and you've got to be with us. Well, maybe she did that in other parts of the speech, but if you're sitting there and that's the part that you take away, then you realize that they must have some tough conversations at home. I think they're going to have tougher conversations as it gets closer to the midterms when we can see what's going to happen. Though things are tightening a little bit, as usual. That's what happens around this time of year. But then you're going to have an even bigger conversation after the midterms, after Thanksgiving, which is when I believe that the president is going to have to make a very tough decision. We might see something quite historic. The other thing that happened this weekend is that Bernie Sanders is basically saying that Joe Manchin killed Joe Biden's agenda. So, well, actually, no, sir. Joe Biden was trying to do your agenda, Bernie Sanders' agenda, and that's what's gotten the Democrats into a terrible fix now. And all of a sudden, Bernie Sanders is going to go out on all the shows and criticize the Joe Manchin and not realize that the consequences of their actions. That, I think, is pretty interesting. And the last thing I would say is that the reality is right now the activists are running the asylum at the White House. Not necessarily the White House staff themselves, but if you look at what Kate Bedingfield, the outgoing communications director, said about the activist class, that you're not even really Democrats, you're not on our side. They have problems not just with independents and women and the youth vote and Hispanic vote and the black vote. They have problems with the progressive vote, and now they're even having problems with their own moderates. When that many people don't want the president to run again, it's a huge problem.
And they're mad that he fist bumped the Saudi crown prince.
I don't even care about that. I think that's just silly stuff. I mean, there are bad people all over the world you got to deal with. and that's, what are you going to do? Punch him in the face? I do love how, you got inflation, you got war, you got crime. But the real victim here is Joe. I mean, it would be nice not to have inflation, not to be supporting a war with billions, not to be riddled with crime for America's sake, for our sake. Not because the president is not shining as a valuable leader, but it is a remarkable confession on her part. She's basically saying that her husband was not the man for the moment. I don't think she meant it that way, but it's like, God, if it wasn't for these challenges, it would have been great. Well, a jar of pickles would be great if there were no challenges. The president, history makes the leader, right? And the president's role is to respond to crises and challenges. It's not to chase easy pet projects. It was a long weekend. During times of prosperity, it's kind of an interesting thing. It's like they rely on the left relies on Republicans to kind of keep things going, so then they can chase the folly, the pronouns, the silliness. But now they have to put all their silliness on hold because all the real problems are falling apart under Joe. And they're kind of upset by that. Why don't they just deal with the problems? I'm just disappointed in, Dr. Jill being a medical doctor and not being able to solve this problem. But, he's the consummate coaster. He's been the backslapping kind of consultant living off the fat of the taxpayer dollar. He doesn't want to work. And that's the shame. It's like this is supposed to be easy.
Yeah, I mean, imagine Bush said, so many plans for privatizing Social Security, and then we got hit on 9/11. You can't say that if you're president.
You know what I love about this team? It was Jill Biden who took Joe around during the pandemic and made sure that nobody got near him, that they could hide in the basement, and they had their masks on, and, there were cars beeping and supporting Joe. Well, Trump was out there with 35,000 people at a time. But I love, and permit me, I just love but the problems of the moment prevented him from doing what he so wanted to do and didn't do for 47 years in government. So, for example, the Supreme Court overturning Roe versus Wade. Jill, you had 6 weeks from the time it leaked to the time the actual decision came out. That's not a moment, that's 6 weeks. All right, so I don't know what you're complaining about there. And then she talks about the problems of the moment. Leaving Afghanistan, where 13 people died who never should have died, 13 servicemen and women, was not a problem of the moment. He knew from the day he walked in, he had to have a plan to get out of Afghanistan. And by the way, you didn't see Ukraine coming? Are you kidding? From January, when Zelensky asked to get into NATO and he started amassing troops at the border, people were taking bets. You think he's going in? Nah, he's not going in. Yeah, I think he's building up troops. Nah, he isn't. This guy Biden has had weeks and months to decide what he's going to do. He is incapable of doing what he needs to do. And let me say one more thing. I don't believe Joe Biden. I don't believe that Joe Biden got up there and said, gave him a what for on Khashoggi. I'm not saying that I believe the other guy from Saudi Arabia who said he didn't hear it. But this is what's interesting. Joe said he talked about oil, and he talked about increasing the OPEC increasing their oil. Now, what we saw a couple weeks ago was when Macron, the president of France, spoke to Joe Biden, and Jake Sullivan said, let's take it inside, when Macron said to Biden, they're not going to pump any more oil. He already knew going in there he wasn't going to get any more oil. So, when the foreign minister says they never even raised the issue of supply, I just got a problem. The guy is a mess. He's not up to the job, and that's the end of it.
All right, Jessica, convince us that we're all wrong.
Okay. I have like 80 seconds, I think I heard in my ear. So first of all, I think it was Kirby, the spokesperson, came out and said that they weren't going for an oil deal in this visit. It'll be at OPEC Plus, which is coming up in a few weeks. We'll see what happens.
It's not urgent right now?
That was...
You want to wait a few weeks?
Take with it what you will. We've seen almost a 40-cent drop in the gallon price of oil over the last month. If it stays on this route, by mid-August, we'll be under $4 a gallon.
It won't be.
But it's not going to, because the cost of the barrels have gone up.
You just told me. Those are the facts of what happened here. I was not a fan of the trip to Saudi. I don't think it sends the right message. Fist bump or no fist bump, though, will say I would never take the word of a Saudi foreign minister over the President of the United States of America. He says he raised it. There was a statement from Jamal Khashoggi's wife thanking President Biden for doing that. That was something that certainly didn't get from the last administration any sense of accountability, the mention of human rights, which was Jamal Khashoggi's mission in life, to raise attention to what goes on and human rights catastrophes. In terms of what Jill Biden, I hope, was talking about at this fundraiser, beyond those comments, which I thought it was weird as well that it was in past tense, you got the American Rescue Package. You had a bipartisan infrastructure bill, which was a huge accomplishment. You had bipartisan gun reform, something that has completely eluded Democratic presidents going back to the 90s when obviously we had the assault weapons ban. Those are real accomplishments that I think history will look back, and I'm not saying that people are going to say Joe Biden was the greatest president of our time, but we will say there were real things that were accomplished, and he got Mitch McConnell to sign off on them. And if you know anything about Mitch McConnell, you know that he doesn't do anything that he really doesn't want to do, and you know that it's hard to get him to agree with you. What pisses me off, though, is this comment about we didn't see Roe v. Wade coming. People have been screaming this from the rooftop since 2016. When Ruth Bader Ginsburg decided that she did not want to resign and step down, Barack Obama met with her. He did not say, Ruth, you got to get out of here. But he certainly raised the issue that we don't know what's going to happen in 2016. And people on the pro-choice side, activists and just normal people, have been worried about this happening because the fate of abortion care in this country, women's reproductive health care, is in the hands of these judges. And you can say it just gets kicked back to the states. I know how it works. But we've also seen just 3 weeks of this, the implications for women on the ground who are crossing state lines in order to get care, who have doctors waiting too long to give them treatments that still remain legal because they are afraid of losing their medical licenses. And that's the real world implications of this. So don't say we didn't see this coming. It's too important of an issue that your advisors had been talking to you about to push that, kick that down the road. So.
Okay, I'm glad you got that off your chest. Coming up, after a terrifying string of attacks, liberal leaders are getting called out for putting violent offenders ahead of law-abiding citizens.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to click to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page. This is the only way that I know for sure that you're not going to miss any great commentary, any great news bites, any great interviews coming your way on Fox. You can get it all here on YouTube. So subscribe right now.
This is crafting the moment that changes everything. This is all your teams working as one. This is the system you built, creating a lasting impression. This is how. Airtable.
It shall be noted, Joe got COVID. Almost a rhyme. This morning, the White House revealed the Prez has COVID and is experiencing mild symptoms, including chills, sniffles, and not knowing who he is. In other words, nothing's changed. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said for now he'll work in isolation, which should be easy considering that's how he spent his campaign. Biden should recover from COVID, but with friends like these, his re-election plans are clearly DOA.
President Biden held a controversial meeting with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. Yeah. Biden said that wasn't a fist bump, that was me trying to punch him as hard as I could.
Maybe that's not a fist bump. Maybe at 79, that's as hard as Joe can punch. Throw them dukes up, Mohammed bin Jack bin.
Stop asking him about the fist bump. Ask him about the looming recession. No, actually, just ask me about the fist bump.
Meanwhile, I read that Dr. Fauci said that he plans to retire by the end of President Biden's term. And then everyone turned to Biden like, is there anything you'd like to announce, too?
So better late than never, guys, even though those jokes were as toothless as old Joe himself. And so his media enablers are fleeing like rats from the Titanic. And he should know he was on board that disaster, too. Meanwhile, Thursday, officials unveiled the President's Safer America Plan, or SAP. And it's basically a massive refunding of the police. Yep, the party that was all about defunding now wants to spend $37 billion to, quote, support law enforcement and crime prevention. It's Biden's boldest move on crime since he paid for Hunter's whores. The proposed plan would help hire and train an additional 100,000 cops. Good. Invest $3 billion to clear court backlogs and another $5 billion in community violence intervention programs. Also included, AOC's provision for thousands of invisible handcuffs. Yes. Thanks. So the Dems are now pretending to be pro-cop when they're just trying to repair what they destroyed when they were anti-cop. Or maybe they're just trying to help Cori Bush save money on private security. But really, they're doing it to save their own asses. Imagine having to deal with someone who destroys things so they can fix them.
Hey, Danny, cool sunglasses. Can I see?
Yeah, sure, Phil.
Wow. You know, these are broken? You ruined them. Hey, let's not play the blame game. You know, I can fix these if you like. You're the one that just broke them. You know, I'm all about results. Let me just see if I can't. Hey, there you go. You're welcome.
Guess.
Those two pairs of sunglasses for the skit came out of our budget.
Like half our budget.
Yeah, it is half our budget. Do you care to comment on the breaking news of COVID or the police?
I guess. I know. It's just all this.
All right, no more multiple choices, okay?
No, because I actually.
What?
I can't get over like how we're talking about this new stuff, like the whole oil cancer thing didn't happen yesterday. I can't get over it.
Oh, you know, the guy, when he said like
he said I have cancer from oil on my mom's windshield 70 years ago.
I know.
Skin cancer too.
Yeah.
Not like
no, and they're like, no, he just meant like he had some like skin cancer. I'm like, that is not even close to what he said.
Yeah.
Like, am I the only one that's still thinking about this?
No, and it's a maybe that's why they announced COVID.
Yeah, and then maybe it doesn't even happen. And then this article, I was looking it up, and people like wrote this article like, here's why Joe Biden said he was affected by cancer. He did not say that. He said I have oil cancer.
Yes.
And like, it just, to me, I think it's a really big sign of how crazy things have gotten. When I looked at Twitter for hours last night about the oil cancer, because some people, a lot of people were like, wait, does he have cancer? Does he not? And some people are like, how crazy it is that the president's like, I have cancer. And we're like, what does it mean?
Yeah.
And then other people were like, regardless of, you know, your political values, we have to agree that this cancer is a serious thing, and thoughts and prayers are Biden's oil cancer. I mean,
she went with choose your own adventure.
No, like because I'm not willing to move on from the announcement of oil cancer and then being gaslit by this administration that I should not be having this type of reaction.
Yeah, no, it's a fair point, and it's a fair point, because if Trump had said anything like that, could you imagine the interpretations? I mean,
I said anything like that.
That is true. That is true. You okay now, kiddo?
If I ever say I have cancer, it'll be because I do.
Yes. We hope that never happens.
No, it probably will. I know the stats.
Oh, jeez. You really are a dark, dark human being. Joe, COVID, fairly big news. How do you think it's going to affect his job?
I think at this point it can only improve his performance.
Oh, okay. Yes.
I think he should turn himself over to the virus like one of those wasps that injects a parasite into a victim's larva. I think that he's going to be a tough one to bring down. I mean, he beat the 1918 flu. That didn't stop him. He, as Kat mentioned, he kicked cancer in 24 hours. That's pretty impressive. That's unheard of. And
I've worked with Republicans to cut wasteful spending, and I'll keep working for Granite Staters.
He's got the best people around him taking care of him. Kama left him a nice hot bowl of bat soup, hoping he would get better. And I think look at the immune system in that family. Look at his son, Hunter. I bet if you put a condom on Hunter, it would inflate like a balloon animal just from the power in him. So,
that's an image.
Joe's going to be fine. The country's in a lot of trouble, but Joe's going to be fine.
Yes, exactly.
And you know, the other thing too, Cash, is he's so lucky to be married to a doctor.
Well, that's why he got cured so fast. She pumped him full of ivermectin and horse stuff and everything else that was available, and she was like, reading it from one of her books.
Yeah.
But I'll comment on the police. I mean, nobody wants to take it, so I'll take it.
Yes.
As the former federal prosecutor, why not, right? I think, fund cops. It's a no-brainer. The problem is these guys have been defunding them so much that they now set up a program that doesn't do anything. It prints money to the federal government. The federal government can't fund state police officers. That's what state governments are for. So now we have, fake money in balloons going up in smoke? And it's saying that you're attacking a problem that you created by not providing enough.
I didn't realize that like this, they can't. It's like, so where does the money go?
So they have to. Okay. Long story short, you have to apply for this giant grant. So you have to grease skids, pay lobbyists, go to DOJ, get on your hands and knees, beg them to not investigate Hunter Biden, and then you get $100 billion in return.
Wow.
It's a total scam.
Wow. I would do that for that money. And I'm not even whatever Cash is. I'm really not sure what he is at this point. And I mean as a profession.
I don't really know it either.
Yeah.
That's why you can charge so much.
Exactly. Julie, what would you like? You are the face of news here.
Well, that's why I think I should address the news we're not talking about.
Right.
Jill Biden.
Yeah,
I mean, so she tested negative, which good for her.
Right.
Okay, thank God. I'm not even Catholic. But I will say this, as a spouse of a husband who formerly had COVID, I do have some advice for her.
Yeah.
Run like hell. Because while this COVID variant is like a cold for us females, it is an insufferable man flu.
Oh,
so,
really?
Case in point, in April, I had a trip planned for Miami. And the morning of our flight, guess what? The husband, tested for COVID, and he was positive. So what did I do? I beelined it to the airport, and I head out. And I think this is an excellent opportunity for social distancing for spouses across the country, is what I say. And that was way back in April. I am due for a new vacation, and I am sensing monkeypox.
Monkeypox.
That's coming into my house next.
Monkeypox. All right.
Whew. I also think AOC's handcuffs are a safe sex toy.
That's funny. Oh, Cash. Thank God you're not in government anymore.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Advil, the pain away.
Joe Biden's a legend in his own mind and doesn't think he's going anywhere. It's not like he lost his fastball. He never had one. He's already a lame duck, the most unpopular president of all time, and he just caught COVID. More on that in a moment. In a new Quinnipiac poll, 71% of Americans are against Biden running for a second term, with more than half of Democrats saying he's got to go. With friends like that, who needs enemies? Because those numbers are awful. His own team's telling him to go home. But can you blame them? Everything's expensive and more dangerous. The country is a mess. The First Lady just called Hispanics tacos, and that was after Hispanics started ditching the president. Only 19% of Hispanics approve of the job Joe's doing. And only 21% of millennials approve. And Joe's policies are crippling Black Americans.
I think for African-American voters in particular, there's a special heartbreak because, first of all, the pain is more intense. The rising gas prices, food prices, it's really walloped the Black community in a particular way. But the hopes were so much higher. And so you have a community that came out in huge numbers in 2018, huge numbers in 2020, expecting things to get a lot better. And instead, economically at least, it didn't come true. It got worse. And so you're going through a summer now of real heartbreak with Black voters. The polls show that. And I think Biden's got to take it very seriously.
So Joe's base is toast. But who do the Democrats turn to? They have a pretty weak bench. Bernie Sanders is a socialist. He's lost twice. Mayor Pete's too short, kind of nerdy, and has a weird last name. And Kamala Harris, well, do I even need to get into that? And Gavin Newsom might look good playing president, but he's not smart enough. So if not them, who? Michelle Obama, coincidentally, is reappearing, hitting the airwaves to push her new book and tell us how awful America's become.
A lot has happened. We've seen a global pandemic. We've seen an insurrection, a rising tide of hate and bigotry and intolerance and a whole lot more. I've spoken to a lot of loved ones, many of you, about what we all seem to be facing. And what has resulted from that process is actually my new book. It's called The Light We Carry. And I think of it as a kind of a toolbox.
Is Michelle saying she has the tools to fix the problems plaguing America? Well, it certainly sounds like it. Why else would she be writing a new book? She doesn't need the money. And this book seems awfully political. Michelle's last book sold 17 million copies. It wasn't as good as How I Saved the World, but, you know, people seem to like it. Let's just say she did really well in the royalty department. And that's on top of the $65 million book deal her and Barack signed for their memoirs in 2017, and the podcast agreement they inked with Spotify for $25 million, before jumping ship to Audible since they couldn't be seen in the same room as Joe Rogan. Or, you know, their Netflix production pack that could earn them up to $50 million just for some boring documentaries. So with all these deals, I don't think Michelle's writing a book for her bank account. One of the questions I get asked a lot by fans or by friends or conservative family members, my in-laws obviously, is, can I reach across the table and punch Geraldo in the face? But the second question I get is always, do you think Michelle Obama is running for president? I don't know if people are scared of her or if they're just curious, but would Michelle Obama be a formidable presidential candidate? Well, she burst onto the scene in 2008 with her husband Barack, and she immediately stuck her foot in her mouth.
But what we've learned over this year is that hope is making a comeback. It is making a comeback, and let me tell you something. For the first time in my adult lifetime, I'm really proud of my country. And not just because Barack has done well, but because I think people are hungry for change.
After that comment, the Obama campaign sidelined her, and she didn't say much afterwards. But hey, at least she's not under federal investigation for money laundering, like the Biden family. And what was one of Michelle's pet projects as First Lady? Well, she regulated school lunches, remember?
Just as we no longer smoke or drink when we're pregnant, just as we no longer let our kids ride their bikes without a helmet or sit in the back seat of the car without a car seat, today we know that we can no longer let our kids eat whatever they want. We're issuing new school wellness guidelines to help build healthier learning environments for our kids.
But the students didn't really like what Michelle was serving.
I do bring lunch every day.
You do? Why?
Because I hate the school lunches.
I don't really like the school lunch food that much.
I have tried a lot of their things, and I hate them all. It tasted like it was like a giant plastic hot dog.
Can you describe their meat?
Chewy, taste bad.
All of those students are now registered Republicans. They never forgot. She did do something that prime time agreed with. She tried to get kids to exercise and eat more vegetables.
Do you know how you say broccoli in Spanish?
How do you say it?
Broccoli.
Broccoli. That's excellent. Well, these are all good foods, and we're going to help kids learn to love all the fruits and vegetables. In fact, we actually have many of these fruits and vegetables growing in our White House kitchen garden. Let's get it done. Let's move. Let's move. Let's move. Let's move. Let's move.
Maybe if we'd all eaten our veggies and moved around more, COVID wouldn't have hit us as hard. And she loved her little White House garden. It was where Barack used to go out and sneak a cigarette, but it was cute. But then Melania came in and moved some cabbages around, and Michelle got really angry. And it wasn't the first time Michelle got angry at another First Lady. Remember when she took Hillary down a peg in 2008?
One of the things, the important aspects of this race
is role modeling what good families should look like. And my view is that if you can't run your own house, you certainly can't run the White House. Can't do it.
Ooh. How do you say Lewinsky without saying Lewinsky? That's how. And that's not a bad line of attack against Joe either, if you know what I mean. So does Michelle have what it takes to run for president? What's stopping her? Maybe it's her hatred of the White House.
We're in the White House, and when you're in the residence, there's so much bulletproof glass that sometimes you don't hear what's going on outside. It's not that easy to get out of the White House when you're in it. I'm just thinking, I'm gonna walk through the door, and the door is locked. And they're like, ma'am, where are you going? I say, I'm going out. And they're calling in more people. She's trying to get out. She's trying to get out.
So she's not a fan of the White House. When she was there, race was on her mind.
I wake up every morning in a house full of intelligent black young women playing with their dogs on the White House lawn.
If you know anything about policy. I'm not trying to put her down, but what is Michelle Obama's position on Chinese tariffs? Does Michelle Obama think we need to break up big tech? Michelle, tell us in detail how your corporate tax policy would affect the deficit. Would we be getting a younger female version of Joe Biden, who just gets put in front of a teleprompter and told what to say by advisors? Would Barack Obama, the first gentleman, be running everything? And would Hillary be so upset that Michelle's for 2024?
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
So let's talk about the royal family. Sorry. Not them. I keep forgetting this is Fox News. I mean the British royal family. Specifically, its two former royal members. Yeah, royal member. I should avoid saying that around Prince Andrew. Anyway, one of their mutant offspring showed up at the UN and crapped on us. But I guess if you're going to take a crap, there's no place better than that. I don't know. I wonder.
Most of all, the few weaponizing lies and disinformation at the expense of the many, and from the horrific war in Ukraine to the rolling back of constitutional rights here in the United States, we are
be legal everywhere. And oh yeah, no more homework and pizza every day in the CAF. Seriously, was it a speech or a job interview? You want to ingratiate yourself to the world's tyrants and trash your host country? Fine. You picked the right place, you royal douche. And you picked the right country. America will actually put up with your desperate need for attention and status. You know, I'd compare them to the Kardashians, but that would be an insult to people who take pictures of their butts. So should we care about him or them? Not really, but what else do you want to talk about? How odor eaters are made, or what Kim Jong-un is bench pressing, or the price of bubblegum cigars? How about vultures? Did you know we're seeing a dangerous decline of vulture populations, which could lead to the spread of deadly diseases like the plague and rabies, which is good because I'm tired of everything being made in China. You know, vultures are vital by eating. Harry can fly around the globe lecturing us on climate as he harms it, but a flock of vultures can pick a dead panther clean before Brian Stelter can even get his bib on. So, is that a fair comparison, the prince and a vulture? Why not?
Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Friday, 2022, and that's what they want us to believe. I have an announcement to make. I'm not going to make any videos for the next 6 weeks. This will be my last video for the next 6 weeks. Yeah, I'm not going to be on. After today, I'll be back sometime in mid-August. Okay, this is what's going on. Businesses. I live right here. I'm right in the San Diego area. Some businesses, employees, like people, they have to go to work now, but they have to put a mask on. Okay? Okay, it's been two and a half years this has been going on. That is are telling their employees to wear a mask. I believe at this point it's abuse or it's bullying. Tell people to wear a mask. About 3 months ago, back in April, they declared the pandemic over. And they still require people to wear a mask if they're working. Okay? Look, it's July 4th, 2022, and people still wear masks. Come on, wake up, the pandemic's over. And people still act like it's the first day of the pandemic or the first month. It's ridiculous at this point. Is this still going to go on in another 2.5 years? Another 2.5 years will be 5 years. We'll be celebrating New Year's 2025, and this will still be going on. See, there's a guy driving around by himself wearing a mask. Look at that. It's crazy. Okay? Yeah, at this point, you go to work and it's awful. It's awful. But you go to other places, you go to restaurants, but it's normal. How come it's not 100% normal? Even the pandemic's over. How come there's still some restrictions? Another thing is, I've been listening to the local news, and they say, oh, cases are gonna go up. This is the San Diego news. Cases are going up. Hospitalizations are going up. But people had the vaccine. Okay? How can people be getting the vaccine and this is still going on? That's what I don't understand. Oh, if you get vaccinated, this will be over less than 6 months. Okay? And now, they rolled out the vaccine a year, it was December 15th, 2020. And it's still, there's restrictions in some places. Yeah. In some places, you still see people outside wearing a mask. All right? It's getting ridiculous. Okay? Yeah, there's another one. There's another guy wearing one. And he's outside. All right? And I can't believe people are listening to this and they're obeying. It's summertime and people are still wearing them and they're vaccinated still wearing them. I just saw like 10 people today wearing them, even driving their cars by themselves. Okay, look at another example. You have Joe Biden. Joe Biden, the pedophile, the demonic. He's very demonic and evil. Him and Kamala Harris. I have a bad feeling about them. Okay, they've been vaccinated 4 times and they still wear a mask. 4 times. Okay? If you've been vaccinated 4 times and still wearing a mask, just like Joe Biden, then you're part of the problem. It's making them show weakness, and it's making them show failure. He said, wear a mask for the first 100 days when I'm president. Now, it's been longer than that. It's bullcrap. It's a bunch of horse apples. Okay? July 2022. In the summertime, people are still wearing the masks in the summer. Don't viruses die out in the heat and sunlight? People don't get it. People listen to the media. Yeah. It's like a mental disorder. Ever since 2020, this has been going on. And it's 2022, and it hasn't even ended yet. Cases are not going up. No. Okay, I noticed this. Christmas time, it's always before a major holiday. Christmas, right before Christmas, they say cases are going up. And now it's Independence Day, 4th of July, and now they're saying cases going up when people were at the beach. It's ridiculous. In the summer, 4th of July, perfect time to spread fear. Perfect time. Christmas time is the perfect time to spread fear. You see, every major holiday, or another thing, we're getting rid of the mandates. In about 2 months, the government, or like the governor or the president, they give you something to look forward to. It's like a horse chasing a carrot around. They say, we'll get rid of the mandates in 6 weeks. 6 weeks comes, they still keep them. It happens with work at a warehouse. They keep the mandates. Oh, we'll get rid of them in 6 weeks. And 6 weeks comes, you still have to wear them. They keep on adding time. They keep on, it's like they keep on, it's like having a horse chasing a carrot around the track. It's just like that. It's like playing a game. At that point, I believe it's abuse. Like here in California, you could say you have COVID and call in because the state pays for the sick time. I heard of people faking it, and they take the sick time and they're making the rest of the company suffer, and they have to wear masks all the time. That's what goes on. People are vaccinated, and this is still going on. Like I was saying, if you're vaccinated 4 times and still wearing a mask, you're a part of the problem. Okay? Yeah, and another thing, I've been listening to Richie from Boston on his channel. Richie from Boston TV. And he's talking about something's going to happen on Independence Day, at an event. I believe everything's happening now. We see it. Like we saw the court decision, the Supreme Court decision, and stuff happened. Protest. And there's a lot of protests going on. The fake January 6th committee. And there's another claim. Okay, what's going on with the world today? I think CERN has something to do with it. Richie from Boston believes so. They might have opened up a portal. It could be an alternate time or alternate. It feels like this doesn't feel like the regular world we used to be in. It feels like a different planet than it was 3 or 4 years ago. Yeah. It's like I don't know, it's kind of like the show Sliders. It's the same world, but it's a different reality. Yeah, CERN is trying, after 3 years of being shut down, 3 years of not doing any experiments, they're reopening this weekend, 4th of July weekend, I believe on the 3rd, and they're going to do something between the 3rd and the 5th. Hey, they're going to try to open up the veil again. Or it probably already happened in 2019. That's why we see how the world is now. They're going to probably open it up again. And they claim they can open up portals. The stuff there that, like what Richard from Boston was saying, you can open up a portal and you could see stuff you're not supposed to see. There could be demons coming through. It could change the weather, or it could change the whole world for the worst. I can't see the world getting much worse than it is now. Yeah, CERN's got a big thing going on. And it's going to screw up the world even more. I think that's the reason why stuff is the way it is. Then, another thing in California, all the, they just hired this morning, July 1st, They just hired the gas tax just in time for the 4th of July, and that screws the California citizens for the gas. Gavin Newsom is doing nothing about it. He's just sitting on his ass in his office, laughing at everybody. He's going to be voted out in November. Everybody's struggling. The baby formula situation. And I have twins, boys, and we're gonna need formula. Right here in California, there's a shortage of formula. Yep. You see, it's not like the way it was in 2018, 2019. We thought 6 months ago, even 2 years ago at this time, things will be definitely back to normal. But I guess not. I guess we have to deal with more bullshit. More crap. Every day. We can't get... Nothing's right. Well... People are just spending money. It's either for your food for your kids or gas to go to work. It's not even worth going to work. I'm telling you, it sucks now. All right? I'll be back in 6 weeks. All right? Full armor of God. Yeah. Pray for everybody. And yeah, look what happened 2 years ago. They shut everything down. And it was a disaster like the first 4 months. It was over a hoax. And another thing, I'm going to close it off with this. Do you remember Y2K? Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Friday, June 17th, 2022. And that's what they want us to believe. Hey, you remember when Trump was president? We had gas prices that were $2.29 a gallon, and every year when he was president, we get a raise at work, a big raise, and the economy was running perfect. It was like a well-oiled machine. It was like a tank, an army tank, or a train. It kept on moving. Then, look at now. High gas prices, high food prices, but our wages won't go up. For the past year and a half. And look at what's going on. Ever since January 20th, 2021, when Biden was sworn in as president, it's been a disaster. Look at everything skyrocketed. He closed down. I said this before. I predicted this. I knew this was going to happen. I said it in 2020. I said the exact same thing that's happening now. Okay, look at right now. Okay, Here's a history lesson. When Biden became president, gas was $2.39 a gallon back then. Then they closed the Keystone Pipeline for the oil. They wanted to go to clean energy, but there's a transitional time. It's a slow process. People can't afford electrical cars yet, God damn it. Electrical cars, they should lower the price so the average person could get one first. But they hired all the gas prices. They shut down the pipeline. Gas started going up. And they blame Russia. I talked about the gas prices. I was in front of a sign. I talked about this in November. Last November, before the war in Ukraine. And this is all Biden's fault, not Putin's fault. Biden doesn't take any responsibility, okay? Then I get a guy on Messenger, some ass clown jack off. All right. You know what? He's out of his league. He wouldn't be saying this stuff if we were face to face. He's probably just a bot, or maybe some ass clown, messaging me. He is blind. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's asleep. He needs to get glasses to see what's really going on. Look it out there. Look. Ever since Biden's been sworn in, everything, food, you can't find baby formula anywhere. And I have twins that are gonna be born in 2 weeks. And there's no baby formula. You see? I have the right to be angry about this. And the gas prices, the food has gone up. People can't afford nothing. It's either pay rent or feed your family. The rent's gone up. Okay? And look what happened. We have a drunk for the Speaker of the House. We have a president that has Alzheimer's disease. And we have a vice president that gets on her knees for anything. Look it. People have a right to be angry about this. People can't afford nothing. Wage growth. It's back to being stagnant. Okay? Look what's going on. Look. People are going to start losing their jobs. That's the next step. Gas, if it goes up to $10 a gallon, 11 over 10, I'm scared to see what's going to happen. Okay? You're going to see a lot more homeless people. I'm here in California. Gavin Newsom's doing a horrible job with this. He's turning California into a wasteland, a toilet. I said that before. He's going to be voted out in November. I guarantee you. Okay. People are struggling. 3 years ago, 2018, 2019, people were well off. People could afford things. You didn't see that much struggling back then, but now it's been a disaster. And this guy that messages me has the audacity to say Biden's a better president? Get some glasses, dude. Wake up. People need to wake up. What's going on here? Okay. You have another thing that's going on about the supermarkets. All right. Even clothes, the prices are going up. Food, you can't even go out to eat. It's like $100 to go out on a Saturday night. This is all Biden's fault. Look at I was saying that back in November, before the Ukrainian war, before any of this. I said that. Gas here in California is the highest in the nation. Okay. I'm going to go a little bit more in history with this. Okay. Leaving Afghanistan in August of last year. They made it like we lost. So they packed everything up. They left some of the equipment over there. That was a disaster. That's on Biden's hands. Okay? And look at things have been a disaster over in Afghanistan. They let the Taliban or whatever come back in and take over again. Good job, Joe. Yeah, then last Christmas, people were struggling then. And it's been a roller coaster ride ever since he's been in office. He's not doing anything about it. This country is on autopilot. And you get this, okay. And my thing with the abortion thing, that really gets me. Okay, back in the day, I was a Democrat until 2004. Then I walked away. I was pro-choice back then. Then I accepted Jesus. I'm a born-again Christian. And I am pro-life. I believe giving a baby a chance to live, no matter what. Adoption. Hey, when I found out I'm having twins, hearing the child's heartbeat for the first time, I was in tears. That's the best feeling, of hearing your own kid's heartbeat. Life. Okay? I feel, okay, all these souls, all these kids that have been aborted, there's a nursery in heaven for those kids that are not born yet, that weren't even born. There's a nursery up there, and they're in heaven. I lost. I could have had a daughter. I've lost a daughter a while back. So it hurts, it stings, a miscarriage. She's in heaven right now. So, kids are a gift from God. They are. And people want to destroy that. And you end up having protesters march to Supreme Court Justice's house. How come nothing's being done with them, but they have the January 6th committee? This is all by design. These people that shout out "my body, my choice," they should have thought about it when they did what they did. Got together with somebody. But these people look demonic. You look into their eyes. It's like they have no soul. They're shouting out this. They're coming out in the basketball games. Yeah. It's crazy. They're going everywhere. They even went to a church. A house of God. And they did that. They're attacking Christians on this. Christians. Judgment Day. They'll be judged on this. God will make people pay. You have to repent. Just think of all the kids that could have been around that never had a chance. It's sad. It's sad. It is. Yeah. Okay. Now, June is Pride Month. Okay. I see this advertisements, all the stuff that's on social media that's complete garbage. They talk about drags. What was it? Drag Queen Story Hour. That's the devil. It's wrong. Exposing that to your kids. I don't want my kids to be around that. No way at all. All right? Then you get these drag queens in schools, and they just some of them should be arrested. Yeah, there's one, the penis is hanging out. It's awful. This is awful. It wasn't like that 20, 30 years ago. Not even 10 years ago. It is wrong. They're exposing kids to it. Whoever's doing that should be locked up. Should be locked up for a long time. You see it on Discovery Channel. They have it, or Discover Plus. Yeah, in Texas they had a show with them. Well, kids ended up going there, and this world's a complete disaster. Oh, people say it's just a sign of the times. Well, we're at the end of days right now. This stuff was unheard of 30 years ago. Look at everything now. It's been a complete disaster. Satan's running everything. All these people with the these drag queens with the makeup on, they look demonic. It's awful. They go to our churches, people dress up as Handmaid's Tale, and they go to these churches, harass people. They're attacking Christians. These people are attacking Christians. I'm sick of seeing this. I see things every day. Yeah, drag queen story hour. Come on, man. You see what the world's turning into now. Everything that was wrong is right, and everything that is right is wrong. We live in the twilight zone. Well, in November, there's gonna be a big red tsunami. People are going to wake up. Okay? This is Steve from San Francisco. God bless. Full armor of God. And I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Friday, June 10th, 2022. Can you remember 30 years ago, back in like 1992, things were a lot more simpler. Things were easier. There were no cell phones. Not that much internet. Things were easy. I was about 17 then. Yeah, people got along better. There was no pandemic. There was no supply chain issues. Gas prices were pretty low back then. Look at now. 30 years. I'll give you the history. Now, look what's going on. They had a meeting in Davos. Carl Schwab, I believe Christine Lagarde, George Soros, and they brought up the New World Order, the change of currency, the money system. They're trying to do the computer chip, AI. Yeah, I'm all against that. And they talk about a computer chip that it's about as big as a thing of rice they put in your right hand. I believe that's the mark of the beast. But some people say the vaccine's the mark of the beast. Like, I watched Richie from Boston. That's the only disagree I have with him, that he thinks the vaccine's the mark of the beast, but it's not. It's not. It isn't out yet. The mark of the beast is going to be the computer chip. And, all right, I'm going to take you back to the history, back 30 years. Okay, in 1992, they brought up the New World Order then. George Herbert Bush, the first one, talked about a New World Order. Back then, I remember seeing videos he was talking to people, and he said New World Order. And it started, they started getting the ball rolling then. And I was 17 then, and they would talk. I remember them. I was young then. I can remember people talking about it. A one world government that will be our future. I didn't believe them back then. But you start the last, I don't know, 20, 25 years, you could see it starting to lead towards it. Like the markets, like the stock market used to be only for the United States. Now it affects the whole, now it's the whole world economy. Okay? Yeah, the 90s, the financial system was much better. Then it just, like in 2008, everything spiraled out of control. And you look at now, 2020, until the past 2.5 years, I've seen some major changes within the last 5 years. Look at the 90s. Not like I was saying, 92. It was much better. No cell phones, no computers. They had computers, but they had I believe they had chat rooms back then. People got addicted to it. You used to go to get together with friends. You used to go to a dance club or go out to eat, like at Abdow's. I remember there was a lot of other places. People used to go to malls. Malls are becoming the thing of the past. Yeah, they never. People back then didn't have cell phones. It used to be face-to-face communication. And now, that's all changed. You see people glued to their cell phones. Yeah, you used to hang out with friends, go to the beach, invite people, go to the movies. Back then. Now this technology screwed everything up. Then around 1995, I believe that's when cell phones started coming out. I can remember in 97, I only knew a few people that had cell phones back then. Only the people with money. I was living in Vermont then. I only knew like 2 people that had cell phones. Yeah, not that many people had cell phones, but I said I was never going to get a cell phone. I ended up getting my first one in 2007. Okay. So, back to this New World Order thing. Okay. They wanted to start tracking people. You know, when you go on your phone, it can tell you your routine. As soon as you get in your car, it tells you where you're going to end up going. It maps it out. It knows when you go to work or go to the gym. It knows what you're thinking. Or if you talk about a car, say a Dodge Charger, you end up getting advertisements for Dodge Chargers on your emails, Facebook, everywhere. They send you advertisements because you talked about it or you mentioned it. The cell phone, they can track you everywhere. And that's what the New World Order wants. They want to know where you're at. At this meeting in Davos, they mentioned, are you ready for a New World Order? And I seen videos of it. It clicked right there. Everything but they talked about 30 years ago, it's happening now. They're rolling everything out. 2020, I guess, it was the beginning. So, 2019, December 2019, I can remember seeing a video of, it was on the news, it looked like a sun, like an eclipse, but it had devil horns in the ocean, and there was a ship there. I believe it was on one of the news, CNN, I believe December 26, 2019, and it seemed like it was a sign of things to come in 2020, and I had a feeling 2020 was going to be a time that the world will change. And it has. And there's a guy that inspired me to do YouTube videos, Richie from Boston, and he predicts stuff, and it happens like 5 years later, 6 weeks later. He predicted, it was January 7th, I was at the airport in Salt Lake City, going to Oakland, and he said on January 7th, he talked about Bill Gates and the invisible ink tattoo, and he said, how about they'll pull off a pandemic? Bang, 2 months later, a pandemic happened. And I remember his videos in 2017 and 2018. He goes, watch out for the year 2020. He had a feeling 2020, something's about to happen. And he was right on the spot. I disagree on him on some things about the vaccine, but whatever he says came true, but they banned him. He talked about everything in 2017, 2018, and it's happening. and they called him a conspiracy theorist. Back to the cell phone thing. I remember in 97, people started getting them slowly. 2002, I remember going to malls. I remember they had stations. They had, for cell phones, AT&T. They had tracker phones, whatever those small little phones back then. Oh man, I remember people used to get them, but they only last for a couple of months. All right. They used to approach you at the mall. How about a cell phone? How about getting one? That started in 2002. They wanted everybody to get one to start. That was 20 years ago. Sometimes they bribe you to get in the cell phone. I wasn't going to get one. And I ended up going to the mall. I had a show about a month later. So the guy says, I'll buy you a ticket if you get a cell phone. So I ended up getting one. It was T-Mobile. I ended up getting T-Mobile back then. And that was it. So you started getting more people getting them. So they track you. They track you wherever you go. So they could see your location. So everybody's got one now. And everybody's hooked to their cell phone. That's all they look at nowadays. There's no eye contact. There's no communication anymore. It seems like everybody's turning robots to zombies. So everybody now has one. They bribe people and they are getting one. It's crazy. It's crazy. So 2010, they ended up improving them. Then in 2012, 13, then the smartphones came out. Yeah. This is all linked to the New World Order. They want to track people. Nothing's private anymore. Everything's on your cell phone about you. I predict in about 6 years, your driver's license, your ID will be on your cell phone. Your money, your credit cards will be on your cell phone. Or they say, like AI, your cell phone will be obsolete and they'll be linked to your body. Just like the Borg from Star Trek. That's all I can think of. All right. Yeah, this thing with this New World Order, they want to change the money system. They want to get rid of the dollar. They just want to change the world. And it's going to get worse. You see it. You see it. Still, 2.5 years later, this pandemic thing, it still screwed up people. It screwed people up psychologically. Okay. And people are hooked to Instagram or any they're hooked to their cell phones, they're hooked to anything, entertainment. It's all a distraction. Look at the trial that just happened with Johnny Depp. People, it's all a distraction. Look at this January 6th committee. It's all a distraction. It's all fake. It's all political theater. All right? Richie from Boston says it's the same thing. He says the same thing. He is right about that. Okay. Nowadays, have you ever, when you go to the gym, all right, this is what really pisses me off. You go to the gym, you're waiting for a goddamn machine to work out, and you got people on their cell phones between sets, and they're there for a long time, sometimes for hours, and you're waiting for the goddamn machine. They're on their goddamn cell phone. All right, this is what it is. If you're at the gym, you're supposed to be working out. You should leave your cell phone in your goddamn car. It's just like in wrestling class, when I did professional wrestling, they say leave your ego, leave everything, your personality, your true self in your trunk. That's what I say about cell phones. Leave it in your car, then you work out, because it's a distraction. All right? They're just sitting there texting people. When you're trying to work out, you're waiting, and they're just sitting there. They don't even move. I remember back in the 80s, the 90s, working out. There was nobody, there was no cell phones, and people were a lot better. You get out of the gym, work out, no distractions, and you get out on time. Now, people are just hooked. It really irritates me that somebody's just sitting there texting while you're waiting to work out on the equipment that they're on. People are just hooked, and cell phones, it's fucking everything up. That's all I have to say about that. And the music nowadays, they play the most stupidest music. All right, they should be playing, I remember back in the day. All right, how about play some Iron Maiden, Judas Priest, Ozzy Osbourne? Those are good for workouts. Dream Theater. There's another group, they're called Destiny's Lab. They sound like Cypress Hill. They're a Christian rap group, and I like them. Check out Destiny's Lab. That's good music. Yeah. And this thing about this computer chip, New World Order, you know what? It shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen. Carl Schwab, those people, and George Soros, they're no good. They're no good. They are no good. You gotta pray. Don't listen to these people. It's full armor of God. Full armor of God. That's all it is. That's what we need right now. there's so much, but they have too many distractions. Look at the gas prices are up. They're squeezing the American people. And look at the baby food shortage is still going on. Everybody should wake up. All right? Wow. Things are crazy. You hear it on the news all the time. I try to not to listen to the news anymore. It's all a bunch of bullshit. All right. So, I guess that's all I have to say. There's another group I left out. I should have mentioned. They're pretty good. Listen to Striper. Good music. All right. This is Steve from San Francisco. Full Armor of God, and I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Friday, May 27th, 2022, and it's Memorial Day weekend. Yeah, the news lately, and for the past few years, they've been talking about releasing UFO documents and stuff about extraterrestrials. And they claim they exist, but it could be a distraction. Yeah. UFO sightings, you see them on TV, on some of these travel channel shows. You know what? Aliens, they could be fallen angels. They could be the Watchers from the Bible. Yeah. We're probably near the end of times. The way it looks. The way the events of the world's going. Yeah, I believe that maybe aliens are fallen angels, that God cast them down when they betrayed him, and they can't get back to heaven, and they're here to drag people down. That's what they want. They know they can't get to heaven, and they want to just drag people down. And another thing, Roswell, New Mexico, in 1947, supposedly a ship crashed, and they claim they have bodies somewhere, but then they said in 1997 it was just a weather balloon. It's questionable. Then you listen to Richie from Boston. He had a YouTube channel, and he was thinking Aleister Crowley claimed to open up a portal, and something came through back then in Roswell, New Mexico. Yeah, Aleister Crowley. Heard a lot about him. Yeah, he was into the occult and Then he did a lot of weird stuff. Then there's rumors he claimed he became a Christian at the end of his life. Okay. Yeah, he claims that they opened something up. Something went through into Roswell. They could be fallen angels. But who knows? Who knows these days? Then you have videos, people on airplanes seeing UFOs. And he had that movie Fire in the Sky. Someone was abducted. And he took alive the guy from that, it was 1975. Fire in the Sky. So they interviewed him. He was telling the truth. He was missing for a few days. Then they found him. Missing time. He still has dreams about it. I'm just out here taking a walk. I'm in San Diego right now. Yeah. Yeah, you see all these planes, military jets claiming they seen UFO, and there's been more UFO activity since the pandemic. That's when most of this stuff started, or even 2 years before it. But more often, there's been more sightings since March 2020. Okay. I remember I talked to somebody back in the 80s about if there's aliens from outer space, or I was a kid then, and he was a friend of mine, a little bit older, and he says, Earth is the only place there's life. That's it. That's it. There's no extraterrestrials, no nothing. Earth is the only place. And I believed them then. Then all this stuff came out. There could have been life on Mars, or who knows? Who knows? There could be micro life, some like little microscopic stuff. That's about it. But it would take them a long time to travel. If they live in another solar system, it would take millions of years to get here. I kind of believe that this alien stuff were fallen angels. And there was a movie on the Sci-Fi Channel. It was a mini-series back in December 2015 that there was a spaceship that came down, and they were from another world, but when they showed up, when they came out, they looked like the devil, and they try to bring world peace. It was all a deception. Then after they took the kids and they left the adults, they couldn't have kids anymore, and the planet was destroyed at the end. Yeah. I forgot the name of it. I forgot the name of the miniseries. It was on Sci-Fi in 2015. I'm going to try to look for it again. Yeah, the world was in crisis. They came down. There was peace. And it was a false peace. Yeah. I believe all of this UFO stuff, aliens, it's all a distraction. In my opinion, it's all a distraction. That's my belief. Other people say that too. The moon landing, people question that, if it was fake or not. I don't really. And they say we don't have the technology to go to the moon anymore. We have better technology than we did back then. That doesn't even make any sense. Now they want to go to Mars. Maybe there was a Mars mission that nobody knew about. Maybe they wouldn't. Maybe they secretly kept it a secret and went to Mars. That could have happened. Oh, man. Then, I don't know, they talked about in the future first contact with people from other worlds. Has it happened yet? Has it? Are they already here? It's a mystery. And that's all I have to say about the extraterrestrial aliens. And there's another thing that came up you've been hearing about lately. A thing called monkeypox. It's another thing they brought up. That's probably the next thing. They'll probably have lockdowns over monkeypox. That's probably the next thing. Yeah, monkeypox. They go, ooh, 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 ooh. Monkeys. Oh, man, what's next? What is next? They say there's cases of monkeypox in New York, Massachusetts. I don't think there's a case here in California. How are these things coming up? How are these things coming up? How do they come up with names for this stuff? All these names. Oh, man. So we have to deal maybe with the second pandemic of monkeypox. You don't even hear about chicken pox anymore. That's gone. Nobody gets the chicken pox anymore. I remember I had it when I was about 8. I missed a week of school. was in first grade. I missed the. I was in. Was it second or third grade when I had it? Oh man, I remember getting it around Easter. It was around Easter. I had to stay home for a week. That's it. That's probably the next thing we're gonna have to deal with. That's it. The last 2 years have been crazy. I told everybody 2022, 2023, that was back in December 2020 when I had my podcast with Rob. All right. Everybody have a good Memorial Day. This is Steve from San Francisco. I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Thursday, May 26, 2022. And there's something that I need to talk about. Something irks me very bad. Made me upset, okay? We just had the shooting on Tuesday at the school in Texas where 21 people died. Then Obama has the audacity to compare it to George Floyd because it's 2 years later after the George Floyd thing. So, who gives a fuck about George Floyd? He was a criminal. He was a thug. If I looked at the video many times, he was high. You could see it in his eyes, and he wouldn't cooperate. He should have stayed in the vehicle, but he fell out. But the cop was wrong, putting his knee on him and suffocated him. The cop was wrong. And he was a thug. He broke the laws. He had counterfeit money. After that, people, they worshiped him like he was Jesus Christ. And you saw people kneeling. Yeah. They treated him like it was Jesus Christ. And that's wrong. And people started burning down cities. Minneapolis, Portland, Seattle. And they had this autonomous zone that they closed off the town. They closed off a part of the city. Made it their own Chaz. How come they don't have a committee for them? These people that burned down cities and they said it was peaceful protest. And they had the January 6th committee. How come there's no committee for these people that burned down businesses in Minnesota, in Portland, Seattle? How come it's been swept under the rug? Yeah, Obama, he compared his death to the kids. You know what? The whole world was crazy ever since. You had Antifa and BLM, and they claim it was peaceful protest. That was bullshit. Nothing happened to them. Yeah. And people are honoring, they're making George Floyd look like a hero. But there's two other people that deserve to get honored. Good people. I know police officers. I support the police. I went to high school. I knew people. I went to high school with a couple of police officers. There's one guy instead I would like to honor. His name is David Dorn. Okay, he was killed on June 2nd, 2020. He was an officer. He was older. Yeah, I looked him up, and he was a good guy. He was a father and a grandfather. He took care of everybody. I would like to honor David Dorn. And there's another person I would like to honor. He's very important, and it's Jesus Christ. He saved everybody, and he's gonna judge us. I'm a Christian, and he needs to be honored too. I pray every day. Things need to change. This world, there's just too much anger, too much division. That has to end. How come people can't unite, work together? Everything's just politics now. Politics, politics, politics. It's sickening. I just don't know anymore. I just don't know. This world's gone crazy. It is. Where are all the good people? It seems like the world's upside down. All right? This is Steve from San Francisco. I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Wednesday, May 25th, 2022. Yeah. Yesterday, there was a school shooting in Texas. And I have my prayers out to the family and family of the kids and the teachers. I'm praying for them. And yeah, it's crazy. And this guy Ramos that did it, this is shocking. He went on social media. He said he was going to do what he was going to do. And I can't believe Okay, he went on Facebook and he said he was going to do it, but nobody found his IP address. They could have sent the police to his address. They could have done that. They could have stopped him, but what possessed them to do it? What possessed them to do what he did? His own grandmother. Why? I don't know. I'm speechless over this. What possessed him to do what he did? His grandmother and the kids. I don't even know what to say. I feel bad for those kids, those teachers that try to help the students. Yeah. There should be more security at the schools. Maybe teachers should be armed. Metal detectors. I noticed some schools nowadays have metal detectors for keeping kids safe. It's a crazy world. Look at what happened in Buffalo at the store. The subway, the shooting in New York, the subway, about 6 weeks ago. It seems like an epidemic. It seems like it happens, things happen in May, and there was something that happened in 2018. I remember that vaguely. It seems like every year you hear about a school shooting. Every year. Then you had, I can remember when I was working at a warehouse. 2012 was a week before Christmas, the 14th of December, 2012. And the janitor, we used to call him Spider, he came up and told me, did you hear what happened in Newtown, Connecticut? And he told me what happened. I was living in Putnam, Connecticut at the time. And it was like a couple of hours from where I was living. Sandy Hook. Remember hearing about that. Then, before that was Columbine. We got to protect our kids. We have to. I don't even know what the solution is anymore. I'm gonna be a father next month of twins, and it makes me worry when I send them to school just a few years from now. Yeah. It just, my head's spinning after hearing about this. Sending my kids to school, worried about seeing them later on in the day. Yeah. Maybe homeschool would be safer. I don't even know who to trust with my kids anymore. I just don't know. So I'm just thinking about the future, my kids' schooling. Yeah, those kids in Texas, they were under 10 years old, 10 and under. They were just babies. Whoever hurts children, God is going to judge them. And they're going to be hurting when it's time. All right? We have to protect our kids. That's it. I would do anything. I would do anything to save our kids. I would do anything. Our children need to be protected. Steve from San Francisco, and that's all I have to say. I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Saturday, May 21st, 2022. And you hear everybody talking about we're having a baby food shortage, energy crisis, prices, inflation going up. Everything's going up in price. The gas. The thing is, when Biden took office in 2021, about 16 months ago, since he took over, gas was cheap. It was about $2.50 a gallon. Now it's tripled. Everything's tripled since he's been in office. When he got in, they stopped the Keystone Pipeline. I talked about that before. They stopped all production. Then gas started to rise, and he's blaming Russia for this, and he doesn't take any responsibility with the energy crisis. People are not going to afford to go to work. People are not going to afford to do anything. Travel, go on vacations because of this. Yeah. Every month since this November, the gas prices keep on creeping up, even every week. Before you know it, gas will be $10 a gallon. It's crazy. Filling up your car, it's like $70 if you have a small car. And people are not getting paid more with their jobs. They're not getting raises. Yeah. 3 years ago, everything was under control. Before the pandemic, everything was better. And now, we have the supply chain problem. Baby formula. Babies are starving. And they're sending the baby formula to the border of Mexico. There's cartons of it. There's pallets of it over there. How come the American babies are not getting it? People should be pissed. No. People should be outraged about it. I'm going to be a father for twins. Yeah, my kids will probably be born within 6 weeks. And I have to think about this. Worried about my kids are going to be fed. Yeah. I'm 47 years old and I'm going to be a father for the first time. It's a big change. You have to think about the babies. And yet, all the money, everything is going to other countries. What about America first? I can remember somebody was telling me 15 years ago stuff like this was going to happen. And we're 15 years later, we're already seeing it. Prices are going up. Homelessness is going up. This is going to affect everything. Everything. I believe this is depopulation. They want less people. Less people in the world. They're thinking the world's getting overcrowded. Hopefully, I hope all the prices come down. I hope they can solve the baby food situation. And Biden, he's not my president. He has done more damage. He said he was going to try to unite the country. He divided the country even more. I think he's just there to piss people off. That's it. That's it. That's all I gotta say. We need a change. That's all I have to say. Steve from San Francisco, I am out. Hey YouTube, this is Steve from San Francisco. Today is Friday, May 20th, 2022. I watched a YouTube video about 10 days ago. It was with Ronald DeFeo, an interview with him. Do you remember the Amityville Horror, all those horror movies they made? There's a lot of Amityville Horror movies that came out over the years. Yeah, the Amityville murders happened 6 weeks before I was even born. And they made books, movies, and there was a remake of a movie back in 2005. And yeah, they made a lot of money off of it. So the thing is the Amityville Horror a hoax, or was it a real haunting? And just like with the movies, they said there's some strange things in that house. I've been to that house 5 years ago. I went to Amityville, New York, and I was there. It seemed like a normal house and everything, for the most part. Then it takes you down a rabbit hole. I looked on YouTube, and it shows an interview with Ronald DeFeo from 2014. So I watched it, and they talked to him about what on in the house or what happened. It was a really interesting story. So he sat down, they talked to him, they asked him questions, and the thing that Ronald DeFeo says, the haunting was all bullshit. It was all fake. It wasn't true. They made a big deal out of it. So they made movies. They made lots of money, like I was saying, about the Amityville Horror. I'm just walking around here. I'm right near the lake. So they interviewed him. He said it was all a hoax. He had that night where the murder supposedly happened. I believe he wasn't working alone because how everything was laid out. It was November 12th to 13th, 1974, where this all happened. So he might have had a sister that helped him, or there was two other people that showed on a couple of YouTube videos that I watched. Just theories. There was a lot of theories about it. The way things are, I don't think he did it alone. He did it, but it's crazy. And the thing he said, he knew the people that bought the house before everything happened. He knew the Lutzes before the house before anything happened. And that was shocking. And there's other theories that it could have been organized crime. And the other couple of videos, a couple of the parts, the father, Ronnie DeFeo's father, or they call him Butch DeFeo. Some people call him Butch DeFeo. His father kind of looked like Tony Soprano. Yeah, exactly. It kind of looked like a Sopranos. He kind of acted like him. and him and his father didn't get along. There was problems there. And yeah, and another crazy thing, the Amityville Horror movie, that there was a Joey DeFeo in the movie, but there was no Joey DeFeo in the house and living with them. So originally they claimed that DeFeo was haunted and he heard voices and they told him to do it. But the way things are, he didn't act alone. He didn't act alone. The other theory says it was organized crime. Maybe the family maybe something happened with the family arguments with the father or things like that. So he had to have accomplices to carry it out because the way things were, okay, the father was shot in the chest, but he was lying down. They claim he got up and walked towards Ronnie DeFeo, and he fell. But the guy weighed about 280 pounds. One person can't pick up 280 pounds and put him back on the bed. He had to have help for a big guy like that to pick up and put back in the bed. Then one of the sisters, they did an autopsy, and she died, I believe, a couple of hours after the event. Supposedly, the story's kind of fishy. Yeah. So they thinking the sister might have had something to do with the beginning. Then Ronald DeFeo had an argument with his sister, and the gun went off. Then he had somebody else help him, another guy that they questioned. So there had to be two other people involved. Yeah, they said he acted alone. The movies said it looked like he did it alone. So he spent like almost over 40 years in, when he died last year. So he must have spent like 46 years in prison from this. The Ghost Stories did a thing on him. The Real Ghost Stories. I listened to that. But I even went to the house. I just looked outside and yeah, it's a normal house. It's been sold many times. The value's up. It's probably, I'm guessing the house is over $1 million, worth over $1 million. But the haunting was a hoax, a complete hoax. Yeah, the Lutzes moved in. They moved their family in. 28 days they were out of the house. And they said it was haunted. and they just did it for a book deal. Yeah, the Lutz, they left and they moved. They moved, I think, here to California. I don't know where they are today, but I think it was all a lie. And a lie ended up turning into, I remember Amityville 2, Amityville 3, Amityville 1992. There was another Amityville that came out a couple of years ago. The Awaken, Amityville The Awaken. Yeah, that bombed. It didn't even make it to theaters. So yeah, it was just all for money. That's it. The house is not haunted. There's no ghost there. And even Lorraine Warren, she did an investigation on the house. Yeah. Maybe there's something there now because of the events. Who knows? Who knows? There's no demons there. There's no... It wasn't built over a graveyard. Like John Ketchum, they talked about. He doesn't even exist. The house was built in the 1920s. It was a Dutch colonial. And look it, before the DeFeos, people that owned the house, there was no problems, no activity, nothing. Nothing. You would have heard about, how come they don't talk about the house back in the 50s or 60s, the 30s? Nothing happened. The history, nothing happened at all. It was just a big lie. It's crazy. Even Ronald DeFeo says the haunting was a hoax. You heard it from the horse's mouth. I guess I talked to somebody that knew him a few years back, and they said he was off the wall. Too many substances and substance abuse, and that's what happened. He was a troubled man, or troubled kid back then. I believe he died on March 12th, 2021, Ronald DeFeo. Yeah, I'm going to do a follow-up. I'm going to probably show some clips on my laptop. Like I said, it wasn't real. Just the Amityville Horror was one big lie. All right, this is Steve from San Francisco. My website is stevefromsanfran@yahoo.com. Just send me an email. All right, I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Friday, May 13th, 2022, and it's Friday the 13th, and that's what they want us to believe. This is really making everybody upset, because there's a baby formula shortage that's been happening. Maybe for the last 6, maybe even 6, 7, or 8 months. And nobody can find baby formula in the stores. There's a shortage of it. And it kind of pisses me off too, because I'm gonna be a father of twins within the next month and a half. All right. And Biden is doing nothing about it. And the biggest thing is, all the baby formula that they're making, they're sending it to the border of Mexico. Okay? They're sending it to the border. Okay? And that should piss people off. And it is. And it's going to the people. The illegals are getting the formula. What about America first? What about the American children? The American babies that are born here? How come they're not getting the formula? How come they have to wait? It shouldn't be like this. Biden is screwing everything up. I'm telling you. The border crisis. Oh yeah. We never had that problem a couple of years ago. Just look it. Look it. Like the baby formula. That should be for the American babies that are born. They should go to the stores, not go to the border. There's pallets. I've been hearing there's pallets of baby formula that are going to the border for the people coming over illegally. What about us, America first? This is all by design. Pretty soon you're going to see Americans starving, American children. And that doesn't sit well with me. I'm going to be a father of twins. And I'm pissed off about it. All right? The American kids, the babies that are born here, should get first dibs at the formula. Not the illegals, okay? You see, for months, people looking for formula for their babies, and the prices are going up because of these policies. Biden doesn't do shit. He doesn't know, when he talks, he doesn't even know what he's talking about. He should be in a nursing home playing bingo. He's not our president. Somebody else is pulling the strings. It's not Biden. Biden's just a screw up. He doesn't know what he's doing. He shouldn't even be in office. The people that voted for him, they have the problem too. They made the mistake. People that supported him, they made a mistake. Look where we're at now. Look it. It's crazy out there. Supply chain, the gas prices. I've been talking about the gas prices since November. Yeah. But before the Russian war. Look at him in California, and Governor Newsom doesn't do anything. Anything. He's just a pompous son of a bitch. He thinks his shit don't stink. But Newsom, he doesn't do nothing. His shit smells like rotten eggs, and we can smell him all the way through California. And he's going to be out of office by November. They're going to vote him out. Okay? He's done nothing but turn California into a giant cesspool. That's it. And people kept them in there after the recall. The recall, it was just entertainment. Everything that goes on, it's all by design. It's all political theater. It is. It is. People are paying more for stuff. People can't afford their homes. They have to sell them now. Oh. This is really pissing everybody off. I'm pissed every time I fill up my car. I'm pissed every time I go to the grocery store. Everything's gone up. And nothing's being done about it. Oh yeah, they're saying there's going to be a big red wave in the midterms. I believe it's going to happen. A red tsunami. I just want this shortage to end. The baby formula, the baby food, should be for the American babies. Okay? It shouldn't go out anywhere. America first. That's what we need. Okay? I'm just so upset hearing about this. And there was a politician that was talking about it, that was upset. I agree with her. I'm following her on Facebook. I'm following her. And she tells it like it is. We need a change, and everything needs to be changed for the better. We need a new president and a new governor of California. We need somebody that has the balls to straighten things out. And I know there's a good guy for senator that's coming up that's running in California. I hope he gets in. All right, I'm hoping that Mark Mulder wins his primary and wins his election for Senate. Okay? That's all I have to say. Steve from San Francisco, and I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Friday, April 29th, 2022. And there's a topic that I want to talk about. Christians and people should be pissed off at this. There was a high school football coach that was recently fired. I heard this on the news. He was recently fired for praying on the field. And he's been doing that for a long time. Really? Fired for praying. That's a bunch of horse apples. The school board, the school that he coaches at, they let him go just for that. And I know there's this thing between separating church from state. It's a bunch of bull crap. It is. You have the freedom. This is America. You have the freedom to pray anytime, wherever you are. You can pray anywhere. Even you could pray in school. You could pray standing on the bus. You could pray driving. You have a freedom to pray wherever you want. Okay? Yeah. And another thing, say if your time's up, if you know you're gonna meet the Lord, your time's up, you pray to repent before you pass. And you always repent every day for your sins so you can be forgiven. Yeah, this story that I heard and seen on television, that this coach has been fired. He's been with them. He's a good influence, and they let him go. Then they took a poll. I watched this. It was on one of the news stations. They took a poll, and most people don't think that prayer in the state, California, they don't think there should be prayer at any public place or school or... Yeah. And this is wrong. It's like what I was saying, it's a bunch of horse apples that would happen. Then you have this, canceled culture? They should be the ones canceled. They're screwing everything up. Canceling things. Next thing you know, they attack Christians. It's crazy out there. You know what? You can pray wherever you want. You can do whatever you want. This guy was doing the right thing. Okay? We have freedom in this country. Nobody's going to take that away from us. We won our freedom in 1776. All right? You can pray anywhere. Don't tell the school board that fired him. Don't they know? This seems like blasphemy. They're gonna end up paying him for it. You know, there's a lake of fire for eternity. What they did to this guy. These people on the school board should be ashamed of themselves. People should be pissed that this guy got fired. All right? This guy was doing good. He cared about his team. Look at Tim Tebow. He prayed. He used to pray every time before his game. He's a good guy. He didn't play for the team. He did play for my team for a little while, but they never put him in. All right. This is all I got to say. You can pray wherever you want. All right? Don't let anybody tell you different. Okay? This is Steve from San Francisco. I am out. Hey, YouTube. It's Steve from San Francisco. It is Saturday, April 23rd, 2022. And I'm right here in Old Town, San Diego. Okay? This is one of the famous graveyards in San Diego in Old Town. All right. This is the history. I can't get the shadow of my head. 1914. El Campo Cemetery. San Diego. This is going to be my new home, San Diego, in a couple of weeks. Yep, this is I came here for the first time in 2013, and it was my wish to move here to San Diego. Okay. Now I'm in the graveyard, famous graveyard, and this is Yankee Jim.
Are you sorry?
He was hung back in the mid-1800s. They claim he was like 6'6", 6'4", 6'6". He was very tall. So when they buried him, they had to put his feet up. During the burial, so he had to fit in the area. He was hung right where the most famous haunted house was, at the Whaley House, where it stands now. And these all the other graves in the Old Town Cemetery. These people passed away in the mid-1860s, 1850s. It's amazing the history here. Plus, they claim Yankee Jim haunts the area, the Whaley House, and the family that lives at the Whaley House. Pretty cool. Yeah, in my spare time, I'm starting to explore haunted places, historic places. Later on, I'm probably going to do a tour of the Whaley House, possibly a have YouTube do a video for the Whaley House. Yeah, I'm gonna start doing different things. Go to haunted places or paranormal activity. So I'm gonna be living in San Diego in a couple of weeks. Yeah, they boarded this up. Juan Mario. She was born in 1808, died in 1853. Was ship captain. He was Juan Marion was ship captain coming to San Diego the early 1820s. Marion died at the age of 45. Oh, they were pretty young. They died in the mid-40s back in those days. Wow. And take a walk through Old Town. All right. Ready? Wow.
Are you done?
I'm gonna be walking.
You want to walk to the restaurant and eat while you're walking?
And walk to the Whaley House, then go get something to eat.
I want to like sit down. Maybe I can sit on the
Nice
wall.
area.
My feet are getting tired.
This is it. So they started the history. Field Cemetery. First burial was in 1849. Execution of Antonio at the grave site. It was built through the cemetery, San Diego Historic Society. Yeah, it has my shadow all over everything. And they had Okay, on the streets, they have all the graves.
Not with 7. I mean, you sat in there, but you.
Oh, there's a grave site right here.
Oh yeah, there's a grave site, Sandra.
Yep.
Sandra.
All over the sidewalk. And there's a few grave sites on the street. There's one right here. All right. All right, we're going to walk towards the Whaley House. Then we'll go get something to eat. All right. And this. Yeah, there's a lot of grave sites on here. There's another one. So they built the sidewalk over some of the grave sites. There's one. There's another one. We're gonna walk towards the Whaley House.
See once the walk past the Whaley House, go a little bit.
Okay. So we're heading towards there.
I can wait in line with you because I'm done walking. Steve?
Yeah.
See, here's another one.
Yep, they're all over the place.
Here's another one.
Yeah, they built the sidewalk over the grave sites.
Here's another one.
It's like that movie Poltergeist. They remove the gravestones, but they built over the site.
Yeah, there's so many.
Yep, there's a lot of them.
Walk right over one.
How we doing, folks?
Grave site here.
They're everywhere. We just walked over it. We didn't even
There's another grave site. We're in the sidewalk. Another one. All the way here. Right on the restaurant. Wow. Yeah, guess they built this restaurant over a grave site. Wow.
Smells good, man.
We're walking towards the Whaley House.
I'm getting hungry. They have amazing salsa.
Wow.
I have a 1.9.
I plan to do a video there soon. As soon as I get settled into this area. Probably for Halloween. Wow. Nice and sunny out. Yeah, San Diego, Old Town has a lot of history. The first time I was here in 2013, I fell in love with the place. I go, this is where I want to move to. It's a nice, calm vibe. A lot of people. It's hard to find a parking spot. All right. Cold Stone ice cream. One of the best ice cream places that I ever had. A lot of good restaurants. Calf Coyote. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna end this at the house. All right, almost there. Then there's one of my favorite Mexican restaurants in Old Town, the Old Town Mexican Cafe. Almost there. Now there it is. Coming up is a whaley house. I'll be there in a little while. This is the Whaley House. The most haunted house in America. Get a lot of people in here. All right, I'm gonna do a video here sometime. It's pretty neat. Yeah, by next Halloween, I'm gonna do a paranormal video here. All right, this is Steve from San Francisco. I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Saturday, April 16th, 2022. And I'd like to talk about the housing market. The interest rates are going up. And there's gonna be a time people won't afford to buy a house, or they'll get foreclosed on. People are not going to afford their mortgages because everything is going up. The interest rates, it's crazy. And I talked to a couple of people, they might have to sell their houses because of what's going on. And I believe not too far in the future, the housing market's going to crash again, just like it did around 15 years ago. And you're going to see a lot more foreclosures, just like back then. Yeah, people, with the inflation, people are not going to afford anything. And then there's another thing I have to talk about is, Biden, the sanctions on Russia, they're not going to work because Putin is hiding money. He has his own money on his yacht and he gives it to, like, his daughters. They have the money. Yeah, it's not going to work. And everything that's happening now with the inflation, all the gas prices, it's not Putin's fault, it's Biden's fault. Because as soon as he got sworn in as president, he closed down the Keystone Pipeline. and prices have been rising ever since. Prices have been rising for gas since last fall, last November. And here in California, it was about $4 a gallon. I just saw a deer. Yeah. Now, they're almost $6 here. Maybe even going up to $7. Who knows at this point? The food prices are going up. There's going to be a food shortage at the end of the year. I believe in about 8 months, we'll be in a, maybe by next Christmas, there'll be the economy. Something's going to happen with the economy, and it's going to be disastrous. People are going to be losing their jobs. A big recession is going to happen. I believe it's already starting. All right. And I'm here in California. They mentioned something about the weather. A friend of mine, it's a lot cooler than it's supposed to be, and there's a lot more clouds. I noticed yesterday there was a couple of planes that were spraying chemtrails around. Yeah, and now it's cloudy today. Those damn chemtrails. It's cooler than it usually is. Usually by now we have like 90-degree weather. Now it's like just 70 around here. All right? Just keep an eye on everything. Steve from San Francisco, and I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Friday, April 15th, 2022, and it's Good Friday. And Good Friday is one of the most important days. That's when Jesus paid the ultimate price to save us for our sins. He died on the cross for everybody to be forgiven. And that's very important. Yes. If you accept him, you're saved. And yeah, I pray on this day. Every Good Friday, I take a walk and I pray. I pray for my family and my friends and for the world, hoping that this year, it feels like a new year, and hoping that everything would be better this year. And Easter, to me it feels like time for change, new things, rebirth. Yeah, springtime. And I'm here just taking a walk, doing a little walk and talk, and like I was saying, Good Friday. Jesus died on the cross. I honored him. I'm a Christian. And I wish the whole world would realize that he made the ultimate sacrifice for us, so we can get forgiven for our sins and go to heaven. Yeah. And I think about that a lot. The way everything's been crazy lately. You have to think. You could, if you do something wrong, pray, ask for forgiveness. You'll be forgiven. Repent. You're forgiven. That's what you have to do. You have to pray. Pray for everybody around the world. Yeah, it's a nice day out here. Look it. Wow. I love taking a walk here. It's a beautiful place. Every time on Good Friday, at least the last couple of years, I take a walk. I take a walk through here. Gets me, mellows me out. Calms me down. It's a nice place. Yeah, this is it. I walk through here all the time. It's beautiful. Okay, just remember, Good Friday, he died on the cross for us to be forgiven, and go open up heaven's gates for everybody. That's it. I don't have much to say today. All right. Steve from San Francisco, I am out. Hey, YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Friday, April 8th, 2022. And they declared the pandemic over. So, if they declare the pandemic over, okay, you still see people wearing masks around. Even people that are vaccinated are still wearing masks. You see it all the time. I can't believe it. Even though they got the 4th vaccine, they're still wearing masks. And yeah, I am here right now in Avon, just doing my podcast right now, and that's it. Yes, so hey, you go out and you see people driving still with masks on, and I asked them, why are you still wearing a mask if you're driving your car by yourself? They say, oh, it could still come through the vents. Crazy. Okay, there's another thing that's going on. Okay, Joe Biden talked about last week about a new world order in one of those news press conferences. And you hear about a new world order. George W. Bush brought it up. The first Bush brought it up back in 1991. Bill Clinton's brought it up a few times. And I believe Obama has brought the New World Order up. Yeah, it's crazy. The New World Order. It's a bad idea. They want to do a great reset. Yeah, it's windy here. They want to do a great reset, so they want to go digital, and they want to give people a computer chip so they could have the currency. And that would be the mark of the beast. They're working on it. We're close to the time right now. Look what's going on. Everything. The New World Order. Look what's happened. First, the pandemic. Now, a war that's happening. Ukraine and Russia, that's like the next step. Yeah, it's all, everything that's been happening for the last 2 to 3 years is all by design. And it's been crazy. Gas prices are still going up. You still see food, the homeless. It's getting worse. And then another thing. This one world order, one world government. I heard people talk about it in the past. In the 90s, someone told me we're leading into a one world government. You can see it. You can see it happening right now. Yeah, when Joe Biden mentioned New World Order, it made my hair spike up. It gave me chills down my spine. Then, look what's going on. People's rights getting taken away, and nothing. Just bear with me, and you look what's going on. You just look. It seems like the middle class is getting squeezed. The poor people, nobody could afford anything. That's what's happening now. That's what's happening. So, yeah. And another thing, Biden is putting sanctions on Russia. All right? And the sanctions don't even work. Putin has money, all right? Putin has money stashed somewhere for his family, his kids, his friends, and he even has a yacht. This guy has money. The sanctions are not doing anything. They're not, it's crazy. Biden's not doing anything about it. He's just backing away. The sanctions, it's not hurting him. Putin has money to give to the oligarch and all these fucking morons. All his people that work with him, they have money stashed for a rainy day. Well, what's going on right now? It looks like the beginning of the New World Order. I'm not talking about the New World Order from WCW with Nash, and I'm not talking about those guys. I'm talking about the real New World Order. And I believe the Antichrist will show up soon enough. People are going to follow him. People are going to fall for everything. People Most people are not awake. They don't even see it. It amazes me. People are not awake. It's awful what's going on. We see this all the time. It's like something has to be done. It could take 10 years. It could take... I don't know if we have 10 years. I'm not sure. It's just a scary time that we live in right now. Yeah. Look, some people you trust, some people you don't trust. I don't trust our president. Biden's not our president. He's just a puppet. He's just a muppet. You might as well put, I don't know, maybe Kermit the Frog is president. Maybe he'll do a better job. That's what we got in there. And then what? And that's what they say. There is that. There is that. And yeah, it's just everything in Washington, all these clowns running everything. People better wake up. People better wake up. Look what's going on. People can't afford nothing. In about, I don't know, 6, maybe even 5 or 6 months from now, people are going to start losing their jobs. The economy's going to collapse again. It's just a scary time. And then, look at what happened. This January 6th committee, it's all fake. It's all political theater. Okay? Okay, they have the January 6th committee, but they don't have, these people that occupied, Seattle, Chaz, there's no Chaz committee. There's no people from, Minnesota when they had their riots. Portland, Oregon, all these riots they had with the BLM and Antifa. How come they don't have a committee for them? And they swept it all under the rug. But they say January 6th was a big thing, but everything's just a bunch of bullshit. Everything. And one day, all right, this is what's going to happen. When the boss comes back, Judgment Day, all these people that are on their high horse right now, these bad people, they are all going to get judged on Judgment Day. And they're not going to like the results. Steve from San Francisco, I am out. Hey, YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Friday, March 25th, 2022. And I'm here in California. You're wondering why. Probably I'm standing in front of a sign with the gas prices. All right, I've been watching Richie from Boston, the Next News Network, Tony at God Rules, Lisa Haven, I've been listening to those people, they talk about the gas prices. All right? They've been going up for a while now, for about 6 months maybe, and they claim we were supposed to have relief by March, and it isn't happening. They still keep on going up. You see? It's up 609 right now. Okay? And another thing is, you look, and they're blaming Russia on it. But the thing is, Joe Biden, he had, they've been talking about, I see on the Next News Network, he says they're going to go up, and it's Russia's fault. But I have a disagreement. It's all bullcrap, because as soon as he got in office, he ended up closing out the Keystone pipeline for the gas. It's Biden's fault. The gas prices are going up because of it. It has nothing to do with Russia. If it has something to do with Russia, why the American people, why are they suffering for it? We shouldn't be suffering. It's not, we have nothing to do with it. It's crazy. It's crazy. And look, I'm in California. Gavin Newsom. Okay. The gas taxes are high. It's over, like what I was saying, it's over $6 a gallon, and it's probably going to be over $7 pretty soon because of this. I'm all amped up right now. I took a pre-workout and I had 5 energy drinks today. So there's that. And I'm going to go back in my car right now. It's crazy. All this bullshit. All right, the gas prices are so high right now. And you look, rent's going up. Food's going up. Everything's going up. Except for our goddamn paychecks. And there's going to be more homeless people because of this. And if you look for an apartment, you need 3 times the amount of the rent. It seems like they want $6,000 for someone to make a month for the rent. It's a bunch of fucking bullshit. Biden, yeah, it's his fault from the beginning. As soon as he got in office, he closed the goddamn pipeline. Gases would have been low. Gas would have been low still if he didn't do that. God, gas used to be $2.30 a gallon. Yeah, this is bull crap. And look, inflation. Everything's going up, but people are not getting paid more. The pay's staying the same. People are not going to afford to go to work. People are not going to afford to go to hockey games, go anywhere. Not even for vacation because of this crap. Pretty soon, $10 a gallon for gas. I just filled up my car the other day, and it cost $60 to fill up a car. That is awful. That is goddamn awful. And the people that voted for Biden, they're part of the problem. They got him in there. You got your wish. Look what's happening. The supply chain. I'm angry. There's a lot of angry people out there. Nobody's doing nothing about it. Everything. You don't even know. I got twins on the way. Yeah, I'm gonna become a father, and look. People with families, they're gonna be struggling over this bull crap. People are gonna be stranded because of this. So, it's his doing. He says prices are going to go up. They're going to stay up. And it's Russia's fault. It's not Russia's fault. It's Biden's fault. It is. And Newsom's not doing anything about it. There's more homeless people in California who, all right, this recall was like a wrestling match, a fixed wrestling match. He is screwing everything up. And who wanted this jackass to stay in office? Look, everything. The economy's gonna fall apart because of this. The signs are there. There's a lot of upset people. Yeah. Everybody that's making money, now it's all going to food and gas. You're going to have a choice. Either feed your kids or pay rent. That's going to end up happening pretty soon. The way things are going. All right. That's all I get to say. Whoever, Biden and whoever, oh man, voted for him should be ashamed of themselves. This is Steve from San Francisco, and I am out. Hey YouTube, this is Steve from San Francisco. Today is Saturday, March 12th, 2022. I'm here in San Francisco at the Palace of Fine Arts. It's a beautiful place. A lot of history. And there's a few stories about it. It's a pretty neat place, the way they built it. Kind of reminds me of Rome, the way the structures are. And there's probably even a couple of ghost stories. In the future, I'm going to end up doing videos going to haunted places. Especially the ones in San Diego. A couple of months down the road. Interested in that. Paranormal stuff. Yeah, I just took a drive down here. It's a nice place. Here it is. Good to take a walk. Nice sunny day. And look at the water sprinkler system. just on the bridge about a month ago, and we seen this place, and it looks pretty neat. Like to go visit, and here I am. It's good to do something different for once. Different kinds of videos. So I just traveled down here, and it's a pretty good structure. Here we go. Wow. Looks like Rome. Gonna come down here, walk around. Yep, it's beautiful. And a structure right over here. A lot of places in San Francisco, they look pretty neat. There's going to be a couple of hotels or motels that I might do videos at. Possibly doing a investigation, paranormal. There's a lot of neat things in here. We were just at a museum that was haunted earlier today, the Museum of Fine Arts. But I didn't record in there. I didn't think they would like us to record, so I didn't do that. But here's the structure. Wow. There's a wedding in here, so don't want to disturb them. Yeah. The whole structure. This took many years to do. Wow. Pretty neat. This is the building that got my attention. Yeah, it kind of looks like the city of Rome. Nice pond here. Just in the middle of the city. Take a look. Somebody just sneezed. Okay. I believe they filmed a few movies here in the past. I guess somebody was talking. Sean Connery filmed. They filmed a movie towards the end one of his movies that was in this area, I believe, right here. Yeah, this is fascinating. Thank you.
We've been waiting for an approval.
All right, this is it. Just walking around. Oh, this is a neat structure. Yeah, I'm going to be doing a lot of videos. A lot of different type of videos. Less politics, less conspiracy stuff. I might do other things. Yeah, it's good to explore. Yeah, I just seen there's a wedding going on. Yep. So, this is it, just enjoying the day. This is Steve from San Francisco. I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Friday, March 11th, 2022. And this is the 2nd year anniversary when everything started getting shut down because of world events. I can remember that day. I was at work and there was sports on TV, the NBA, the NHL. They all had to shut down the business. They stopped playing and they shut down because of the pandemic. And a lot of things happened on March 11th. Donald Trump was, I remember, on the lawn of the White House, had a meeting with everybody, and he was saying that they're gonna slowly possibly close everything down and see what's going on. I can remember that day, and yeah, it's been a roller coaster ride ever since. They said it was going to be only temporary, only maybe a few weeks. Yeah, a lot of stuff happened before then. I can remember Bill Gates had a meeting, the 2.0, was a convention, October of 2019. They had a meeting in New York preparing for a pandemic. Is it 201? I remember it was in 201. Then it happened 4 months later. And you see what's going on. They shut everything down back then. Things, yeah, I'm gonna go through what happened for the past 2 years, the history, and what's going on today. Yeah, March 11th, they had a meeting. It was on television, and they talked about possibly shutting things down, like I said. It seems weird. 2 days later, Bill Gates resigned his position for his job where he worked, and he wanted to try to you know, concentrate on what's going on with the world. And 5 days later, they shut everything down. I remember going to the gym on the 16th. That was my last day of working out at the time. Then on St. Patrick's Day, I went back. They shut everything down. Certain stores, gyms, restaurants, everything just shut down except for the essential workers. And it got a little crazy. People were upset. And yeah, I was one of them. Had plans for this summer. Wanted to work out, get in shape. And people got upset. When they closed the gyms down. Ended up falling off the wagon a little bit. Getting Krispy Kreme donuts and beer, or ended up putting on a few pounds here and there, but look, it's just crazy. And they said 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks to flatten the curve, and they kept extending it. Yeah, look what's going on. Now, it went on for a few months after that. People try to go outside earlier. I heard stories about people getting arrested for just going to the park during the lockdown. There was some videos. People saying you have to stay home. And yeah, it went on 2 months. Then the mask thing came in. I think in mid-April. And people are still wearing them now. But yeah, it's been, people are still wearing them, and it's 2 years later. Then, okay, I'm gonna go backtrack a little bit. Then I went to May. Everybody thought everything was gonna open up again, but it didn't. The news, people were upset. Then Memorial Day that year, things happened. The Floyd thing, then there was protest over that. Things got out of hand. Then, yeah, they had riots and they were everywhere. The cities erupted. People were upset. I remember seeing it on certain news networks. Then, okay. Then it calmed down. There was no cases they were talking about. For COVID, there was no cases. Then, all of a sudden, they started canceling. They canceled the 4th of July fireworks, but they still had protests, but they didn't have the fireworks. Then you go on to August. August of that year, and things were still shut down. They tried to open things up in October. It was short-lived. They had the gyms open again for a little while. Certain stores, social distance. Then they had the election, the results of the election. Some people weren't happy. What's going on? Then it was 2021. Biden was in office. Then, yeah, things changed. The supply chain, gas prices, everything's gone up. Then now, people are getting the solution. And new variants came out all through the summer of 2021. Then we're heading to now, and the news nowadays, now we have, they claim the next step is Ukraine and Russia, and that's happening. And things are still crazy. I try not to watch the news. I try not to, but yeah, everything's just, it's frustrating. They're trying to, let me think, Mike. And look what's going on with Ukraine and Russia. That's on the news now, and less COVID stuff. And we're not sure if it's over yet. We're not sure what's going to happen. Like I was saying, it seems like it's all by design. Then look at you start seeing, like, you go outside, you see planes with the trails, or that's another topic. Yeah, look, everything now, like the shutdown, and they shut everything down, but everything's opened back up, but there's still a little bit of restrictions in some places. This should have been over. It should have been over. It's been 2 years. 2 years to the day they declared the pandemic. They say viruses die in the sunlight. Like flu viruses go out in the sun, or warm weather kills colds or viruses. It's supposed to. But cases pop up, supposedly. Even though it's summertime. Yeah, the way, and another thing is, the way things are being done. The supply chain, the economy, the gas prices. All right, gas. I seen it. It's almost $6 a gallon, probably heading up to $7. And All right, they want people to get electrical cars. But the average person can't afford an electrical car. Like an average Joe can't afford an electrical car. When is it going to be affordable to own an electrical car? Every time. All right, 5 years ago, I filled up my tank. It was $21 to fill it up. I filled my car up the other day, and it was $58 to fill up the car. All right? And work, people, businesses are not given raises to cover it. The cost of living. The average person is not going to afford anything. It's going to cost the average person $500 to fill up their car with gas. All right? And car repairs, the rent's going up, food's going up. It seems like we're getting squeezed. Like a python squeezing the middle class and the poor. Yeah. You work 40 hours a week, sometimes more, and you spend it all on food and gas and you know what? They hire these gas prices. And the supply, they're still out in the ocean, and it's a disaster. It's like this country and everywhere, they're being run by a bunch of Muppets. It's crazy. It all started 2 years ago. It's like a domino effect. One thing goes, and all the dominoes fall. Look at this. All right. It all started. All right. It closed everything down. Things got disturbed. People weren't making money. People are still suffering from it. All right. And you get a lot of these clowns running the show. All right. You got people like all right. I'll show you. People like this guy. Or maybe people like this. Or this guy. It seems like we're being run by this. These guys. But a bunch of Muppets. Yeah. Everything, the economy's getting destroyed. Prices are going up. But people's paychecks are staying the same. You're going to see more if this continues, you're going to see more people being homeless. You see it every day. I'm upset. I'm upset about it. People that I talk to are upset. Yeah. We're being run by a bunch of Muppets. It's crazy. Yeah, I watched Richie. He's been right on a few things. Some things that he says, he talked about stuff happening, and he's talked about stuff in 2018 that happened 2 years. He predicts stuff sometimes that his predictions come true. He said something's going to happen in 2020, and he was right, or about 80% of the stuff he says comes true. But yeah. All right. It's crazy. Sometimes it's 2 years later. 2022, it should have been, it's supposed to be a great year, but it doesn't seem it. It doesn't seem it. Yeah, look. First the pandemic, then the next step, is a war. As the Bible talks about wars, rumors of war. Well, we have to wait and see what happens. That's all I gotta say. All right? That's all I can think of right now. All right? Steve from San Francisco. Like, share, subscribe, or don't. I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Thursday, March 3rd, 2022, and that's debatable. Okay, the world events now that's happened in the last few years or couple of years, it's all by design leading in to the new world order. Okay, first you have the pandemic, then now you have rumors of war, wars, stuff that they talked about in the Bible, in the book of Revelations. You see what's going on right now with Ukraine, Russia. It's been crazy. Everything that's been happening, it's all by design. Pre-planned. It's been planned for years. And you see what's going on. You have an incompetent president, Joe Biden, that does nothing. Last week, he put in a new judge, a Supreme Court judge, at the wrong time when there's turmoil in Ukraine. He did it at the wrong time. He does nothing right. In the meantime, gas prices are going up. By the way, I was just filling up my tank in my car full of gas, and there was a sticker on the pump. Said Joe Biden pointed to the prices. He says, I did that. Yeah, somebody put a sticker up there. Yeah, look it. Gas is going up because of all of this. Food prices are going up because of this. And nobody could afford anything. People's paychecks are not even going up. And we're still having supply chain problems. Stores are running out of items. Yeah. And nothing's being done. People that voted for Biden, I don't know, he was installed in. Or people that voted for him or saying he's a good job, doing a good job, get some glasses. People that voted for him should be ashamed of themselves. He's done nothing right. Yeah, he's doing nothing right in this situation with Ukraine. Look at what happened in Afghanistan last summer when everybody left, and they left the equipment. They left the equipment back in Afghanistan. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. All this bull crap. Man, it's like his handlers, all of his handlers have to change his adult poopy diaper. That's how bad it is. He can't even do nothing right. He can't even remember anything. I remember he said, oh, what am I doing here? I'm not supposed to be here. Or he forget where he is, or what city he is in. It's like he should be at a bingo hall playing bingo, not being president. God, I never seen a disaster like it is right now. But it's all by design. Look at what the Bible says. Read Revelations chapter 13. And another thing, the currency, the computer chips, they'll probably be out by 2026. The mark of the beast technology. It's not the vaccine. It's a computer chip that's going to come out. Yeah. Everybody must get a computer chip. That's what the Bible claims. It's going to be a computer chip for the forehead or your right hand. That's not out yet. In my 47 years on this earth, everything's different than it was when I was growing up. It seems like everything that's good is bad now. Everything that's bad is good. It's all a part of the agenda. The New World Order is going to be here soon. The signs are here. War is the next step. You see it on TV. I don't watch news anymore. It just gets me upset. They lie. Everything's a lie now. Yeah, I'm telling you, Joe Biden's not a leader. Nope. We lost everything years ago. seems like we're slowly losing our rights. Yeah, I'm praying. We all have to pray. Like what MC Hammer says, we have to pray to make it today. It's true. Okay, I'm telling you. Right now, what's going on today, just read the Bible, Revelations, and you'll see what's going on today. I'm Steve from San Francisco. Like, share, subscribe, or don't. I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Friday, February 25th, 2022, and that's what they want us to believe. I've been going through Google, you know, those notifications, and a friend of mine gets them too, and I get them notifications once in a while. And I looked at one of the news things, Bill Gates saying that there'll be another pandemic happening, but it's close, but the time frame, it's probably within the next few years, it could be next year, it could be 5 years down the road, but we don't know. What I believe is what's going to happen, okay? There's going to be something happening with this next pandemic. It could either be worse, what he's trying to say, it could be worse than what's happened, or who knows. What I've been picturing, the worst case scenario, it could be worse. It could be something like Ebola. It could be a high fatality rate. That's what I was thinking of. But he thinks the next pandemic is going to be worse than what we ever had. Yeah. It's just like, I'm just picturing it. It could be something like I was saying, like Ebola, or something that we haven't seen before. That could be very dangerous. And it could be the real thing. And look what's going on. They claim the polar ice caps are melting. And if they melt, there could be diseases from the Arctic that could develop, make viruses, or we're cutting the rainforest down. It could be something from the jungles. They could spread that way. That was a train behind me. Man, that's a distraction. A lot of people here. So, it could be worse. It could it could happen probably I'm guessing, maybe within the next 4 years, I'm guessing. Maybe that's what he's talking about. I don't know. I didn't read the whole article. it will be something. What he's saying, it could be something worse. You never know. They could be in a lab. They could mix something up in a lab. They could do that. They can splice stuff. They could make all kinds of diseases, viruses, and put them in a canister. You could be outside, they could open it up, or there could be an accident and something could happen. It could spread and people would be getting sick. Yeah, that's another way viruses could spread. Is it gonna happen? We hope not. Is there a chance? Yes. We're not. There will be a pandemic, but another one, but we don't know when. Sylvia Brown predicted, okay, she was a psychic that was on the Montel Williams show, probably Maury a couple of times. She predicted a pandemic by 2020, and she was right. She's been wrong about a few other things, but she's saying they won't find a cure, but it will just disappear. Then it would come back later on. Could that be it? Could that be the next pandemic? Who knows? Who knows? That's just my thoughts on it. All right. Steve from San Francisco, and I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Saturday, February 12th, 2022. And right now, I'm near the San Francisco Golden Gate Bridge. Yeah, they filmed the Terminator movie here. Genesis, some of the parts. I believe that was up in this area. And there's a lot of forts here and a few haunted places here. And the Golden Gate Bridge, when that was built, they've had a lot of deaths here, and they claim some of the people that have perished on help building the bridge. Sometimes they claim they could still see the people. They're ghosts. And see a ghost is probably a neat experience. So I'm here walking around. It's a very nice area. The dock. There's Alcatraz. Alcatraz is over there. All right. That's a neat area. All right. Spend the day here. There's the bridge and the trails. And they have a few forts we're going to try to explore. It's pretty neat. You want to go walk around? All right. We're going to just go to the dock area for now. All right. I've been in this area for a couple of years. Yeah, we're in the fort area. There's the city of San Francisco. Just walking around. Now, there's a lot of history. For the next probably few weeks, we'll be looking at the haunted areas too. There's a couple of hotels. Yeah, this is the whole city right here. It's beautiful. It's a nice day. It's near Valentine's Day. All right, here's the city of San Francisco. There's Alcatraz. All right, we're gonna be taking a walk on the dock. Yeah, today I'm doing something different. Did a video last week about all these movies that predict what's going to happen, and one of them was Terminator Genesis, and they filmed it on the mountain area. You remember when they go into one of the forts, then they go underground, where they get all the weapons? It was up in those mountains on the movie. Now, this is a pretty neat area, the Bay Area, the city of San Francisco. Hey, this is my home. The bridge, the buildings. Good place to spend a couple of hours. All right. Yep, there's took a while to get here this morning. Oh,
Look, there's a dolphin. There are two dolphins.
a couple of seals.
Oh, there's seals?
Yep.
Look at that. They're just bobbing up and down.
I've just seen a couple of seals.
And they're waiting for someone to give them a fish.
Wow.
He's waiting for someone to drop a piece of fish.
That was unexpected. There's a couple of seals down there. Hope I can get that. I just have my cell phone. That's how I record. Yep, we're just on the dock here by the bay. All right. Sometimes I can see sharks out here. All right. We're just right across from Alcatraz. That's it. Here's Alcatraz. It's right behind me. It's way out there. It's a pretty neat place. Everybody's fishing, everybody's just having fun out here, out in the city. Think about walking on some of the trails. Yeah, I want to just show a different type of video today. That's about it. Something different. Yeah, explore places. Just to get out for once. This is it. Wow. There it is. Very hazy day. Kind of cool out. Wow. So we want to go for a walk? Ready? I'm just walking around. The trails are up there, right by the bridge. I should come down here more often. All right. We might end up going to a few more places, probably in San Diego, possibly the Whaley House. Maybe do an investigation over there. I'd like to start doing that. Investigate the paranormal maybe, or the stuff out there. I thought about doing that. And they claim the Golden Gate Bridge is haunted by the people that built it a long time ago. And a lot of movies were filmed here. They had Venom. They showed the Golden Gate Bridge. And they had a lot of earthquakes. I haven't felt the earthquake in a while. Probably since last year, though, might have been a small one. And there was one in October of 2019. I remember going to bed and everything was shaking. It felt like a subway car. All right. We're just gonna walk on the trail. Yeah. Oh, you can hear the seal over there. Nice area. All right. Do you want to go up? I'll show you. Yeah, the trails. Spend a day here. Just gonna walk up here. Beautiful area. Beautiful. Nice February day. up here? No? Alright. Yeah, well, a couple of buildings. This is it. Nice area. The trails. Is this that building with the fort? That's the fort. They're going towards the fort right now. Never been in there. I'm gonna see what it's all about. I should have, there's a ghost story about that fort. Yeah, it's right over here, right near the bridge, just right underneath it. Every couple of years, they paint the bridge. So they just, they constantly doing work on the bridge. And there's a lot of energy there. Lots to explore. Just walking towards it. That's a nice area. Just go in there and try to see what it's like. Try to investigate. Best time to, I would like to come here at night sometime. Do a video. It'll be better at night. And there's a lot of neat forts up there. I think there's one on the mountain. You can see, I can barely see it. There's a lot of cars parked up there. It's hard to find a parking spot. It's a nice area. The boats go in and out of the harbor, and it leads into the Pacific Ocean. I love the Pacific. It's much nicer up here, but the water is freezing. I hear stories about people jumping off the bridge, and it's very cold. They can get hypothermia in minutes being in the water. Wow. This is a good place to go. Never been inside this fort before. I heard about it, but I never researched the history on it. I'm going in there blind as a bat. It's a long walk. Nice. I'm curious to go in to see what it is. All right, we're heading towards it. Neat. Very neat. Amazing. Took many years to build this bridge. Beautiful. This is it. Okay, we're almost there. All right. Yeah, we're heading in there. It's okay. Yeah. Someone's asking to take a picture. Good tourist spot for everybody. Nice area. Man, I'm making a long video. Nice peaceful day. It's nice being out here. Spending our day. Well, beautiful area. Now, my wish a few years ago was to move to California. 2013. And I did. Wow. Close, very close. Wow. Yeah, it's not as cold as it was the last time I was here. Warmer than average. All right. Here's the fort. So we're going to try to get in. Pretty neat. Pretty neat here. All right. So this is it. We go in here. Beautiful. All right. Yeah, is it hot? Whew. Wow, it's nice. Okay, this is it. Beautiful. actually. I'll wait. You can go on. All right. This is nice. Nice area. All right. Okay. So this is it. This is the fort. I probably have to end this video. All right. I'll do a follow-up. This is Steve from San Francisco, and I am out. All right. This is it. This is the fort. The San Francisco fort. Right under the bridge. This is it. You can feel the energy here. The paranormal. Wow. See the American flag, you see the bridge. That's it. Go upstairs. It's pretty neat. Wow. Pretty neat experience being here. Yeah. Do you want to go walking? Yeah, this is this is the maps defending the gate. Queen Emma. Queen Emma. Okay. Right here. Where'd he go? Okay. Right here. Go around. Oh. There's a mannequin. I thought it was a real person. Wow. Yeah, they're having a show, a little show here in a little while. Okay. want to walk around? Okay. I think we go up here. Pretty neat place. This is it, just walking around. Historical sites. We're in the Bay Area. Good place to do. Good place to do a paranormal investigation. Wow. Right here. Oh. Pretty cool. A lot of history here. Buffalo, legacy of the Buffalo Soldiers. Wow, a lot of history. World War II. Yeah, I just want to do something different today. This is all history. Wow. This fort's a pretty neat place. Cool. Cool. Probably overworked on the bridge. It's a dangerous job. Pretty brave, and I'm scared to death of heights. I hate to be on tall buildings. Wow. All the people. It's pretty neat. Okay. Sorry. You can feel the energy. The past. Wow. Watch out. The hospitals. In 5 minutes. Okay. I have to end this. I have to end this in a couple of minutes because they're going to have a demonstration? History lesson about this place. All right. Okay. So I have to end this. Steve from San Francisco. I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Saturday, February 5th, 2022. And I can remember years ago, either in 2015, 2016, they were claiming a pandemic was coming back then. Yeah, I remember somebody saying the next president is going to deal with the pandemic. And yeah, it's already, the time happened. And there's some movies that predicted a pandemic. There's movies like The 12 Monkeys, but the pandemic was in 2017. And it was a TV show called The 12 Monkeys. And there was a movie, The 12 Monkeys, with Bruce Willis that came out in 1995. And it was a pandemic. Yeah, everything, this movie, the time frame was close. That happened. Most of the world perished because of this. And there's other movies. Resident Evil. Something happened. A virus escaped. There's plenty of other ones. Outbreak, that was old. That came out in 1994. Plus, they claim the solution. Other people claim the solution might have micro-robots. And look at Terminator Genesis, when John Connor had his victory in 2029, a guy came up and all of a sudden micro robots climbed all over him, and they claim that's happening. But yeah, you can't believe everything that you hear. I'm thinking about showing some clips of everything about all these videos or these movies talked about a virus escaping, like the 12 monkeys. Yeah, I believe accidents can happen in the lab and things could escape. That definitely happened. You could end up, they have these stuffs in labs. It's normal. They test stuff and they keep them in containers to keep them safe so they won't escape. If any of those containers, those glass containers, breaks, the virus can spread. Okay, if 3 people were in a lab working on something, if an accident happens and they get infected, and it could spread everywhere, and it could be a disaster. Yeah, I believe that might have happened. That's just my opinion. They handle things carefully, but accidents do happen. All right. I'm going to show you the 12 Monkeys. All right. The TV show. The movie was pretty good. It came out almost 27 years ago. On December 29th, 1995. It came out and was all about this virus that spread all through the world, and it took out most of the population. All right, the TV show, it was about this. He's a time traveler. He's trying to prevent everything from happening. So he goes back to the 90s or... No, 2015. Excuse me, it was 2015. He was from the year 2045. And he went back to 2015. Try to stop everything from happening. I'm going to put on a clip. All right? Here it is.
Most of what we know is pieced together from fragments. Only a fraction of the world's population survived. Our only option is to undo it. I'm going back into the past.
Do you believe in fate?
You ready to make history? I'll make it.
Remember, Mr. Cole, everyone you see is already dead.
I'm not gonna hurt you, Dr. Riley.
How do you know my name?
You gave me this mission.
I think you're from the future.
I know. It's hard to wrap your mind around. Not please. Where is the Frost? I remember meeting you in 1987, and you looked exactly the same. Why do I do that is so monumental that the laws of physics are broken?
Then if you stop him, how will you know if the future's changed?
I'll be erased. You know what they call that? Paradox. I don't know what the hell's going on here, Cass, but I know it's not all in your head. You believe me now?
I don't know what I believe. I have a lot of goddamn questions.
That's not possible.
How is that possible? You can't just kill someone. He's already dead.
Everybody is already dead. You are already dead.
I understand. That's okay. But you will.
Okay. Yeah, that show, I used to watch it all the time. So, yeah, this guy was sent back in time to save humanity because the guy he was following somebody that had the virus and he's going to release it at the airport. And he tried to stop it. Yeah. I used to watch it every week. Yeah, everything. He tried to prevent anything. He ended up, I guess, I don't remember the last episode. It was very vaguely. I think he did save everybody and prevented it. And there was plenty of other shows like that. I played Helix a couple of weeks ago, and they were in a lab up in the Arctic, and there was a guy infected, and everybody got infected, and they found a cure. Then the whole place just exploded at the last episode. The second season wasn't that good. They were on an island, probably in the Pacific somewhere, but that's how that ended. They didn't make a third season. The show was canceled after the second season. And there was another movie, Resident Evil. They had a blue, I think it was a blue canister, had this blue, I want to say, antidote. It turned everybody into zombies. About a month ago, I watched the new Resident Evil, but this took place September 30th, 1998, but this is all fiction. But yeah, that's what they ended up trying to evacuate the city, Raccoon City, on Resident Evil. I'm gonna pull up another video. All right. Make this. Yeah, this is it. It came out in November.
Hello? What's your name?
The hell happened here? The Umbrella Corporation's been experimenting on this town since we were kids. People are getting sick. We have to stop Umbrella.
Show me your hands.
The world needs to know what's really going on.
Get out of this town.
Resident Evil, welcome to Raccoon City. Rated R, exclusively in movie theaters.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm watching that, and I guess the town, something was going on with the town, and they got infected with something, and they eventually turned into zombies. The first scene, they were at a restaurant, and I guess the lady was one of the first that got infected. Then the next thing you know, the dog, there was a girl that ended up, something happened with the dog, and the guy that was driving the truck, he got bitten by the dog, and he ended up turning into a zombie. Then the truck, I guess the truck crashed somewhere, and everything blew up from there, and there was zombies everywhere. Yeah, there was plenty of other movies. Man, there's so many movies I could think of it's like a pandemic, but I can't think of them all. I guess The Walking Dead was caused by, those zombies were caused by dust from a meteor. This is all fiction, but everything seems all right. Helix, that was a virus. Another thing they talked about, micro robots. Those little robots, they claim the solution has micro robots and 5G. I don't, no. That's crazy. It kind of reminds me of Terminator Genesis. All right. There was a scene that John Connor, okay, they won the war in 2029. There was victory. Then all of a sudden, these micro robots went all over him, and he changed. I'm trying to find that scene. It's Terminator Genesis. It came out in 2015. Opening scenes. Yeah, Skynet. They have this thing called Skynet on Terminator. The T. Yeah, I'll probably play this clip. Probably 5 minutes long. All right, I'm gonna play it now. Oh, it's 2 minutes. Okay.
Burns 46 pounds in 2 weeks.
Yeah, and all this infomercials and stuff. Okay. Yeah. That was a clip of Terminator Genesis.
Dr. Lamb, a whistleblowing doctor from deep inside the glass industry, is breaking his code of silence. In November 2021, he leaked it.
Yeah, that was the scene. They had the victory, but I can't find the scene that the micro robots. Yeah, the micro robots going after John Connor. Looking for them now. Yeah, he's this thing's loud. Yeah, I'm looking around for it. Yeah, they had the victory, and all of a sudden they sent the original Terminator to 1984, where it all began. It was kind of a sequel into a prequel, I would like to say. Yeah, I'm trying to look for that. It came out in June 2015. So they went back in time to try to change everything. So that's what happened. The full movie trailer. I'm trying to look for it now. The whole trailer. Alright. Yeah, there was a scene that John Connor and somebody went up behind him and just grabbed him, and all of a sudden these micro robots went all over him, and next thing you know, he's not John Connor anymore. He's like a cyborg. Then they sent him to 2017, and everything. Then they started to go after his father, Kyle Reese, and try to prevent the war from happening, or have the machines win to change history. Yeah. And look at these movies. They predict stuff. You have all this technology now. They can make, Elon Musk's is making cyborg robots. We're coming up to that. Cyborg robots that look like people. Hey, it's happening. They said back in 1984, it was going to happen within 40 years. We're 38 years from 1984, and it's happening. Look at the cars now. Some of the cars could drive by themselves. Everything's being run by computers, like Skynet. There might be a real Skynet. Yeah, it's amazing. But yeah, like I was saying earlier, viruses, pandemics could easily be caused by an accident. An accident at a lab. That's all what it takes. One person makes a mistake, and it could affect the whole world. I think back in 2015, when they said there was a pandemic coming, I think they knew there was a chance of it happening, and it happened. All right. I guess this is all I have to talk about. I just put in some clips. I'm trying my best. I just have my cell phone. I'm gonna get another camera sometime. Update everything. All right. That's all I have to show you. And this is Steve from San Francisco. And my email is stevefromsanfran@yahoo.com. Or just leave a comment. All right. Thank you. All right. Like, share, subscribe, or don't. I am out. Hey, YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Tuesday, February 1st, 2022. I have a debate going on right now. The Mark of the Beast debate. I know there's been YouTube channels, other people saying the vaccine is the mark of the beast. I don't believe it is. It's not the mark of the beast. The mark of the beast will be a computer chip for your hand or your forehead. It's not a vaccine. Okay? I know, like, there's this other YouTube, he was on YouTube, he's saying, he knows a family that did take the vaccine because of their children, or they're having kids, and he says he doesn't know what to tell them. But a lot of good people took the vaccine. It's not the mark. It's not the mark of the beast. I have a debate on that. It's not even here yet. The Antichrist has to show up first before that happens. It hasn't happened yet. All right? I know people, I have family members that work in hospitals. I have a couple of family members. It was a wake-up call. They caught COVID. Yeah. And I have a sibling. She works in the hospital. She lost a friend that was 59 years old that had it. Okay. Yeah. And this really hits hard. I had a family member my sister's brother-in-law. Yeah, his 2-year-old daughter caught it and had a stroke or Bell's palsy. Okay? Yeah. And she was COVID positive. All right? That really hit me hard. Yeah, this people arguing that it is or isn't. It's not the mark. It's not even out yet. Yeah, I thought it was, but it isn't. It isn't. I have to eat crow on that. I make mistakes. We all do. Christians have disagreements. I'm telling you. This is the biggest debate I have right now. I'm speechless. I'm speechless. Family members, people close to me, and think of your kids, or if you have twins on the way, like, you gotta think of your kids first. See if they're healthy. The kids are the first thing. All right? You don't want them getting sick. You just have to keep an eye on them. All right? I guess that's all I have to say. This is Steve from San Francisco, and I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Friday, January 28th, 2022. I wasn't supposed to make a video today, but I am. There's something that I need to talk about. I've been struggling spiritually, religiously for the past about 3 weeks or the past month. There's been a lot of questions about the mark of the beast. A lot of people are coming up with different stuff what the mark of the beast is. The number 666. I'm very superstitious of that number, and that number, every time I see the number or hear about the number, it gives me the heebie-jeebies. And there's a lot of things going on. People claim the vaccine. There's other YouTubers claiming the vaccine's the mark of the beast. And I'm not saying if it is or not. And what I was taught a long time ago, the mark of the beast either goes on your right hand, a computer chip goes on your right hand, or your forehead. That's what they've been telling us for the past 30 years it would be. But a vaccine, I have a lot of questions about it. What's going on today? People that don't take it, people that do take it, it seems like they're divided. Families are dividing about it. People are breaking up over it. I don't know, they told me to take it because of do it for your kids if you're having kids. I've been struggling with this. It's because of my religious beliefs. People say if you take the solution, there's no unringing that bell. The other YouTubers, other people have been saying that. And yeah, a lot of people are thinking the vaccine's the mark of the beast. I have some debate on it, but I don't know. Taking a risk, all right, if a family member pushes you on taking it and your significant other, say if you're having kids, are telling you to take it, what if it is? What if it is and you take it and you're doing it for your kids, but it's a risk. It's a risk for your health, spiritual health. They're claiming there's no turning back. Yeah, that's what I've been hearing. And taking a risk, like if it is the mark of the beast, if you take it, the solution, and does that mean if you take it? This is the thing I'm worried about risking. I don't want to take it, and next thing you know, you're damned to hell. That's the thing that I'm worried about. Scared of going to hell. Everybody has that fear, the fear of judgment. The fear of Judgment Day. Everybody has that fear. So, for your family and everybody that's saying to take it, so you put your spiritual future, you're risking everything. You take it, and it's like taking the mark of the beast. They claim you're damned to go to hell. That's the scary part. And you're scared of, I want to know what I'm taking or any risk, health risks. I just want to know. I want to know what I'm putting in my body. That's it, too. I just want to know the ingredients, what it's going to do. That's all I want to know. But, yeah, I take supplements. I take bodybuilding supplements. I take pre-workouts. I've been taking that for years. I know what I'm putting in my body. But I don't know. I'm struggling these days with everything that's going on. Yeah, the Bible says the mark on the forehead or your right hand. That's the mark of the beast. But people say they have no doubt an injection's the mark. I listen to a lot of people saying that, but we don't even know. I'm a Christian, but I'm probably a worse Christian. I suck at being a Christian. I admit that. I'm not perfect. I have my flaws. I'm not a perfect person. I've made mistakes. I've done some things that I'm not proud of. I admit that. Things have been crazy. Yeah, I've been struggling with this. Yeah. People urge you to get it, and you see, on the highway, you see all the signs, the flashing lights on the signs that says, get your booster, get your vaccine. You see it everywhere. You see it in commercials, and you see it everywhere. But I'm just sick of talking about this. It's the same thing over and over again. I even have nightmares about everything for the past month. I think about Judgment Day a lot. What's gonna happen? It's scary times. There's a reason why we're in this time. There's a reason why God put us in this time. He gave us a mission. The only thing is to try to pass the mission to make it into heaven. Okay? Yeah. At the end of everything, the Christians are going to be on top. They're going to stand up in victory. And nothing's going to save us. The only thing that's going to save us, the only thing that's going to save us, he's up there. That's it. If you accept him, you're saved. If you accept Jesus Christ, he's the only thing that's going to save us. Not medications, not vaccines. It's him that's going to save us. He died for our sins. He died for us so we could have a good life up in heaven forever. That's it. Good Friday, he saved everybody that wants to be saved. That's the only thing that's going to save everybody, is him, Jesus Christ. And that's all I got to say, and I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Saturday, January 22nd, 2022. And I've been watching a little bit of videos on what's going on now with everything, what's going on with the, with Omicron and what's going on with the virus. And there was a show that popped up. It came out in 2014, but it ran for 2 seasons on the Sci-Fi Channel, and it was canceled in 2015. I've been watching some videos on it, and it kind of reminds me what's going on. This show, it took place up in the Arctic, and I think they developed something, and people ended up getting sick. It was an outbreak, like this black goo. The show was called Helix. It came out in 2014, and I have a clip from it. All right, it's right here. Okay. Yeah, it seems pretty interesting. I'll show it right now. It's coming up. Here it goes.
CDC field officers, you are embarking on a mission in the far corners of the earth. The stakes are as high as they can be. We drop the ball.
And I gotta rewind it again. I'm trying to get this. Okay, I'm gonna put it on again. All right, I'll set it up.
CDC field officers, you are embarking on a mission in the far corners of the earth. The stakes are as high as they can be. We drop the ball. Thousands dying. Primary goal is to identify this pathogen.
Cases about being paranoid dispatchers as well. How many people work here?
106 scientists from 35 countries. This thing doesn't kill, but it annihilates.
There's something else. I felt an ulcer to speed up.
I want to see my brother. What's it doing to him?
It's changing him.
Into what? The risk of this control base. We're not just breaking international law. We're screwing with the laws of nature. The virus is not our biggest problem.
Helix. 5 January.
Yeah, that show seems interesting. I remember watching it 8 years ago, but when I watched it, I probably fell asleep on some of the episodes back then. It seems interesting. It was a pathogen that escaped and it affected the whole crew. And the guy's brother ended up getting infected from it. And it turned people almost into monsters. Seems pretty good. It was a good show, but it only lasted for 2 seasons. I vaguely remember the second season. It kind of reminds me of what's going on. And I recommend, if you have a chance to see that show, take a look. All right, and I might do a follow-up to it later on in a couple of days, or there's some other shows that I'm looking at, or a couple of movies. All right, this is Steve from San Francisco, and I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Friday, January 14th, 2022. And I'm back home in California right now. I had that long trip. And there's some things that I've been noticing right now. I went to the airport and I noticed a lot of places are not taking cash anymore. It seems like we're moving, within the last couple of years, we're moving into a cashless society. And there's certain places, certain restaurants, like you go to like McDonald's, they don't have that many people working for them, only the ones that make food. And there's no cashiers, you just type in and you use your card to pay for it. They don't take cash. And there's many stores like that at the airport. And it's beginning to happen in many places. And this has been predicted for years. A cashless society. I can remember back in 1997, somebody mentioned we're going to be a cashless society someday. And I didn't believe them, but we're seeing it now. I've been looking online and found some videos and talking about a cashless society. Just take a look at this. I'm gonna put a video on. All right. Yeah, there's evidence. There's evidence now. It's happening fast. This cashless society. There's a lot of reasons for it. I'm not sure if it's a good idea or a bad idea. I'm gonna put it on. I'm gonna look. Wait a minute. I'm trying to figure this out. Who's this? I'm looking around this. Looking around. All right. Man, this computer's all... Alright. So Sweden, okay, here's that. Yeah, and another thing is, with this cashless society, they talked about it a few years ago. Money carries a germ. What's happened in the last couple of years, they're trying to make it more into a cashless society. They've been saying this for years, that money, you pass money around and you pass germs around through money. And this came up in a video about 2 years ago, before the pandemic started. I remember a Richie from Boston video, he mentioned money carries a germ. And they're gonna try to change everything so we don't have to use money anymore. Because, they're trying to get rid of it. Because of, the flu, like the flu. If someone has the flu and they give you money, or like they rub their face and touch the money, they can spread it, give the money to somebody else that could spread the germs. I remember my parents telling me when I was a kid, always wash your hands after handling money. And another thing on that video, Sweden, for currency, they're putting microchips in people's hands. And that gave me the heebie-jeebies. The Bible says you would get a chip in your right hand and a chip on your forehead. And I go, the beast system, the number of the beast. You can't buy or sell without it. That would be, yeah, the mark of the beast. They'll, like you go to work, if you have the chip, they'll give you credits for it. Somebody brought up 25 years ago, you would get credits. They were right. And yeah, I'm shocked at this. The computer chip on the right hand, they give you the computer chip for currency to buy stuff or buy or sell. But the mark on the head, the computer chip for the head hasn't come out yet. I go, wow. Everything in the Bible's coming true. That is scary. It's moving forward. You're seeing less people taking cash, more credit card purchases. Like with Capital One, back in 2018, 2019, they had a lot of data breaches. A lot of credit cards got hacked. That's high risk. Just look at everything what Sweden's doing, or the airports. You can't even, if you have cash, you can't even use it. They won't take it. I remember places 20 years ago, they accept cash only. And I'm gonna play another video, but all right.
We wanted speed. We wanted low transaction costs, and we wanted to.
Sorry about that.
Somewhere in the near future, physical money will become like these, relics of a different age. And will only be found in places like this. In other words, hard cash will disappear. It will become electronic, transferred by things like these. So what's the rush to get rid of cash? And what's the cost? Let's face it, money is cumbersome for consumers and banks.
To move the cash into print bills, to transport them in armored trucks, storage in different votes, you need to sort it and put it as well.
Operating in cash costs countries about 0.5% of their GDP every year. But cost isn't the only incentive to move towards a cashless future.
Demand is rising. From young generations are fast means of payments.
Digital payments aren't just easy, they're neat.
It becomes easier for governments to monitor tax evasion and fraud, so we will have less of that.
Having every single payment automatically recorded is efficient, but there's a downside.
Let's assume, for example, it's a country that used to be democratic, and are not paying too much attention to safeguard the privacy. They will try to infer from what you buy your political meaning. Generally speaking, just monitor what you do in ways that wish.
The ballot boxes are kept locked and sealed.
Living in a democratic country doesn't mean you shouldn't be concerned.
There are also worries that private companies now choose it's safe or that you might be back for that you
Electronic money trails can allow governments and private companies to access and harvest personal data. But there's another threat that's worrying banks: cyber attacks.
It was a high-tech bank robbery. Capital One is suffering a massive hack attack involving
100 million
Okay.
customers.
Yeah. That's the disadvantage of it. Hackers. Credit cards getting hacked. That's been going on for years. Yeah, the other things, Venmo, PayPal. You're going to see more of that being used. It's being used now. I believe within the next, I don't know, 6 years, you're not going to see cash anymore. That's just my opinion. But I could be right about that. Yeah, I'm surprised. They talk about this in 2014, 2012. Like all these fast food restaurants, they've been asking for $15 an hour. I remember them talking about that, and they got it. But there's a downside to that. More money, so they put more stuff in and less workers. That's what you're seeing now. They're getting their $15 an hour, but less workers. But they're having computers take your order, and you need a credit card or a debit card to purchase it. And it seems like we're moving into that system. But the thing, yeah, like I said earlier, the computer chip, that gave me the heebie-jeebies. That's wrong. It's wrong. The beast system. That's what it seems like. All right. That's all I got. We are heading to those days, the cashless society, and there's going to be people that want to carry cash, but they can't spend it. That's all I have to say. All right, just leave a comment, and my email address is Steve from San Fran at yahoo.com, and that's all I gotta say, and I am out. Hey YouTube, this is Steve from San Francisco. Today is Friday, January 7th, 2022. Yeah, I've been listening to other YouTube channels and I'm sick of hearing about the news, like what went on a year ago. Whatever happens, it fits their narrative. Everything that's gone on, I'm just sick of hearing about it. It's all, whatever's happened, it's all by design, in my book. And I had a former friend criticizing some of my videos, and I like to say this to this person. We were friends at one point, and there's one thing I have to say. At least I'm trying to do videos. Okay? At least I'm trying. I'm at least look at what's going on with the world now. I'm going to be back in California in a couple of days. And see, we're in a snowstorm right now. And just look at everything. Things have been amping up. On the news, they're not talking about certain things, and they bring up stuff, what happened last year, but they don't talk about the stuff that happened in the summer of 2020. They're not talking about that. What happened in Wisconsin, Seattle, in that group Chaz. They don't bring that up, but they bring up what happened a year ago. And I hate listening to the mainstream media. I hate it. I think the mainstream media sucks. Okay? And nowadays, people look for a savior. There's nobody that's going to save anybody except for one person. Joe Biden's not going to save anybody. Certainly Donald Trump's not going to save everybody. No, there's only one person that's going to save everybody, and it's Jesus Christ himself. That's it. That's all. Jesus is going to save everybody. That's all we need. Everybody should just pray. It's not going to be anything else. I guess that's all I have to say. Steve from San Francisco, and I am out. Hey YouTube, this is Steve from San Francisco. Today is Tuesday, January 4th, 2022. And I've been watching videos and talking to friends about what's going on. And I'm amazed with a lot of stuff that came up. I was watching a Richie from Boston video a few days ago, and they're coming up with words from Delta and Omicron. All right, Richie from Boston came up with a word out of Omicron. He mixed all the words up, and it came up to moronic. And I go, wow. Wow, moronic. It almost sounds like a Three Stooges episode with Moronica, when the Three Stooges were rulers of a country, and they were like dictators. It seems like what's going on right now with everything. And yeah, moronic. That's what it seems like. And another friend, a very good friend of mine that I've known for over 30 years, I visited last week. And she ended up putting Delta and Omicron, 2 words, all right? She descrambled these words. She crossed them out, and there was a word that came up out of it. Yeah, and I seen it on Facebook too, and they put words together from Delta and Omicron, and the other was media control. I go, wow. Yeah. I go, this is amazing. Media control. That's all you see now. And it's crazy. I was shocked. Yeah, look what's going on. You see it on CNN, you see it on MSNBC. Then, yeah, I watched these other videos, and this sounds crazy. This was last year. It says, Joe Biden says he's going, his first words when he first became president, I'm going to shut down the virus. It reminds me of this. It reminds me of a football game. It kind of reminds me, okay, Joe Biden's the quarterback. He kind of reminds me of Kurt Warner of 20 years ago playing against the Patriots in the Super Bowl, and Willie McGinnis sacked Kurt Warner. It's almost like the virus is Willie McGinnis and Biden's the quarterback, and the virus sacks Joe Biden. It looks like now, it looks like Biden got sacked by the virus. It's 2022 and this is still going on. Now, media control and moronic. Those are the two words that came up for it. Yeah. And there's been other things going on right now. Some people are getting forced by their family. Okay. We're not sure if this vaccine, I've been listening to videos. Some people claim it's the mark of the beast or a prelude to it. Who knows if it's the mark of the beast? Who knows? I'm not consenting. I'm not going to conform to this. Yeah. The mark of the beast, 666. Some people say it is. I don't even know. This is scary stuff people are talking about. I'm scared. I see some families breaking up over this, about getting the jab. I know this one guy, okay? All right, he's expecting kids. Girlfriend's pregnant with kids. And he got a message. He's been struggling with this for about 10 days now, saying if he doesn't get the solution, they won't be together and he won't be able to see his kids. All because of this. Who knows? Risking your eternal soul to stay together. It's just, yeah, this is a spiritual battle we're going through right now, too. Battle for people's souls. Who knows if you take it? Oh, things will be good now. You'll be happy if you take it. Then, at the end of your lifetime, when Judgment Day comes, oh, You took it, you can't go to heaven because of it. That's what gives me the heebie-jeebies about this. Kids come up. Friendships end because of this. Families end because of this. People listen to the news. I'm a Christian, and my goal is to get up to heaven at the end of my life. And a lot of people think us Christians are crazy. We see things. Look, we will not consent. We will not. This has been going on for 2 years. Too long. It's 2022, and this is still going on. This year started out, it's really, really quiet and strange. Just look around. If you shut off your TV set, if you shut everything off, shut off social media, everything's all right. Just don't watch the boob tube anymore. That's what I call it, the boob tube. Just don't pay attention to it. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. Everything what they come up with. Oh, things are getting better, then they get worse. I just don't know what to say anymore. We're living in scary times. I admit I'm scared. I am scared. First time in years, I'm scared. I'm scared for everybody. Everybody around me. My friends, my family, I'm scared. I'm scared for them. I even been having nightmares the past few days about everything that's going on. I don't even want to think about what the spring and summer's going to be like now. I'm going to be back in California within a week. I don't know what's going to happen when I get back over there. I don't even know. Yeah, look at all the words. Delta, like I said earlier, Delta and Omicron. Media control. That's what it seems like. And Moranica, the Three Stooges episode. You see? That's what's going on today. We will not consent. Steve from San Francisco. My email is stevefromsanfran@yahoo.com. Just leave a comment. All right? I'm just afraid. Yeah, I'm scared. I'm scared of what's going on. That's how the ball bounces. I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Saturday, January 1st, 2022. And I would like to wish everybody Happy New Year. Okay, I've been noticing there's been movies, there's been, especially on Netflix, TV shows, and some music predicts what's going to happen in the future. And some of the things that happen in these movies or lyrics in a song came true. Okay? There was a movie that came out on Netflix this past week about an asteroid. And it came and it destroyed Earth. It was called Don't Look Up. And supposedly next October, this is what I heard from Tony on God Rules, another YouTube channel. They're predicting an asteroid passing by Earth about a mile, probably about a couple of miles. And it's going to pass Earth right in October of this year. And there's other few things that are going to be happening. And other TV shows. Yeah, about the asteroid, I watched that movie, and they discovered it 6 months later. They tried to prepare. Everything didn't work. And it was a terrible ending. It was a terrible ending, but it was an okay movie. Yeah, there's another movie, but I don't recommend watching, is South Park. The new South Park movie. That was awful. That was an awful movie. The end of it was beyond COVID, when COVID ended. Yeah, I didn't like that one. That was horrible. Other movies, Extinction. That was out in 2018. They had an alien invasion from Mars, but it was the humans moved to Mars, and all that was left on Earth was AI, robots. And it was a war between the robots and the humans that were on Mars, and they made the humans look like aliens. Yeah. Strange. But strange times, alien invasions. Ever since the pandemic started, 2 years ago, there have been more UFO sightings. Go figure. There's a TV shows from Amazon, Man in a High Castle. That's another one. Wow. I must be getting out of shape. Yeah, Man in a High Castle, it's almost like science fiction. It's a world where Germany and Japan won World War II. It's the opposite history. And the stuff that's going on in that series seems like what's going on nowadays. Yeah, I see what I'm getting at? And some Twilight Zone episodes. Well, it feels like we are living in the Twilight Zone. It feels like we're living in an alternate reality, an alternate time. It feels like there's another place where everything's normal. People are being nice to each other. There's no pandemic, there's no nothing. Like a world that is the same time, but totally different, totally opposite what it is now. Now you see people don't get friends breaking up, relationships breaking up over everything. I don't like talking about that. I'm a Christian. I'm a born-again Christian. And I'm shocked to seeing what's going on right now. Yeah, I believe everything's been like movies, like I was saying, TV shows. Every one of them that I mentioned, Don't Look Up, Man in High Castle, Extinction. It seems like it's all a plan. I may sound like a conspiracy theorist. I've been right on my podcast last year. Music now. There was a band that I've been listening to for about 30 years, Dream Theater. Their albums, Images and Words, that song Pull Me Under, that came out 30 years ago. And it looked like in the video a guy was possessed. It was a weird video. Couple of other albums they had about aliens, extraterrestrials. See, that's coming up. They're finding stuff out about UFOs. There's a band called UFO back in the 70s. Another album from Dream Theater talked about AI, robots, and there was a video with robots in it that recently came out a few years ago. Dream Theater is like a progressive band. Some say Masonic. They have good music. They do. They have a good lead singer, James LeBrie. Been a big fan growing up, and they're still going on now. Listen to their music. Things that they said, things that they were singing about 30 years ago are coming out now. It's amazing. It's amazing now. Yeah, I've been back here in Massachusetts for the past 2 weeks. And I haven't seen the sun at all since I've been back. I'm so used to the California weather. Wow, it's out here. I'm out here and it's drizzling out a little bit of rain. Yeah, just think everything that I said, the movies, TV shows, just think about it. It's 2022, everything's coming true. Everything they said 10 years ago is coming true. But you remember 2012? They said the world was going to end. Harold Camping. December 21st, 2012. Nah, we're still here. We're still here. So, yeah, it's been a weird time. I'm out here just walking around, just enjoying everything. I'll be back in California in about 9 days. Somebody's out here looking for their dog. Yeah, just watch those movies. Listen to some of their music. You'll see. Everything lines up. All right. Steve from San Francisco. My email address is stevefromstfran@yahoo.com. Just leave a comment on my video. I'm unscripted. I don't even have my laptop with me all week. Yeah, Steve from San Francisco, and I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Friday, December 31st, 2021, and it's New Year's Eve. And I've been looking stuff up. I don't have my computer with me, but you get the idea. The Mandela effect and the stuff that's going on today. Yeah. It's like that movie, The Mandela Effect. A lot of changes that happen. Like, look, the past 2 years, it's been crazy. It's like, I looked up months back at CERN and the D-Wave quantum computers. I talked about that in the past. I believe something happened. I believe something happened a couple of years ago. It's even movies that came out within the past 5 or 6 years. There was one called Cloverfield Paradox, when they're up in space and they open up a portal and something happens, the Earth disappears, and they had to go and search for the Earth, and they come back and it was like a different Earth, a different dimension, and a different quantum reality. That's what it feels like what happened in 2020. And now it's almost 2022. I believe something happened back in January 2020. Something might have been opened up that changed everything. That's just my opinion. I can remember I was at the airport January 7th, 2020. I was at the Salt Lake City airport watching a YouTube video of Richie from Boston, and he had a podcast saying, he was talking about Bill Gates and MIT, and he mentioned about having them pull a pandemic, and it happened before, and on that day, I believe something happened. I had a funny feeling on that day flying back home that something was going to happen, and it did. On January 7th, 2020. In my opinion, I believe something was opened, possibly a portal. They have the technology to do it, the quantum computers. Something might have happened, and it screwed everything up. That's probably why everybody's changed. It feels like we're in a different reality. The people are different. It feels like a different planet than it was in 2019, 2018. It seems crazy. And there's other movies. There's other movies that have been on Netflix. Contagion and zombie movies. Yeah. It's something that doesn't seem right. Then I watched a few other Richard from Boston videos yesterday. He said it was exactly January 7th, 2020, and it was I seen it at the airport. And flying to Oakland that day, something didn't seem right when I was looking through the window at Oakland that day. Then 2 months later, everything broke out. And it kind of brings me back to the Cloverfield movie. It's like a portal was open, and it's like a different world. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's my opinion, but it seems crazy, but you never could tell these days. I've been looking at other Richie from Boston videos, and there were videos from 9 months ago he pulled up on Richie from Boston TV. They had Joe Biden talk about, it was March 29th, he was talking about the pandemic. It's almost over. Cases are dropping. It was like that last spring. Everybody was getting the solution, and nobody was getting sick anymore. And they were opening things up, and they had a normal 4th of July. Yeah, things were turning back to normal. People stopped wearing face coverings, wearing masks, and some people still wore them. Then things came up. Variants, the Delta. There was another one, the Mu variant, and now the Omicron, and yeah. But 9 months ago, they said everything was getting better. But you look at the news now, it's the opposite what they said 9 months ago. This feels like the Mandela effect. It does. From 9 months ago till now, things have changed. It seems like things are getting worse than better. It seems like it's all by design. People are more divided while we should be together. You can't go anywhere. Sometimes you can't go into a person's apartment. If you don't have the solution, they won't let you in. They won't let you into a restaurant. Where are the people's rights as Americans? It's going to be 2022. It seems like it's not going to get back to normal anytime soon. Yeah, it just, I seen some friendships break up over it. I see relationships break up over this. And you know what? From what they were saying 9 months ago, isn't this supposed to be over already? Over and done with? Can't people go on to their regular lives? Yeah, it's New Year's. People should be partying. I think you're gonna see more fear. They call it fear porn. You're gonna see more fear on television for the next 6 months, or maybe even longer. How long are they gonna go with this? Maybe things will get better, maybe within the next 2 to 3 weeks. Oh, man. Yeah. I don't know. I'm thinking about this over and over again and watching those videos. Is this the Mandela effect or not? Was something opened? You never know what these D-wave quantum computers could do. What they could, where they can go, it's probably cold, or you never know what you can let in. Like they said in the movie Cloverfield Paradox, they could see they're up in space. They can open up a portal in space and there could be demons. You can unlock anything. You can let demons in, for God's sakes. They don't even know what they're messing with. Anything. You can bring anything in. You don't know who you're talking to or who you're contacting with. It's dangerous. It's very scary. Yeah, something could come out, but it probably won't show itself for years Probably doesn't show itself now. It'll probably be years from now. It seems like science fiction from 20 years ago is our reality now. Like these self-driving, I just seen a thing with self-driving trailer trucks yesterday. Yeah, they have trucks. I believe they're gonna take people's jobs, truckers' jobs away. I thought that was the future. So they're gonna have trucks drive and deliver stuff. Trucks that could drive by themselves. You never know. They could get corrupted and they can do stuff. You never know. I guess all these quantum computers or like CERN open up portals. It's like that Rolling Stones song, "You're playing with fire." Yeah, you remember that Rolling Stones song? "Play with me, you're playing with fire." You remember? That's an old song, but I listened to that song and the other day, it's true. You don't want to play with fire. You have to be safe. That's it. God. I can't believe it. 9 months ago, they said everything was going to be back to normal. And 2022 was going to be normal. 2022 is supposed to be the prosperous year, where everybody should be prospering. Not being sick, everybody being better, everybody working again. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be. 2022 should be the best year. 2021 was supposed to be the rebuilding year. But it doesn't look that way. People need to wake up. We have to get back and prosper again. Yeah. All right. I guess that's all I have to say. Steve from San Francisco. My Yahoo account is Steve from San Fran at yahoo.com. Drop me a message or just leave me a comment. Like, share, subscribe, or don't. I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Wednesday, December 29th, 2021. And you remember the days that social media, such as Facebook and Instagram and all the other platforms, it used to be cool. They used to have people, if they're making cookies or if they're baking a cake for the holidays or a birthday party, they send pictures of it, or their kid's baseball game, or wrestling videos for indie wrestling, and all that other stuff. Yeah, family pictures, or people from high school. Used to reach out for people from high school, the yearbook. But now social media is all about, I see it every day. It's a bunch of fucking bullshit. It's all politics now. Trump, Biden. I'm just sick of it. It's gotten out of hand. Yeah, it's the same thing. There never used to be politics 10 years ago on Facebook or Instagram. That's all you see. It's just a bunch of garbage. And you hear stuff about the coronavirus and everything. It goes on. And it's all a bunch. I'm sick of hearing the same thing all the time. When is this going to end? When is it? And people fighting. You see riots break out. They show that on Facebook. They show all the fucking bullshit that goes on in the world. Yeah, it's horrible. And now you see people losing their friendships or their relationship because they never received the solution. The solution for what's going on. It's a bunch of bull crap. What you see now. Yeah. People in relationships are breaking up over nothing. Nothing. People are getting segregated if you get the jab or not. And it's wrong. Friendships. I see long-time friendships end over politics. All this bullshit. Ten years ago, it wasn't like that. This started, I don't know, within the last 2 to 3 years. People have gotten crazier since the pandemic started. There's more mental illness now. There's more alcoholism. The crime rate went up because of what's going on. Everybody should be upset. I'm upset. Tired. Very tired of this. That's all you see. You see all the evil in the world. There's nothing godly anymore. It seems like it's gone. Everything, everything just turned to crap. All this social media. It's awful. It needs to be cleaned up. It has. I'm speechless. Like, the summer of 2020, you had all these riots. You had all these buildings getting burned down in Portland, in Washington State, in Minnesota. All they talk about is January 6th. They don't bring that up with Antifa and BLM. All those buildings getting burned. They don't talk about that. But It's like it's been wiped off, and nobody talks about it anymore. Yeah, these people, this group Antifa, they wear masks and they hide their identities. Whoever hides their identity from making a video or being out in public throwing stuff, whoever's hiding their identity, they're a bunch of cowards. That's all they are. They are cowards. And you got LeBron James and his crew, his team, kneeling for the national anthem. Back then, give me a break. He won all those championships, but LeBron James is a loser. He can win out on the basketball field or the basketball court, but he's a loser in real life. He kneels for the national anthem. That is wrong. If you kneel for the national anthem, you move out of this country. Only losers kneel for the national anthem. They told me, if you don't stand for the national anthem, when I was a kid, you get your butt whipped. That's what they told me. You stand for the national anthem. You respect the American flag, and you respect all the veterans that fought for our country. Whoever kneels for the national anthem, that's a slap in the face to all the veterans out there. They fought for our freedoms ever since the first war in the 1600s. Yeah, that's all you see now. 2022 will be a positive year for everybody. It will be. Things will be totally normal. I predict by April. April 2022. It's going to be normal everywhere. Yeah, this light. Yeah, it's things are gonna get better. They have to. I can't see anything getting worse. All right. This is Steve from San Francisco, from Springfield, Massachusetts. I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Tuesday, December 28th, 2021. And I'm here in Cornwall, Connecticut. And we're in, supposedly this is the entrance to Dudleytown. Oh, yeah, it's been foggy here and rainy. It's kind of a bad day to go. Yeah, I'm here. And yeah, there's no trespass signs. And that's the gate to go in. Looks like someone left their shoes. All right, I'm gonna just be quick. Yeah, just go right in. You see? Claim there's a lot of, I'm doing something different today. Not conspiracy theory or nothing like that. I'm risking everything. I'm here. It says no trespassing and a lot of history here. Dudleytown, Connecticut. Yeah, I'm just gonna go. This is it. Right. Yeah. Just here and Oh, mud everywhere. This is it, just goes. This is it, look. So this is what's left of the town. A lot of stories. A lot of ghost activity, supposedly. It's one of the most haunted places on Earth. Let me just go in for a little bit. Yeah, I'm risking a lot. Yeah, I came here at the wrong time of the year. This is it. I'll just walk in for a little bit. Yeah, I'm not going to go too far. No parking. Yeah, this is one of my spots that I wanted to go, but I don't want to stay too long. This is the entrance. But they wouldn't. Yeah, it's. There's a kind of a weird feeling about this place. I'm telling you, I came here in the wrong time of the year. Yeah, someone left their shoes. Tickets. No parking anytime, either side roads or off roads. Yeah. So this must be it. I should have came here with somebody. I'm here by myself. Private property. It's a very creepy place. I'm getting a creepy feeling out of it. Private property, no trespassing anytime. Just heard something. Yeah. So these guys, they about 5 years ago, they came here. I saw the video. I commented on their page, but just want to go in here for a little bit. You never know. You never know. You never know. You never know. This is it. All the stone walls. I'm risking everything. I traveled all the way from California to... I looked online. ever since I walked in here, I got a little bit of a headache. That's about it. This is it. Dudley Town. Just go a little bit. Okay. It looks a little. Yeah, this is it. I had a little bit of a headache today. It's so cold out here. All right, I should get going because I'm risking everything. I gotta get out of here. Oh my God. Yeah. I should get a team to come in. Oh man. Yeah. This is it. So this is the entrance. I'm not going to go all the way in there. Yeah, this place is being watched closely. All right. This is it. No trespassing. Just get a little strange feeling about it. That's about it. Yeah. A lot of stories about this place. It's cold. I'm gonna just step in the car. So just a second. You never know. We gotta be prepared. The authorities show up here. Something must have happened here. It was abandoned in the 1920s. The stories are people lived here, but they started going crazy. They started killing each other because maybe there might be people went crazy. Maybe there's lead here or something happened. I'm just getting an eerie feeling. But I came here in the wrong time of the year. It's late December. So this is it. The door's just locked on its own. Yeah, I just went in. Just looking out. Yeah, somebody's bound to come up here. All right. This is all I'm gonna do. All right. This is Steve from San Francisco, and I am out. Hey, YouTube. It's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Monday, December 27th, 2021. and it's my birthday. I'm right in Salem, Massachusetts right now, right in the Common. There's the witch house, the witch museum. Yep. There's a Christmas tree. Yeah, I'm right in Salem, and I'm right in Richie from Boston's backyard. He lives in the next town over in Lynn, Massachusetts. Yeah, Richie from Boston, he's the one that I followed since August 2017, and I watched his videos. He's the one that inspired me to do videos. So I started watching him, see what he has to say. Then I started doing research, like what he does, on what's going on. Everything that he said in the last, 5-6 years has come true. Like what's going on now. Yeah. What he talked about, chemtrails with the airplanes. We see that every day here in Massachusetts. Even in California, it happens. And other things, like CERN. He talks about CERN. He talks about D-Wave. And things that he said were interesting. Very interesting. And I've been following, just been following what he says, or try to pass on the truth. Just do research. He does. I've seen most of his videos, but I haven't seen any of his early videos from 10, 12 years ago. But I've seen some between 2000, I think he showed from 2013, the Georgia Guidestones. It's very fascinating. And that's why I followed him, and that's why I started doing YouTube videos. So I'm here in Salem just walking around, and I lived here about 12 years ago. I looked at everything around. The Common. Yeah, just the feeling that I'm back in the area. It feels pretty good. Possibly seeing some old friends. We used to run wrestling shows years back. Yeah, we had Joe, and we had that Grand Pro Wrestling at the time. Memories. Ever since I started walking around, I've been getting flashbacks of the past. Yep, I moved to California within the last 3 years. Wow. Yeah, I'm happy doing YouTube videos. There's some good things about it. There's some bad things about it. I'm hoping for 2022 that they're done with this pandemic. Things will get back to totally normal. I'm hoping. All right. People say this is going to go on. Even I said it was going to go on till 2023. I'm hoping by April this thing would be over. I'm just hoping for it. So I'm going to meet up with a friend later on. And I haven't seen him in about, I don't know, 12 years. It's been about 12 years. And time flies. I just had my birthday today. Yep. Yeah, just making a short video. Enjoying everything. The scenery here in Salem. Maybe do some shopping. Have lunch. Just take it easy for the day. Then I'm going to record, hopefully tomorrow, I'm taking a trip possibly to Connecticut. I will let you know when I'm there. I'll make a video. All right. Steve from San Francisco, and I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Thursday, December 23rd, 2021. And there's something that I need to talk about. It's Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030. And it equals the New World Order. You see everything playing out right now. What's happening with the world today. And you see it, how things are playing out. I can remember this happened. This is when I was in high school. Back in 1991. George Bush Sr., the first Bush that was in the White House. I believe it's George Herbert Walker Bush, yeah, it was the first one, Sr. He mentioned, I played this over and over again, he mentioned New World Order on one of the videos. And it kind of made me think what's going on now. How everything is. With all the mandates, all the restrictions. In my opinion, I believe he had an idea back then stuff was going to happen. That's just my opinion. Then another thing, I can remember in 2014, they talked about ending poverty by 2030. And I remember commercials. It's very vague. It's very vaguely that I remember this. There was commercials talking about ending poverty by 2030. And they might have had a concert or a fundraiser to get rid of poverty by 2030. I think it was like a 16-year plan, but I believe it was a agenda, maybe even a trap. I just heard about it vaguely I just heard about it back then, and I don't remember exactly what it was, but I remember hearing them saying something about it. And look what's going on now. A reset. Agenda. We heard about Agenda 2021 for the past, 8 years now. Agenda 2030 for the past 5 or 6 years. And it's playing out. It seems like all of our rights, we're slowly losing them. But we're slowly losing them years ago. It's a slow process. Look what's going on. It's been almost 2 years. In California, you can't even go in the store, or some places in Massachusetts are going to a store. I'm in Worcester today, Worcester, Massachusetts. You can't even go sometimes in a grocery store without a face covering, or there's mandates in some places, and there's mandates in some places, and there's mandates, and there's not mandates in certain places. Don't mind me, I didn't have much sleep. So you can see what's going on. It's a different vibe than it was 2 years ago. It was more fun back then. Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen within the next year? I just hope, this is wishful thinking, but I don't think all the restrictions and all the mandates are going to go away. But I'm hoping for everything to be back to normal, and all the mandates and everything will be behind us, possibly, maybe by April. Hopefully by April and May. That's what we're hoping for. Agenda 2030. You could see it rolling out right before our eyes. There's been changes, a lot of changes right now. And plus, what they talked about in the past, the New World Order. It's all in the Bible. A one world government. A one world order. A one world currency. It seems like, when you look back to the last 30 years, it seems like it's leading to that. We're leading to that time. I believe everything was planned years in advance. You get the right people in place, and they are on the same side, they're making it happen. And I just don't like what's going on. Nobody does. Look, we have who's running the country now. Yeah, mandate after mandates, restrictions after restrictions. Like I said, this should have been over back in May 2020. Yeah. 6 weeks. This should have been done 6 weeks after everything was shut down. All you see is fear. People are afraid. Some people are afraid to go outside. I see people with glass face shields on. I go, what is this world coming to? You didn't see this 3 years ago. No. Not even 2 years ago. Man, I'm telling you, the world has gotten crazy. Yeah. Oh, man. This is never going to end. What I said before, this is going to be going on, like my podcast. This is going to be going on from 2022 to 2023. It's Christmas time, and it doesn't feel like Christmas at all. Just hope for the best and pray to God. All right? Steve from San Francisco. My email is stevefromsanfran@yahoo.com. Just leave a comment. Just leave a comment on my comment section. All right? Steve from San Francisco, and I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Wednesday, December 22nd, 2021, and that's what they want us to believe. I've been back here for about 5 days now. I kind of went out yesterday, looking around, and yeah, I noticed a lot of changes. I'm in Zoc Park in Chicopee. I used to come here a lot when I lived here. And I notice there's a lot of creepy things going on, or I like to say wonky, what's going on with everything. And yeah, I've been going through the towns. I noticed they've been adding more street lights. They redid the roads going through the towns, like my old hometown. And I've been noticing a lot of things for the past few days. And some things are kind of creepy. I notice the media's been pushing this, what's going on. People, you go to my old college, where I went to college. There's lines full of cars for testing. Things been really weird. Then look at what's happened in the last, I don't know, month and a half. We had the COVID wasn't even in the news media. You had the Rittenhouse trial, or the Jussie Smollett trial, that was going on in October, November, and they talked about that. But COVID was in the back burner at the time. They didn't say anything about cases. But now, when that trial ended, or both of those trials ended, they say the numbers are going up. Yeah, last year, look at last year. It was a very wonky Christmas and New Year's. And now, it's going to be, they're trying to make it another Christmas the same way, 2 years in a row. They had Halloween, no problem. But soon as Christmas arrives, this happens. You see? You see more people getting divided over this, if you get the solution or not. It's like they're separating, like segregation. It's happening. You see it out in California in some places. And some family members don't want you to come over if you don't have the solution. Yeah. It's been crazy. All of this. They're dividing everybody up. That's what it seems. I see some friendships breaking up over this. Since I arrived here, it hasn't been the same. Yeah, you look at, you see some news articles or other YouTubers you see on Facebook that if a family member doesn't have the solution, they don't want to invite them. And there's a lot of problems in the world. Financial problems. I've been listening to this other YouTuber saying about we could be possibly a war. You look at rumors of war, and within a couple of months, or even in a couple of days, you hear about it. I listened to this YouTuber this morning, talked about a possible war breaking out. Yeah. Since I've been in the area, you see all the testing sites, everybody lined up over in the college the next town over. Yeah, I could remember a year ago when they started people getting the solution for the problem. I remember Biden and Fauci saying things will be normal by Christmas, or maybe even 4th of July, 2021. Definitely by Christmas. It's Christmas already. And it seems like it's getting worse than better. I go, this is never going to end. How long does it have to last? We have the technology to do anything. But it's already Christmas. And they're pushing this. And people are turning against each other. You see on the news. Yeah, I've been thinking about it. I've been talking to people about it. This should have been over. It's been 2 years now. This should have been over in May 2020. What happened to 2 weeks? 2 weeks, 15 days to flatten the curve. That's all out the window. And I'm starting to sound like Richie from Boston a little bit. Like I said, this is dividing America. The wars, the rumors of war. This is all by design. Everything's all by design. They keep on pushing this bullshit. They talk about the darkest winter. They said the darkest winter last year, and they talk about another dark winter. Come on, man. Another... They're saying the same... They're repeating what they said last year. But everything that I predicted last year, about 85% what I said last year, came true. That should boost my credibility. Everything. Yeah, look it. They talk about everything. Oh, get the solution. Then now people at work, you got to go to work, you have to show them proof, or they're taking people's rights. You have to show them proof or take a test. What happened to your rights? This is never going to end at all. Like I said, this is going to be pushed on to 2022, 2023. I said the exact same thing this time last year when I was with my friend Rob on that podcast. Yeah, I've been amped up over this. The media, the push, it's getting pushed. Everything's been blown out of proportion. And look at what else. Read the Bible. Read Revelations. Read the book of Revelations. Whatever the book of Revelations, it's happening now. The mark of the beast. You can't buy or sell if you have the mark on your hand or your forehead. You can't buy or sell. I believe it's going to come to that point. I believe the time is close. People used to tell me that. I used to laugh. I used to laugh at them. Now I believe it. You have to pray to God. And, yeah, Christmas, they say not to go to Christmas gatherings. That's our King's birthday. You can't cancel Christmas. That's Jesus' birthday. You can't cancel that. Yeah, and New Year's. What are they going to do for New Year's? What is Times Square going to look like when they drop the ball? That's a mystery. It's 10 days away for New Year's. Yeah, they spread fear just in time for Christmas. People should be celebrating. People should be going out to dinner. People should be spending time with their family. It seems it doesn't have the Christmas feel this year at all. I don't feel it. I don't, to tell you the truth. I hope things get better within the next couple of days. I'm just going by my gut feeling and my opinion. All right? Just everybody have a good Christmas. All right? That's all I have to say. And it will be... I hope this thing stops in 2022. All right? This is Steve from San Francisco, but I'm here in Chicopee. I am out. Hey, YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Tuesday, December 21st, 2021. And it is a winter solstice, the first day of winter. And right now, I'm back at my home state. I'm right now in my old hangout spot, Chicopee, Massachusetts. Here it is. Wow. Yep. This is where I used to hang out. And this is where everything started just a few years ago. Yeah, it's been a good trip. And I'm back home for a couple of weeks. So, there's a lot of things going on right now. It's the holidays. Christmas is just a few days away. And in about 10 days will be the New Year's. There's been a lot of things going on. I talked to friends, people at work, and I've been banging my head on this. All right? Whatever happened? Okay, this is flu season. Whatever happened to all the flu cases? It's like the flu disappeared. I can remember 2013, 2014, those were bad years for the flu. 2018 was a bad year, and 2019, 2020, then before the pandemic hit, we had a really bad flu season. But where are the flu numbers now? I haven't seen any data on it. What I've seen since I come back, there's still people, not as much as California, there's a few people wearing masks, but it's different than California. California, about 95% of the people are wearing masks. In Massachusetts, you see here and there a few people that have them. Since I've been back, they've been saying all the cases are going up. But what happened? They had the solution a year ago, but the cases are going up. That's something that I don't understand. But what about the flu? The normal flu. Is it a normal flu? Who knows? This is what's been going on. Okay, in California, a couple of times, if you don't have your vaccination card or anything like that to show them proof, they won't let you eat inside. They have you dine outside instead. Now you're seeing this. People that didn't get the solution and people that have, it seems like they're pitting them against each other. People are turning against each other because of this. Yeah, it's all politics. Yeah, it's crazy. I just don't know what to think anymore. It's like everything's politics now. You see in the mainstream media, They said, oh, cases are going up. And they're trying to bring a mandate for the solution. Some people are refusing, and some people losing their jobs for not taking it. And yeah, Biden, Newsom, they want it to pass to make it mandatory to take the solution. It's like politics. Politics is just like, have you ever watched professional wrestling? Look at last year. During the presidential election. Okay? You have the bad guy. You have the good guy. They made Trump look like a heel. The bad guy. Then they made Biden look like the baby face. I have experience in professional wrestling. They made Biden look like the good guy. The most popular. So they made him win. And look at Newsom. He had the recall. They made him look like a hero, but he's a fool. So that election, the recall, was just a show. It's just entertainment. That's my opinion. Yeah, since I've been in Chicopee, Massachusetts, it's been a wake up. I'm back at my home. See? 2022. I think 2022 now is going to be no different. They're going to have a global reset with the money. It's still, I want it to be different. I want things to get better, but it doesn't look like it. It's just been, it's been a roller coaster ride. That's all I have to say. Mandates, it's like a yo-yo. They got rid of the mask mandate in June. Or in Massachusetts, they got rid of it in May. But they put them back. All right, they take off the mandate. They put it back. It's just like a yo-yo. Up and down, or a roller coaster ride. That's all it's been. At any rate, I've been listening to the media. My family has it on all the time, and they buy it. I try not to listen, but yeah, everybody's just falling for it. It's crazy. Yeah, look at everything. The Munich House, a good place to have lunch. I go there all the time when I'm in the area. The Chicopee Town Hall. Yep, it's good to be back, but hopefully, let's see what 2022 is going to bring. Everything should have been back to normal months ago. All right. Hey, if I would have been Steve from Chicopee. That would have been my YouTube if I was still here. That's it. A lot of businesses have changed. A lot of new places. A lot of places went out of business. All right, I'm just here visiting people that I know. All right. Steve from San Francisco, and I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Friday, December 10th, 2021. For the past month and a half, there's been a lot of videos on YouTube, and there's been things on TV about Northern California, about these flash mob robberies. People go into stores, bunches of them. They just go in, just ransack like a mall or a store. It happened in Walnut Creek a few weeks ago. They just go in and take stuff and leave. About 30 or 40 of them just go in. They just park their cars and go in and just steal everything. And I was at the gym when I first saw it, and it looked crazy. All right, I looked up at the screen, and I seen people ransack a store. Then I looked, it kind of looked like a Harlem Shake video from 2012. Yeah. They just go in like a flash mob. And these people are heinous. These people are a bunch of idiots. They just go in and take stuff without no consequence. They just take it and leave. And they haven't caught any of them yet. They don't even know who they are. It's just a heinous act out of these people. Yeah, they I don't know what to think. They go in, a bunch of them, every different store. What they need, even electronics, jewelry, but they just take a little bit, they work as a team, and they never get caught. And I saw this on TV. That looked like a cheesy, stupid, like I was saying, a Harlem Shake video. I'm calling them the Harlem Shake Bandits. Yeah, that's the name I'm going to call them. The Harlem Shake Bandits. They steal everything, but nobody's doing nothing to catch these guys. There's no way. There's just too many of them. And nobody's being held accountable for it. None of them have been identified yet. They're just everywhere. I think there was a couple of cases that happened in Southern California, but I know the one about Walnut Creek. Yeah. They just come in with their cars, but they haven't found a way to stop them yet. Then you had Gavin Newsom was questioned about it at a press conference a couple of weeks ago. He said they'll be held accountable. He'll do something about it, and they'll be held accountable. And that's all he said. He's done nothing about it. He's just sitting at the State House, living a lavish lifestyle, going on vacation to Mexico, and he has done nothing about it. Nothing. Nobody's doing anything about it. the thing is, if you go into a store and steal something that is worth probably like $150, $200, they have no time for it. They do nothing about it. Yeah, nothing. The laws are screwed up. So, it seems like now, if something happens, they used to say, don't take the law in your own hands, take it in the court. You're probably going to see people start taking the law in their own hands in the future because nothing's being done about it. And thing with Gavin Newsom, he's light on everything. Crime, the crime rate's up, and nothing's being done. So, I'm making a prediction right now about the state of California. I think in November 2022, there'll be a new governor elected in California. Mark my words, it's going to happen. Gavin Newsom won't be the governor after the election in 2022. I think people are going to get smart and vote for a new governor. And another thing is, I have another prediction. Okay, like the midterm elections, I predict we're going to see a red tsunami. You're going to see people like Ilhan Omar or AOC, Presley, and the squad, the members of the squad, they're going to be voted out. Every one of these people that are causing problems, they're going to be voted out in next election. You're going to see a big red wave. Yeah, I can see that happening. And my predictions, what I said the past year, most of them have come true. I've been right about 95% of the time. You're going to see some new faces come in 2022. Yeah. AOCs and, yeah, they're all going to be voted out. Pelosi, everybody. Newsom, the governor of Michigan, she's going to be replaced. I hope Ted Nugent runs for president. Ted Nugent runs for, I hope he runs for governor of Michigan, his home state. Yeah. They need to get tougher on these, like I was saying earlier, on these robberies. They need to do something about it. Either find a way when they go in, disable their cars, or end up blocking when they go in, blocking everything so they would be trapped and arrested. That's the only way you could stop them. Oh, all right. That's all I have to say. Okay? That's what's been on my mind. All right. This is Steve from San Francisco. Just leave a comment at the bottom or my email address, Steve from San Fran at yahoo.com. Next week, I'm going to be traveling to the New England area. I might be doing a couple of videos there. Yeah, that's it. I'm going to be traveling. All right, Steve from San Francisco, and I am out. Hey, YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Friday, December 3rd, 2021. And there's something that I need to talk about I did a podcast with my friend Rob from Springfield about 2 days before Christmas last year in Springfield, Massachusetts. And we talked about what's going to happen if Joe Biden gets into office, and we talked about a few other things. We had a lot of predictions, and I noticed a lot of people that voted for Joe Biden, they're regretting voting for him. Look at what has gone on. Look. The economy, we predicted the economy wouldn't go. Yeah, people are losing their jobs. And we said that. Soon as he got inaugurated, everything's gone downhill since he's been in office. This is the video that we had Trump talk about the $600 stimulus plan. He wanted to raise it to $2,000, but they ended up giving the $600 right around January 1st of last year. It's been a crazy ride. It has been. 2021. It's been another crazy year. And everything that we said in that video came true. Look what's going on. The supply chain is screwed up still. And it's almost Christmas. It'll be Christmas in 3 weeks. And New Year's in about 4 weeks. We're, 28 days from New Year's Eve? Look. All the liberals that voted for Biden are probably regretting it now. Look who we have in. Look, it's been a disaster. Look, the jobs, what happened in Afghanistan, that was a complete disaster. Yeah, we talked about many things. And some people, there's a few people that haven't gone back to work since early, mid-2020. And there's a lot of angry people out there. This whole world's angry. That's what I've been noticing. It doesn't seem like, all right, we had Thanksgiving, but it doesn't seem like Christmas. It doesn't feel it. It doesn't have the Christmas feeling. People are still not having Christmas parties. There's people that have been depressed. And the people are out of work. And it's sad. It's sad. Especially around the holiday season. And, well, look what happened. The events this year. Everything that happened since January. All right. Predictions. We predicted it was going to be a disaster if Biden got sworn in, and it has. We have the government. They're crazy. It's been crazy. It has. Everything with all the mandates, the restrictions. I can't believe it. It's been almost 2 years and it's still going on. I said it. I said this back on that video. They're gonna push this all the way to 2022, and I mentioned 2023, and it's still happening now. Over the summer, on May and June, like California, June 15th, they reopened California, and they reopened Massachusetts, I believe, around Memorial Day. People stopped wearing masks, and everything looked good. We had a normal 4th of July. I was happy. A normal 4th of July. Then 6 weeks after everything got reopened, they closed. They didn't close, but they put the mandates. They started getting stricter on the mandates again. Because they blame the people that haven't got the solution of spreading everything. But they open up, it's like a yo-yo. I predicted that too in that video last year. About 99.9% of the stuff that I said on that video is true. And look, all right, 6 weeks after they opened everything up, they ended up coming out with new names for variants. Delta. Then they have one out now. I can't even pronounce it. I can't even. Something starts with an O. When is this going to go away? I went to the store, about 90%, 95% of people are still wearing masks. And there's people driving in their cars alone with masks on. I go, when is this going to finally end? I thought 2022, this would be in the rearview mirror. That's what I thought last year. I thought it'd be gone by the summer. Now you hear these new names for it. It's like, what's next? What's the next name for a variant? Now they have Delta, and what's next? Are they going to have the JetBlue variant? The American Airlines variant? The Southwest variant? Come on. What's next? They're going to name them after bands? They're going to probably have the Red Hot Chili Peppers variant, the Black Sabbath variant, the Judas Priest variant. Here's another one. The Iron Maiden variant, the Striper variant. Oh. Or name after a person, the Ronnie James Dio variant, or the Ozzy Osbourne variant, or the Michael Knight variant. Come on. Or the Kit variant. Man, I remember last Christmas, they said, I remember them saying, by Christmas 2021, things would be normal. By Christmas 2021. It already is Christmas 2021. Then they promised. I can remember, there's been a few lies. They promised that taking the solution, it won't be mandatory. It'll be your choice. Now they're mandating everything. They said they weren't. Now they are. I don't know. Then, in March 2020, they said, it'll take 2 to 3 weeks to flatten the curve. We'll close everything down. We'll reopen 3 weeks later. Well, it took, to get fully reopened, it took 15 months. Then, oh man, then they keep on pushing. This keeps on going on. Then they keep on the mandates. It'll be 2 weeks to wear a mask or 6 weeks to wear a mask. Then 6 to 8 months or a year later or a year and a half later, you still have to wear a mask. All right. If give it 2 weeks, we won't have to wear them anymore. So, this is what it feels like. A year and a half later, you still have to wear one. It feels like, I don't know. I'm calling it abuse. I don't know what else to call it. At this point, still wearing a mask at almost 2 years later. There's something wrong here. I don't know, my opinion, it's abuse. It's crazy. And it's affecting everything. Everything. People's jobs. People lost their jobs in the past 3 months. It seems like people are not awake. God help us all. Oh man, Rob, he was right. What he was saying. Yeah, the liberals they screwed everything up. Yeah, Texas, it seems like it's normal. Florida. We have Gavin Newsom here in California. Man, he's a piece of work. I wish we had Ron DeSantis here in California. Yeah. Go to the store, I go outside. At this point, they're still wearing face coverings. Yeah, why? Okay, we have the Three Stooges here. Newsom, Biden, oh man, and somebody else. I'm not even gonna say his name. They can't have another lockdown. That would destroy everything. It would. At this point, why? Why at this point? I'm just shocked. It's depression. People are depressed. Still, a year later. Then, doctors, nurses, people that work for the government jobs, they refuse to take the solution. They're losing their jobs. They are. Can't even, restaurants, can't even go into a restaurant without feeling guilty here. Airplanes. And there was another thing. Last year, there was a kid that wouldn't wear a mask on the airplane. A 2 or a 3-year-old kid, and they got kicked off the airplane. That is awful. That is awful. This isn't a free country anymore. This is not the country that I remember 3 years ago. No. Yeah. California has problems. I can't believe the recall. They kept them in. Everybody was against him. How did he stay after the recall? And another thing, Joe Biden didn't even draw anybody, and Trump had many people. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense anymore. I thought last year at this time, I thought this would be cleared up. I thought things would be normal by now. But they're not. It's like, all right, a guy had a point today. There was a song by Journey. Don't Stop Believing. And it's like a movie, a long movie that never ends. I feel like we're in a horror science fiction movie that's not even ending. You hear it on the news every day. Oh. Mandates, 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 mandates. Please stop with them. The movie never ends. It's like They Live, or think of another movie. Maybe The Walking Dead. It just keeps on going and going and going. Yeah. Who knows? 2022? Maybe Christmas Day. Maybe they might lift everything for Christmas. Maybe there'll be a surprise. I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to tell. But everything that we said last year, just watch the video about the $600 stimulus check. The proof is in the pudding. Just look, and whatever we said came true. All right. There's been other few things that I needed to talk about. Yeah, $5 gas prices. The rent's going up. But what about our paychecks? They're staying the same. That's another topic. But in a couple of weeks, I'll be out in the East Coast. I'll do some videos up there. Maybe get together with a few people, maybe do a couple of podcasts. Just watch out and look. Just look what's going on. Look all around you. We see it all the time. Oh, this has been predicted, and we were right. I've been saying this. I've been saying this stuff for about 6 years now. Sometimes I hate being right. Look, just look at everything. Biden was the wrong guy to put in office. People, why? Why did people vote for Biden and Gavin Newsom? I just want an answer. I just want an answer. It seems like more people are asleep. It's crazy. So, we'll see what Christmas brings. I hope it's not a wonky Christmas like last year. I hope it's a great Christmas and a good New Year. Everybody will be celebrating and be happy again. All right? I'd like to say hello to my friends in Chicopee, Massachusetts and Texas. All right. Hi to Rob. All right. And I'll probably do a video in Boston, maybe. All right. Steve from San Francisco. And my Yahoo is Steve from San Fran at yahoo.com. Steve from San Francisco. And I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Friday, November 26, 2021. And right now I'm in the outside of Los Angeles. That's a nice area. I'm here to talk about what happened about 3 weeks ago, a thing called Astro World, where they had a concert and people ended up getting trampled on, and it was, from what I heard, it was crazy. I wish I had my computer with me. I didn't bring my laptop with me. I would have done more research on what happened. Right now, I'm just going by from what I heard or what I've seen from other sources. They had a concert with a few people, and something happened. And they interviewed a few people that were in that concert, and they claim it ended up getting hot, and 9 people died because they got trampled on. They panicked, and a few people thought it felt like they were in hell because of what happened. Yeah, that was crazy. I can't imagine where you're at a place, people try to rush out, they panic, and they get stumbled on. Once you fall, you might not be able to get back up. Yeah. It was, from what I heard, it was the most terrible experience they ever had. And there's another claim, another source saying, I'm not sure if I believe this or not, they turned up 5G. And everybody, I don't know how to explain this, 5G, they say the effects of 5G would cause something to be opened up. I'm not sure if that happened or not. I believe it could. I believe it's possible, but I'm not sure if that happened or not. I can't say. I have to look more into it. Like I said, I didn't bring my laptop with me on this trip. Then I just seen a few people's interviews that they had. They felt like they were in hell. Everything was crazy. They felt very hot. I gotta look more into it. That's about it. I'm just enjoying this nice day. Yeah, it's nice out here in Los Angeles. Yeah, I'm gonna do a part 2 of this. I'm gonna do more research and see what happened about this astral world, the incident. If it was 5G that caused it, or just something that happened. Yeah. I don't believe it is, but I'm gonna look more into it. It's been a crazy few weeks. What's going on? So, yeah, for the people that passed in that, I have my condolences, and the families. I'm sorry for what happened. Like I said, we'll never know what really happened. But some of the interviews, it sounded like it was out there. All right, I'm going to just do more research, and I'll have a part 2. Okay? Steve from San Francisco, and I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Saturday, November 20th, 2021. And these are my thoughts on the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. He ended up getting acquitted. He's not guilty, and the mainstream media is always slandering him, saying that he's a racist, that it was self-defense. It was. And you have MSNBC, CNN talking crap about him. The mainstream media. It's crazy. They lie. And there's still, even the president is even upset with it. And he's confused. Biden's always confused. The media, it's their narrative. They're trying to take guns away from people that have licenses, and yeah, that was, I just started following the trial just about a week ago, or I first heard about it. But yeah, even after a not guilty verdict, the media is still bashing him. People, after this, people should just go, that were involved, go on with their normal lives. Yeah, the media calls him a white supremacist and everything. Yeah, I heard about it on Facebook. I heard about it on YouTube channels, and my opinion, it was self-defense. It was. There was rioters. You had BLM out there. You had Antifa out there at the time protesting. Everything these days is over stupid stuff. You get the president talking about it. He's upset with the verdict. Hey, I guess that's the way the ball bounces. People were upset a year ago. We have the wrong guy in there as president. We're already seeing what's going on with all the stuff, the supply chain and everything. Well, whatever the mainstream media says, about 95% what they say, I don't believe them anymore. I've lost faith in the mainstream media years ago. All right, that's all I have to say. That's my opinion. Steve from San Francisco, and I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Friday, November 19th, 2021. And the big thing is, right now, you have canceled culture. And it's been going on for a while. They want to cancel TV shows like the Dukes of Hazzard because of the Confederate flag. Hey, I've been watching that since I was a kid. I'm 47 years old, and they want to cancel that now. And There's other things they're trying to cancel. Aunt Jemima pancakes, the syrup. They want to change that. They want to change sports names to the teams. For instance, you don't have the Washington Redskins anymore. And they've been around for over about 100 years. And now the Cleveland Indians have a new name. Because of cancel culture, they complain. Bunch of crybabies. You know what? And they complain about everything. They tear down statues of people, former presidents. They had a guy tore down the Christopher Columbus statue. Yeah. Cancel culture is a bunch of bull. And look what's going on. The Cleveland Indians been the Indians for over 100 years, and now it's the Guardians, the Cleveland Guardians. Wow. Yeah, it's crazy. These people are crazy. They want everything changed. They want to change history. Man, I'm 47 years old. I used to watch TV shows like the A-Team, Dukes of Hazzard, and now it's crazy. They want to cancel these TV shows. Man. So, I don't know. I think it's stupid that this is happening. I still call the Washington Redskins. I still call them the Redskins. And I'm still calling Cleveland the Cleveland Indians. Hey, that's what I was brought up with. Watching those teams. And the TV shows too. They want to get rid of everything. You can't even say Merry Christmas anymore. What's next? Are they going to attack? This is bad. It's crazy. The Cleveland Guardians. Wow. The Washington football team. Yeah. So, what's going to happen now? Cancel culture is a cancer to our society. And the only thing that needs to be canceled is canceled culture itself. This is Steve from San Francisco. My email is steve@yahoo.com, and I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Friday, November 12th, 2021. And another thing I need to talk about is Joe Biden's Build Back Better program, what he's been talking about. It's been complete destruction. Look at what's going on right now. I'm here in Martinez, California, off of 680 at the Chevron station. I'm going to show you this. See how high the gas prices are now? $5.05. I predicted this was going to happen. Gas is going to go up. Food's going up. Everything else is going up right now. You have the supply chain. All the ships are out in the ocean. And people are not going to have enough for Christmas. Christmas is 6 weeks away. And it's 50 days from New Year's. And Thanksgiving's in 2 weeks. Turkey, food for Thanksgiving, the prices are going up. Yeah, look at what's going on. Build Back Better? It's been a disaster. Look at. Okay, he took office a year ago, almost a year ago, on January 20th. All right, he was sworn in or installed as president. And the first thing he did, shut down the Keystone Pipeline. Shut down all the gas for this, they want to go to, alternative energy, electric, solar, this Green New Deal. They're doing it the wrong way. For gas, people can't afford electric cars. People can't afford Teslas yet. The price will come down eventually. And the thing is with gas, you have to go weed off slowly, just slowly, gradually switch to electric. Switch to electric heat or switch to solar. You can't just do it like a snap. You just can't do it like that. So now, he shut down the pipeline. Gas prices are skyrocketing everywhere. You can't even, I think the cheapest in California is $4.39 a gallon. Then I talked to a friend of mine, he lives in Connecticut, gas is up to $3.50 a gallon in the East Coast, or $3.40 in Massachusetts. Prices have more than doubled in California since last year. And prices went up over $1 on the East Coast. Now you're seeing the supply chain, all the stores, all the warehouses are slowing down productivity. They can't get shipments in because of the supply chain problem. This could last to next summer. It's been crazy, and Biden's been doing a horrible job since he's been in. And look at the stores. The stores are they're having trouble keeping up with the supply chain. And people can't afford anything anymore. Apartments, rent's gone up this year. This is the wrong time to be raising rent prices after what's happened in the last year and a half. It pisses me off. Everybody's angry at this. And everything else is going up. But people's paychecks. Nobody's getting big raises. Nobody. No. Nobody's getting raises. To survive in Northern California, you have to make at least almost $30 an hour. People are not making that. There's going to be more homeless people because of what's going on. It's crazy. California, I don't know what's going on in Massachusetts, but I'm going to be there in about 6 weeks. I'll probably do a video there. Yeah. Nobody could afford to pay for Christmas presents or food for Christmas. The rent's too high. It's $2,300 for a 1-bedroom up here. Back in the day, your 1 week's paycheck used to be your rent. It's not like that anymore. You probably need 3 people working for a 1-bedroom. It's awful. It's awful. Ever since he's been our president, everything has gotten worse. Everything. Yeah. Unemployment rate, that's eventually gonna go up because of all these mandates are happening or other stuff. Yeah, it's been a complete disaster. The food, people are going to be starving. You're seeing it. I talk to people every day about this. Yeah. Vehicles, people can't afford to buy a brand new car anymore. Back in the 70s, you could buy a brand new car with cash. You don't even need to finance. You can't do that anymore. Yeah. Then people are underemployed. Where are the raises at? Where? And some people, I see help wanted signs. People are looking for people to work for them. I see it in stores everywhere, but people don't want to work. They gave everybody free money last year or earlier this year. And the thing is that free money, it isn't free. There's always a price. Anything, if they say it's free, no matter what it is, there's always a price for it. Somebody told me that a long time ago. Yep. And another thing is, I spoken to a close friend of mine last week. He's living in Texas, and we talked about Biden and how everything's not getting done. And we noticed even since the debates, he had an earpiece. Maybe he's listening to somebody, but we're just speculating. It's just our opinion. We believe Obama is talking to him through the earpiece. That's just our opinion. probably Obama is right behind Biden, talking into his ear. Maybe, maybe not. But this is crazy. The American people are getting squeezed financially. $2022. It doesn't look good at all. Look at it. There's no the trucking situation with the supply chain. Nothing's being solved. The transportation, Buttigieg, nothing's being done, and we have the worst press secretary in history. Man. Yeah. People need to wake up. Yeah, pretty soon nobody's going to afford to do anything. Go to work because gases are so high. I'm scared to see gas $7 a gallon. People can't afford anything. This is a wake-up call. What's going on? We see it every day. We need God right now. I hope this is not another wonky Christmas. I'm just praying everybody would have a good Christmas, a good holiday this year. It kind of looks grim because what's going on with everything. We just don't know. Yeah, I just don't know about this. I believe something's going to happen with the market. I believe it's overinflated. Yeah, something's going to happen. It's just time. Just take one day at a time. Don't listen to the news media that much. It just gets people more upset. Look at it, it's November 2021 and it's still crazier as ever. Yep. I'm here in California, and I can't believe this. They let Gavin Newsom stay as governor. I think it was all set up. Who voted for Gavin Newsom to stay? He is the worst governor in any state. He's the worst politician out there. He's destroying California with the high prices, the high taxes. Why do they keep him in? It seems like your vote doesn't count anymore. People campaign. People want him out of there, but he's still in there. This guy's a clown. He needs to be voted out. California, he's turning it into a dumpster. the homeless, everything. It's getting horrible. The homeless need to get homes. They do. Since I moved here 2 years ago, I've seen this place go downhill by a lot. You see? Everything that's happening now, it's all by design. It was all planned. Everything's by design. Oh, man. All right. Oh, boy. Yep. They all better get their act together. They have to. People need help. That's it. It's crazy. People just need to wait till next year. Hopefully California will elect a new governor. Yep. So, I hope it would turn around. Okay? Joe Biden's been a horrible president. That's all I have to say. All right? Steve from San Francisco. My email is stevefromsanfran@yahoo.com. Like, share, subscribe, or don't. I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Friday, November 5th, 2021. And I'm at the border I'm in Martinez, California. I'm at supposedly the border of Martinez and Avon, California. The thing is, I had a few people told me they either live in Avon, or they're from Avon, or they're staying in Avon. But every time I put Avon, California, when I'm in Martinez, every time I put Avon, California in the GPS, it always takes me to this place. Yeah, it says no trespassing. Yeah, that's the only place where it leads me. No matter where I put down Avon, California, anywhere around the area, it still leads me here. It's crazy. It's like a lost town. Yeah, it's a mystery. It's like the town disappeared, but existed at one point. I go, whatever happened to the town of Avon? I'm here right now. It's just an industrial park. And they say people lived here, or they're from Avon. I go, what's up with that? Last year I driven up here. You can't even get through the gate. It looks like they're having, it's like gas or refineries here. That's where the GPS led me. This is crazy. But when you check on the computer, it leads you to the same spot. Yeah, what happened to Avon? When did it stop becoming a town? This is a lost town. It seems like it doesn't exist anymore. I heard from some people they must have had a fire here a long time ago, or there might have been an explosion. I don't know that for sure. It kind of reminds me of that movie, Silent Hill. The town exists, but you can't get in. Actually, that town had a fire, and it was still burning, supposedly. It seems like the same situation with Avon. This is neat. I'm gonna just step out of my car. Yeah. All right. Yeah, this is it. This is the town. See? It just leads you to a dead end. That's it. It's crazy. There's a field, train tracks. Yeah. Weird. Yeah, my car. What? That's it. Yeah, I've been trying to figure out for weeks whatever happened here. But I can't get an answer out of a few people. But from what I heard, it was an industrial town. See, they have all the everything. I guess this is where they have all the gas, oil, and that's where my GPS takes me. Wow. Yeah. And I asked some people, where in Avon do you live? They just couldn't give me an answer. Man, that truck was awful close. Yeah, I don't even know if the town exists anymore. It looks like a ghost town. Yeah, just like Silent Hill, but with no fire. Yeah. It just, I guess everything closed years ago. That was about it. They just, I guess something happened and they just boarded everything up. So you need work access to get in. Yeah, it's just crazy. A missing town, a lost town in California. So I'm in Martinez on the border, supposedly of Avon. You can't get in, or I don't think there's another way to get through there. What's on the other side? Because if you go the other route, it takes you to a landfill. And the question is, whatever happened to the town of Avon? Where'd it go? Where is it? That's the question I'm asking. What happened? I guess I'll never know. And the people that say they're from there or staying there, you gotta tell me. Give me an address and I'll find out more about the town. All right, that's all. That's all I can say about this. Oh man. Every day for weeks I've been wondering about this town. I guess it's a ghost town. Haunted by its past. That's about it. That's all I can think of right now. All right, Steve from San Francisco. And I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Sunday, October 31st, 2021. And this is my second video of the day. People celebrate Halloween and the Day of the Dead. All right, I'm at Alhambra Cemetery in Martinez, California. Here it is. It's Halloween. So, yeah, I have people celebrating it. People went trick-or-treating a couple of nights ago, and maybe even tonight. And some people celebrate the Day of the Dead on November 1st or even tonight. And I believe it's a Mexican holiday. I remember going down to San Diego and they have a lot of decorations on the cemeteries and even on the streets honoring the dead and the people that have passed on. They put pictures, and sometimes they even go to graveyards where the loved one is, have a meal, and try to honor their relatives or friends that passed on. And I'm here right now, taking a walk here, a Halloween walk. Yeah, I'm just pay my respects to the people that have passed. Yeah, it's very, very interesting on these occasions. Halloween, the Day of the Dead. Yeah, just go up to a grave and pray. That's what I do. So, yeah, it's decorations. Then they honor it. They honor the holiday. Some people, they go out. They have parties. They'll have them tonight. Yeah, I'll just probably go back and watch a little TV. That's about it. Or maybe put in a movie. Yeah, or invite some friends over. Yeah, it's very interesting, the history of Halloween, how it all started. Yeah, the Day of the Dead. Just pay your respects to all the people that have passed on. That's it. Yeah, have a nice view. The skyline, the water. The scenery. Yeah, sometimes you have strange things going on at night. People come in to graveyards doing, doing stuff that they're not supposed to be doing. Like seances or bringing a spirit board. I don't want to do that. You don't know who you're talking to. Just be careful tonight. Be safe. If you're going out trick-or-treating, just be careful. Be careful. Watch out for each other. That's it. I don't have that much to say today. Just enjoying everything. Just be safe. Just keep an eye out. Stay out of trouble. If you're going out, if you're partying, just party responsibly. That's it. Happy Halloween. And next thing you know, it'll be Christmas time. Time is going by fast this year. Steve from San Francisco, and I am out. But I forgot to say, just send me a message, or my email is stevefromsanfran@yahoo.com, and just leave a comment. Steve from San Francisco, and I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Sunday, October 31st, 2021, and that's what they want us to believe. I'm here in the Bay Area, and it's very rare we're having an overcast, cloudy day. We usually have sunny days around here. And I remember when I was younger, the past few years, maybe 30 or 40 years, I noticed planes and jets spraying the skies with smoke. Some people call them contrails, chemtrails, and they supposedly have barium, aluminum, and strontium. I guess aluminum can cause Alzheimer's in people. Aluminum pans that you cook with, they could cause, they claim to cause Alzheimer's disease. And they're supposedly spraying in the skies. And it's very rare in the Bay Area or California you see planes doing that. But when I lived in Chicopee, Massachusetts, or when I travel to the Boston area, you always see planes during the day spraying those chemtrails. And it looks they do it all the time. It's sunny in the beginning of the day, but towards the end of the day, it looks overcast and it gets cold. And I remember that a few years ago when I lived in the New England area. Sometimes you see it in Vermont or any other New England state in the East Coast. I noticed the weather over there. It gets colder in September. The last few years I was there. Yeah, it gets cloudy after 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's supposed to be a nice sunny day. And sometimes, like in 2011, we ended up having a snowstorm right on Halloween 10 years ago. I remember that. There was ice everywhere. Yeah, this has been going on for a long time. You look up at the sky, you see the planes, especially in Chicopee. Every day I went to Chicopee. It's there's a Westover Air Force Base in Chicopee, Massachusetts. Constantly you're seeing planes spraying the skies with this stuff. It happens all the time. Yeah, they can make designs in the sky, but it gets cloudy during the day. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Heard other YouTubers talk about it. Yeah, a lot has changed. But how long has this been going on? I remember seeing it when I was a kid. I go, what's the plane doing? It's just smoke. Yeah, I'm gonna look more into it. Yeah, like today, it's overcast and cloudy. See? It's just a cloudy day. Well, hey, maybe it might snow here in California. You'll never know nowadays. Anything could happen. Who knows? We could probably head to another ice age. It's kind of cold here. Just enjoying the day. But I can't believe it's this cloudy. Some things I could be wrong, some things I could be right. But something's going on with the weather. Who knows? Maybe it's that time. Maybe it is. Who knows? Maybe the weather can be controlled. All right? Steve from San Francisco, and I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Friday, October 29th, 2021. And I noticed all of my predictions are coming true. What I've been saying for the past year and a half. Hey, even Richie from Boston predicted it. Look what's going on. I need to show you this. Yeah, it's happening. You need order to go out to eat or go to a movie theater. You have to have the card for the solution. You see? We predicted it. So, going into a restaurant, going into a sporting event, theaters, plays, everywhere. You need to show them that certain card. That's it. I'm in downtown Martinez, California. And all those signs are up there everywhere. Either you have to wear a mask, face covering, or you take the solution and have that certain card with you. You know, I predicted this. Richie from Boston predicted this many times. We were right. We were right. We told the truth about it. Yeah. What happens if you didn't take the solution? Your freedom's gone. Your freedom. What do you do? What are you supposed to do? Stay home? People lost their jobs over it. It's crazy. You see it every day on the news. Medical workers, police officers, firemen, people in the military, all losing their jobs because of this. Over what? This is what gets me. You go around town here, about 85% of the people are wearing face coverings. And the other thing that irks me is the people that are wearing the face coverings, they're driving the car by themselves, wearing a face covering, a mask. And it's funny. It's been a year, almost 20 months. They open stuff up, but this is still going on after 20 months. Here in California. Yeah. It's just like, okay, you go in, you have to show them you had it. It's just like Germany back in the old days. You have to show them your proof of where you want to go or where to travel. At anything, it's going on. It's bad. It's bad. You can't even go see a movie. Our freedom is gone because of nothing. People should go wherever they want. This is America. California has one of the strictest mandates. You have to go in, show them. But, yeah, Texas, Florida, more freedom. More freedom in Texas and Florida. I have a friend in Texas. He says everything's all right. Everything's cool over there. Hey, Rob. I'd like to do another podcast with you. I'm in California, you're in Texas. I hope to see you this Christmas. Okay? Rob, you're my best friend, and you've been there when times are tough. Just saying hi to you. Yeah, it's freedom over there. You see a baseball game and everybody's having fun. No face coverings. Now, look it. They reopened everything, but they put the restrictions back up in the middle of summer because of the new strain. So they told everybody to put your face coverings on again, even though if you had the solution. And it's awful. It's awful. All these people are losing their jobs. Like I was saying, police officers, hey, I support the police. Firemen, they're losing their jobs. Medical workers, people in the army, people with state jobs because they're not getting it. And it's a bunch of fucking bullshit that this is going on. We need the police more than ever. Those people last year defund the police. They're getting their wish, it seems. Last year's heroes are this year's villains, it seems like. Man, they're losing their jobs because they won't refuse to take it. And it's wrong. It's wrong. This is complete and utter bullshit. Yeah, there was a couple of cops on Facebook I've seen put in their last call. They're signing out for the last time. And I saw a fireman that is losing their job. They were on for the last day. This is a bad time we're living in right now. It's been a year and a half. Over a year and a half. It's amazing to me this is still going on. Yeah, I respect everybody. I feel bad for those people that lost their jobs. I think about it. I think about this every day, and it gets worse every day. I guess people better wake up and see what's really going on. We have to wake up. I'm awake. I get angry. What's going on? People are not happy. Mental illness is up. Suicides are up. It's crazy because of this. Alcoholism is up. Yeah, look at just the supply chain. The supply chain's screwed up. People are not going to get their Christmas presents this year because of what's going on. Yeah, there'll be less police. Crime will skyrocket. What's going to happen when there's a fire and there's no firemen or medical staff because of all of this? We all have to wake up. And it seems like everything's being segregated. The people that had the solution is on one side, and the people that didn't have it is on the other side. It seems like it's all by design. Divide everybody. And I've seen in this past year and a half, we are divided more than ever. And it's sad. We are. It has nothing to do with the election. It's just the way things are. It seems like people that haven't got the solution, they'll never get another job, or they can't go in a restaurant. And people are blaming the people that didn't get it. Yeah. People are blaming them. And it's wrong. I chose not to. It's my right. Only person, I won't put anything in my body. The only person I trust is Jesus. That's it. That's it. I don't trust anything that's on television, Netflix, or anything. I don't trust too many people nowadays. That's from the heart. And they saying again, another dark winter. They said that last year. It seems like the way things are going, Christmas and the year 2022, there's a big question mark. How's it going to go? That's the question. Are they going to still push this? It doesn't feel normal. It doesn't feel normal at all. Look at truck drivers. That's another thing. Truck drivers, there's not that many because of the supply chain. Workers. What's happening right now, everything, the markets are still up, but inflation's going up. Things are costing more, like gas, everything, food, everything's going up. But the paychecks aren't going up at all. That's the bottom line. They're not going up at all. Then, yeah, I call this the Python effect. The regular people are going to get squeezed financially within the next year. It's going to tighten and tighten and tighten. Prices are going to go up, and people are not going to afford anything. I'm scared to see gas go up to $5 a gallon. It's already almost $4.50 here in California. I heard something about $7.50 somewhere here in California. Yeah. I'm angry about it. Even I asked Rob about it. He knows what's going on. I had him on a podcast last year. He's a good guy. I don't know if this is going to be permanent, what's going on with the cards, or I don't know. But the question is, how come after, this is October 2021, this started in March 2020 or February 2020, how come it's still going on now? How come? How come you can't do certain things? We all need to be free again, like it was 3 years ago. Yeah, it should go back to the way it was then. I'm just sick of everything. You go into a store or go into a restaurant normally, and they won't say anything. Now, looking at people wearing face, it's like looking at a zombie from The Walking Dead, for God's sakes. This is crazy. This should have been over. This should have been over probably a year ago. It should have been done. Okay, I'm going to leave you at this with a question. All right, you can email me or send a comment. My email address is stevefromsanfran@yahoo.com. This is the question, and I'm going to go. Okay, this is it. Whatever happened to 2 weeks to flatten the curve? Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Wednesday, October 27th, 2021. And that's what they say. Hey, I doubt it sometimes. The way things are, the last year and a half with the pandemic and everything, people that are losing their jobs, police officers, firemen, medical staff, military, it looks like there'll be an opportunity. This is just in my humble opinion. There'll be an opportunity for AI, artificial intelligence. They're developing robots. We have the technology now that they can make robots of people. They have it out there. And now it looks like a good opportunity that could happen within the next, maybe within the next decade or so. So, I just had a thought a few days ago, or a little while ago, there'll be AI, or it sounds like science fiction, but science fiction seems to come true nowadays. You'll see a robot or an android or AI police officer. That's my opinion. someday you'll get stopped, or if you get stopped, a person that steps out of the car will be AI. That could happen. There was a company, Boston Dynamics. Richie from Boston had a few videos about it, and other YouTubers about they show a dog, a robot that looks like a dog, AI, and they showed it running and everything. They're developing it. This is a few years ago, maybe 2017, 2018, they were showing it. It looked amazing. Now, they're probably working on ones that could be more human. Like that Will Smith movie that was out about the AI. It took place in 2035. Then everything with the movie Terminator 1, this came out in 1984. If you said something about AI back in 1984, like if you mentioned something about robots back then, taking over, or AI taking over then, they'll think you're crazy. But you're seeing it now. Whatever the movie Terminator said back in 84 is coming true. They go, I remember one of the lines, this stuff will be out within the next 40 years. Hey, 2020, the 80s, almost 40 years, and stuff is starting to come out now. I could see, I thought of a robot police force. They're riding in helicopters. I picture it. This could happen within the next 7 years. Maybe. Robot fire department. It could happen. Medical staff. This is an opportunity. They're saying AI is going to take our jobs. Little by little, it's progressing now. And it's how far we advanced in the last 30 to 40 years. It's been fast forward in the last 10. Yeah. It's happening. Yeah, Boston Dynamics, or whatever it's called, they're developing a lot of software. Everything's becoming advanced. You see it everywhere. Yeah. I could see it happening. Law enforcement will unveil a robot or an android police officer. I could see it happening. I picture it. Plus, with the fire department, they can go in there without even getting hurt, saving people's lives. I could see that happening. Yeah. They could go in there, rescue people, and not lose anybody. But there could be a downside to it. There could be malfunctions. Anything could happen with it. software could be corrupted. There's disadvantages and there's advantages to AI. Yeah, Terminator, everything took place in 2029. We're almost there. I remember seeing it when I was 9 years old. Wow. It's awesome. All this technology coming out. But it could be abused. It could be used for good purposes and some evil purposes. It depends on who's operating it. Yeah. But it's going to be taking the disadvantages. It's going to be taking people's jobs. People will be losing money over everything. Yeah. It's sad seeing the police officers. I support the police. And I get upset every time when I see it on Facebook or any other platform that they're signing off for the last time. It's sad. And even the fire department, the military, people that helped out a year ago, now they're losing their jobs. It's crazy. It's a crazy world. Things are changing. Well, and it's like a roller coaster. This whole year and a half's been a roller coaster. Up and down, up and down. All right. I guess that's all I have to say. Steve from San Francisco, and my email is stevefromsanfran@yahoo.com. All right, like and share and subscribe, and I am out. Hey YouTube, this is Steve from San Francisco. Today is Friday, October 22nd, 2021. There's something that I've been meaning to talk about. It's about religion. And there's good parts with religion, and there's a dark side, a bad part with religion. And there's been a few things that have happened with religion that have been bad. Yeah, there's one thing. I just seen a series on Netflix about a month ago. It was called Midnight Mass. It made me think. It's a fictional movie, or it's a series. It's fictional. And it's about, okay, they're a church, okay? And a lot of strange things happened during it. So, this is what happened. The priest went on a trip to Jerusalem, to the Holy Land. And he went to Damascus. Then he went into this tunnel inside of a cave, and he thought he seen an angel. And he was in there. He was an older gentleman, and the angel, okay, the angel appeared. Supposedly it was an angel, but it wasn't. And so he ended up falling asleep. Something happened to him, and he woke up. The angel was there. He gave him like a gift of life and made him younger again. He used his blood to give him life, youth. So he ended up going back to his parish. Then he had mass. He shows up. Everybody thought it was a new priest because he was younger again. He went in, but he was supposed to sell, it was an ordinary time, but he wore the Easter outfit. Then it was gold. And then it was Lent. Okay. On this movie it was Lent. Then a lot of strange stuff is happening since the priest came back. Nobody knew it was him because he was younger. He was old when he left. So a lot of strange stuff were happening. Animals, there was a storm, there were birds that died, fish. Yeah, it looked like a tornado happened, and yeah, a lot of strange stuff happened since this priest showed back up. Then he started healing people. He made a girl in a wheelchair walk. He told her to get up, and she walked. He had all these gifts. Then people started to listen to him. And they thought he was doing a good thing. But this angel was a demon, but he flew. He looked like he was helping people. Then Lent happened. Miracles. He kept on giving people miracles. Then he said he had a big miracle on Easter. So he needed the wine to keep himself going. But he couldn't be outside during the day. Yeah, he couldn't be outside. He was like a vampire. So every time he went out in the sun, he would start to burn. So whoever drank the wine that was given to people, they ended up turning. Yeah. He turned people into what he was. So they couldn't be outside during the day. Then they had to have mass at night. So at midnight, they would show up for church. Then they had Good Friday and the Easter celebration. Then he promised a big miracle on Easter Sunday at midnight. So he tried to make everybody drink the wine so they could become, they were drinking the wine, slowly becoming what he was. Then if they drank the wine in Easter Sunday, permanently they promised eternal life, but they only could be around at nighttime. They were like vampires. And, all right, a few of them drank it, and a few of them refused. Okay, after that, after everybody drank it, and the people that refused, the people that drank the wine with the blood ended up attacking the people that didn't drink the wine, that refused it. So they ended up scattering, and they ended up chasing them, and yeah, it was crazy. He brainwashed everybody. See, he brainwashed everybody to take in the wine. Then the people that took the wine, everything burned in the town, so they couldn't go in when the sun came up, so they ended up succumbing to the sun. They ended up perishing from there. The thing is, religion, it depends who you follow, and sometimes the dark side of it, you could be misled. People get brainwashed. Just like in the movie, they ended up listening to him because of a promise. They promised eternal life, and that's what happens. That's scary. People fall for it. Yeah, it depends who you go to. In Christianity, there's some good Christians, then there's some bad Christians. There's some good other, people, there's some good Muslims, there's some bad Muslims. It depends who you listen to, who you get your information from. That's it. Then, sometimes you have these cults you hear about once in a while. There was one in 1978, Jim Jones. He ended up misleading a lot of people, and they ended up drinking Kool-Aid, and they perished from there. That was crazy. It was November 18th, 1978, I believe. He promised them everything, and they got nothing. Nothing. Yeah, and there's another one, 1997, the Hale-Bopp Comet, I think it was called. It was the spring of 1997, and there was another group of people that ended up perishing because they think something was following the comet. That's one of the stories I heard. Then there was the Branch Davidian, I can't pronounce his name, David Koresh, 1992, almost 30 years ago, that happened. People were misled, believing something was going to happen. It just depends. It depends on everything. Read the Bible, get the facts. That's it. And the people, the ministries or the churches, do some research on them before you go. Do everything. People get desperate. They get down their luck. They can get brainwashed. They're tired. They're at the end of the rope. And that's what happens. Then they get misled. It's a scary world out there. The dark side of religion. It's scary. I went to CCD when I was a kid. I was an altar boy when I was younger. Sometimes it was overbearing and scary. I was scared at some of the sermons, things that were said. I admit that. Yeah, religion could be a scary thing. You try to do the right thing. People are not perfect. People make mistakes. I'm not perfect. The president's not perfect. Nobody's perfect. Nobody. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has a flaw. No matter who you are, you have a flaw. That's just the way it is. Things happen. Yeah. If you join a congregation, just go by your gut feeling. If you feel good and feel comfortable, go with it. And yeah, what happened with these people, like the Jim Jones situation, the Branch Davidian, and yeah, it's just sad. There was a Netflix movie on the Branch Davidian a while back. I watched it, and that was an eye-opener. It was. Yeah, it was. Just follow Jesus. He's there. He'll guide you. Just pray. Just pray. If you ask for a prayer, he'll answer you. Sometimes you pray and there's a street sign that says something and the answer would be right there. You just never know. Yeah, just trying to do the good work, doing the research on everything, but that was a delicate subject. It's tough. It's tough. Just follow your instinct. Just hang in there. Just go with the flow, and everything would be all right. There's a lot of good people out there. There's a lot of good people. You just have to find them in the right places. All right? I guess this is all I have to say. Steve from San Francisco. My Yahoo account is Steve from San Fran at yahoo.com, and I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Saturday, October 16th, 2021. I meant to talk about this yesterday, but there are a lot of things going on at all the barges, all the ships in LA and even the East Coast, all the supply chain, all the ships are out there with supplies and they're not getting in. They've been out there for, I guess this started months ago. I'm guessing about 12 weeks. All the barges with the supplies. And they're not coming in yet because they're short on workers. And it's going to cause havoc for the holiday season. You're already seeing it right now. The stores are going to be short supply for Christmas. It's going to affect the holidays, definitely. You're not seeing it yet, but you're seeing signs. We went to Costco last week, and they're slowly running out of supplies. It's not bad yet, but it's going to get worse the way things look right now, as of now. Yeah, they're all lined up. All the truckers, they're waiting to get supplies in, but it's not happening. It's not happening. I don't know how it got this far. It's crazy. It's just crazy. Yeah, it's all online. The supply chain. The news. Some say it's the grocery store shelves. Yeah, it's gonna be a rough winter. They say another dark winter. That's what they said last year. And they're saying the same thing this year. Yep. Take a look. All the truckers, massive supply chain distribution, shortages, bare shelves. I haven't seen that yet. This might be the future. Possibly by December. Yeah. See the ships, the cargo ships. There's a crisis. Right now. Something has to be done. They have to solve this. This could go on for a long time. It's scary. I said a comment on Facebook. Things with the supply chain, it looks scary. It does. You go over the news. Yep. So I gotta get this. Yeah, they said it's not getting any better. Yeah, I'm shocked. This has been going on for a while. They have to solve this before it gets worse. It looks like there'll be less supplies for the holidays, for Christmas, less Christmas presents for the kids. Yeah, they have to do something. That's all I have to say. All right. Yeah. I'm just shocked. All right, Steve from San Francisco, and I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Friday, October 15th, 2021. It seems like for the past year, our country, 2021, our country is divided more than ever. I'm here, I'm not using the script, or I'm just doing this on the fly. Just things come up, I say what I need to say. Whatever comes to mind, I say. Yeah, it's been a crazy time. The past year and a half, even 2 years. And ever since the election last year, what's going on with that, the inauguration, and they put Biden as president, things have not been going right at all. You see it everywhere. I'm here in California. I'm actually originally from Massachusetts. I have the Boston accent. Yeah. I can't believe he's in there as president. Look what's going on. It seems like I lost faith in the voting system. It seems like our vote doesn't count. That's what it seems like. That's my opinion. And you look around at everything, what's going on, and it's amazing to me. Trump had more supporters. He had rallies. You can't even get in. There was so many people. Biden just had like a town hall, and there was only a few people, but they had social distance seating. Trump had more people, more voters, it seems, than Biden did. And look it, he's our president, and it's been a disaster. Everything's been a disaster. Look at now. Look at the gas prices. Look at how high they went. Over here in California, it's almost $5 a gallon for a regular tank, a regular gas. Almost. It's probably like about $4.40 for a gallon of gas. And the food's going up. Rent's going up. Everything's outrageous now. And look at, the mandates are not helping. Look at, it's been crazy. Plus, it seems like we're losing our freedom of speech. People get offended all the time. Yeah, what? Ever since he got inaugurated, everything's gotten worse. Ever since that day, we're going backwards. Look what's going on. Just look around. It's scary. It is. Who voted? I wonder who voted for him. He's the wrong guy to have as president. It seems like he was just put in, installed. Yeah. Look at everything. It's been a disaster. Why? Why is he even in there? He can't even do anything right. Look what's happening at the border. Look what's happening. What happened in overseas about 9 weeks ago. Yeah. Then you have these mandates. You gotta watch out what you say on YouTube about anything. Yeah, I'm trying to stick to the rules. Sometimes a swear pops out once in a while, but I'm just amazing. It's amazing to me that stuff is still going on now. We're like 20 months in, and it's still going on. And another thing, you look at all the policies. If 9 months ago if he says you don't have to take something, now 9 months later he says you do with the mandates. He's not a leader. We're getting destroyed. That's what it seems like. It feels like who voted for this guy? Who did? It's like you got your wish. Everything's up. You can't even meat. You can't. Meat is expensive now. Milk. Oil's gone up. Cars, the auto industry, the houses, everything has gone up in price since he's been in. It's messing with people's financial problems, and people are getting evicted. Homelessness has gotten worse. And another thing is, you can't even go to a movie theater or a restaurant now. I'm in California. You can't even go to a restaurant unless you have a certain card or you got. It's all a joke. What happened? He said back in December you didn't have to take it if you don't want to. Now, mandates. People are losing their jobs. Medical workers. I support the police officers. They're losing their jobs. Firemen. Military. They're all losing their jobs. Because they said no. You can't even go to a restaurant or to the store. 3 years ago, you go to a store or a restaurant or on a bus without even getting harassed. Now, you get harassed. You see signs for it. You need it. You need that certain card to get in. Everything's bullshit now. Yeah, another guy that was on YouTube, Richie from Boston, he predicted this stuff was going to happen. Whatever, even what I said, everything's coming true. when Richie from Boston talks, everything that he said came true. He said this 3 years ago. He said something's going to happen by 2020. He was right about a lot of things. But we disagreed. I said Trump was going to get in. He predicted Biden was going to get in. He's right on that. I'm like 85% accurate on my predictions. I knew this was coming. I knew it. I knew everything was going to happen. Yeah. A year and a half ago, this happened. Everything, they closed everything down. People suffered in their businesses. But with the card, people asking for the card now, they're going to lose business again because of it. People are going to lose money because that could have, the people that can't go in, that could have been the people helping them. And they're blaming the people. Sometimes you have the people that didn't take it, and then you have the people that took it. Now you have people blaming the people that didn't take it. And it's like we're being segregated. That's what it comes down to. The people that didn't get it and the people that got it. It's crazy. And I feel I feel bad for the people that lost their jobs. There's a lot of angry people. Look what's going on. And here in California, okay, on June 15th, they opened everything up. Reopened. It seemed like everything was good on the 15th of June. Then 6 weeks later, they started doing restrictions again. Then things are just getting worse. And another thing, Gavin Newsom, how the recall election, how did he get back in? That's what I'd like to know. How did he get back in? I don't know who voted for him. Everybody wanted him out. Who wanted him back in? He's the worst governor in the United States. He's the worst. I wish we had somebody like DeSantis in California. Guys, we're losing our freedom. Our freedom is gone. It is. You can't do anything anymore if you don't have that. It feels like hell has taken over. I'm a Christian. I'm a born-again Christian. Just want everything to go back to the way it was. But it's not going to. It's not. Gavin Newsom screwed up everything here. Biden, why did they pick him? He looks like Freddy Krueger. Then you get we have the worst press secretary of all time, Psaki. She looks like Chucky from Child's Play, or Raggedy Ann. I don't even know. Then you have Speaker of the House, she looks like the Bride of Frankenstein. Oh my God. Then you get the Vice President that looks like the Wicked Witch from the Wizard of Oz. What's going on, man? It's crazy. It's crazy. These people are running everything into the ground. What do we have to do? Restrictions after restrictions? Over what? This should have ended it over a year ago. Yeah. God, help us all. We all need to pray. And look, what happened when we left the country 9 weeks ago or 2 months ago. Yeah, they're all on their own. Then, yeah, people protesting about all the mandates. I don't even know how 2022 is going to look like. I can't say anymore about. I'm just upset that we have to have certain things, a certain card to go into places. But it should be none of anybody's business if you have it or not. It should be nobody's business. This should be a free country. It's getting taken away from us, our freedom. Then look at what happened last year. You had all these things, the George Floyd thing that happened, and they still talk about it. They treat him like he's Jesus Christ, but he's not. I guess his monument got struck by lightning. That's a sign of God. You shouldn't be worshiping anything besides Jesus or God, or that's it. He's the Savior. Jesus is our Savior. And there's another thing they never bring up. There was a cop, David Dorn. They never talk about that. He was killed. They never talk about him, bring him up. Somebody brought that up a few months back. They don't bring anything else up. They bring up what happened in January, the 6th of January up, but they never bring up Chaz and what happened in Seattle. They never bring up those riots in Seattle. All those buildings burning. That's been swept under the rug. You never hear about that. You never hear about Antifa. You never hear about BLM. All those buildings going up in flames that I saw on one of the news networks on YouTube. You never hear about that stuff anymore. They never bring it up because it doesn't fit the narrative. There's something wrong here. We all have to wake up. I don't even know if I'm awake anymore. It's been crazy. It's been really crazy. But all the good things, music, yeah, There was a band called Dream Theater back in the day. They still play now. A lot of their albums talk about stuff that happens, like world events, stuff that may happen in the future. AI, they had a video with AI, all the robots. Yeah, their music, their videos, I watched some of their videos, and they had a video, Pull Me Under. They had a song out, Pull Me Under. That was a strange video. That came out in 1992. I remember that in my high school days. They're a pretty neat band. I listen to Striper, Christian band. I love Striper. I listen to Skillet. They're pretty good. Another Christian band. Yeah, Cutlass. Red. There was a band called Red. Things Will Never Be the Same. That's a good song. Yeah, a lot of good Christian music. But Striper, yeah, Striper's pretty cool. Yeah, I used to say Mike Sweet looks a little bit like Jay Leno. I said that when they first came out in the 80s. Yeah, pretty cool. Yeah, all that music. Good to listen to the old music during rough times. Just pray and hope things will get better. All right? Steve from San Francisco, I am out. Hey YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Friday, October 8th, 2021. And that's what they want us to believe. Yeah, I'm out here just doing a walk and talk. It'll probably be better this way. I'm gonna do a follow-up to a video that I did earlier this year about warnings on dating scams or scams online. I want to do something like that. It's a little off my topic, but it's good to give some advice to people about this. I talked to a few people about it, and yeah, it's going to be about that. Warning people what goes on about online scams and dating scams. Okay, if you go online, if you meet anybody online dating, or online anything, you have to be careful with it. The thing is, you don't know who you're talking to. A person could put up a picture, a fake picture, and make a profile. You never know who it could be. It's very scary these days. And I did a topic on it on my sociology class in college about it. Lying for love online. And you hear about it all the time. You set up your profile on a dating website or any type of social media, and you start meeting people. Maybe some famous people, but they're probably not who they say they are. You talk to them for a little bit. You get comfortable. You talk to them for a few days. Or sometimes they ask you to go on another platform to talk. There's other platforms. They had Google Hangouts. I think that's gone right now. They're turning to Google Chat. Yeah, I think that app's defunct. It's gone. There's WhatsApp. A lot of people on there that you meet, they tell you to go on WhatsApp. You just don't trust it. And there's a new one I just heard of about a month ago called Telegram. That one is the judgments. The jury's out on that one. That could be another one. That could possibly be a abused or crazy stuff going on. Yeah, Google Chat. There's these other dating websites, Zoops. They had a good reputation, but some of these sites, they've been infiltrated by scammers. I think it's been going on for years. I know the Google Hangout scams have been going on probably for like 7 or 8 years now. A lot more scams have been happening for the past year and a half since everything, people looking for money, they get desperate and they set up a profile and they ask people for money. Yeah, since the pandemic started, scam calls, everything has been on the rise. Yeah, it has. Look at the nice area. Just taking a walk. This feels good. I know people that have gotten scammed. All right? If they tell you to go to another platform, that's when you get kind of eerie about it. You don't know them. They could be fake. They could not. It could be look like a nice looking woman, but it could be a guy acting like a woman. It's crazy like that. If they ask you for a gift card, Google card, Amazon, any of those things, if they ask you for money, I can't believe they're not cracking down on that. If they ask you for money, just run away from it, walk away. That's a red flag. If they ask you for your information, any information, don't give them any of your information. Yeah, that's never give them anything. Bank accounts, do not give them any numbers, anything like that. Yeah. And how do they get everything? Famous people's profiles and put them on the computer, or you never know. You just never know. There was I don't know if it was 2020 or this was a few years ago. Dateline might have done something. A lady met somebody overseas and she lost like $8,000 to $10,000, or maybe even $50,000. And it was a fake profile. Someone from overseas. That happens a lot. It's scary. It's scary to meet people these days. I feel bad for the single people. That happened to a friend of mine. Man, he lost a lot of money. You gotta warn people. Whatever you do, if you go on a site, just talk to them. Don't go on a different platform. That's what the mistake happens. Yeah, you never know. And Walmart is warning. I talked to somebody from Walmart about it, about gift cards, scams, and they said if you don't know the person, if you never met them, never send them a gift card with large amounts of money. No, that's a big no-no. Yeah, it's been happening a lot to people. You never know. You never know. They can take everything from you. Just don't put your information out. If they ask for your bank account or any of your numbers, any ID numbers, even a picture of your ID, please do not send them anything. Just run. Run. If they do, just end the conversation and don't talk to them again. Yeah. Yeah, you hear about it a lot. Even on, was it Facebook? About 2009, 10-ish. There was a lot of scams on there. I don't know much about MySpace back in the day, if they had anything back then. That was in 2006. I think it was... I think there were fake profiles, but it wasn't as bad. That's it. Yeah, that's it. That's all I have to say. Just when you're on a site or online, just be very careful. That's all I have to say. Whatever you do, just, I know how to say it. just keep a clear mind about everything. All right? Just talk to them for a little while, maybe for a few months. If they don't ask for money, that's a good thing. If they ask for money, that's a red flag. If they ask you any of your numbers or your bank account, that's another red flag. That's it. Anything. Yep. I guess that's all I have to say about that. All right. This is Steve from San Francisco. Just take my advice. My email is stevefromsanfran@yahoo.com. And thank you, and just leave a comment. Okay? All right, I'll be around later, and I am out. Hey, YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco, and I am back from a 7.5-month absence. Today is October 6th, 2021. All right. Yeah, this ordeal's been going on since late February. I've been off. My account was suspended, but I'm back on now. And the last 7 months, it's been crazy. Really crazy. I had to get everything straightened out, and it took me a while. I am back. I like to say hello to all of my subscribers, and there's one subscriber I haven't talked to probably in about 9 months. You're gonna know who it is. If you're there, Mike from Chicopee, Massachusetts. I haven't heard from you in a while. I'm coming back to Massachusetts in December. I hope I can see you when I'm visiting. I'm maybe a little bit rusty today because it's been a long time. You see, they took my channel down for a little while. I had to make appeals after appeals, but I'm back up. See, this is what I do. I talk to people. I do research. I hear from other YouTube channels. Too many people say I sound like Richie from Boston. I never met the guy. I lived in the western part of the state before. That's where I came from, the Chicopee area. He's from the Boston area. Lynn, Massachusetts. And I subscribed to him about 4 years ago. And that's when expired me. When everything happened, I felt like I had to start making videos. I'm not doing this for money. I don't want money from this. I just want to speak the truth. Do some research and talk about it. That's all I want to do. Do some good things. That's about it. I follow God Rules with Tony, Lisa Haven, the Next News Network. There's a few others. lot of information. I'm trying to exercise my freedom of speech. Yeah, America, freedom of speech. That's what it's supposed to be. I'm just here in my car when I do the videos. That's about it. I'm glad to be back. Yeah, just bear with me. I haven't done this in a while. I've been in San Francisco, the San Francisco area, traveling through California all summer. Yeah, it's been a okay few months, but I'm just got my channel back. Rob, my other subscriber that I did a video with, I'm back. I hope things are well with you. I've been watching Richie from Boston TV, and he's been doing a lot of things, a lot of traveling. He's in, he was at Shasta Mountain getting his car repaired. I'm a subscriber to him on his channel. Yeah, he talked about chemtrails, and I haven't got into that. But everything that he says on videos, that's what's going to happen, 6 weeks later it comes true. Just like with me, I can project like 3 months. I can make a prediction. I'm like about 85% accurate on what's going to happen. Just do my research. And the last few months have been crazy. Sometimes I watch the news and you hear crazy stuff. Almost, it's every day. Every day something happens. Yeah. People are still worried. And I thought everything would be over by now. And it's a mystery. I looked, I think, till New Year's Eve, right around there. I had a dream about it last night. It was New Year's Eve, it was late December, right around Christmas time. And everything was quiet. And it gets to New Year's Eve, and I'm not sure. Everything was just faded. Yeah, everything's just, it's a mystery. 2022 is a big question mark. And you look what's going on this past year with the news. Okay, they talk about ever since Biden got in, it's been a roller coaster ride. Yeah, then nothing's going right. You seen what happened a month ago? Or 2 months ago? People got upset. What happened overseas? Then everything with what else is going on? And you see people upset. You can see it all over the news. Then another thing, California had the recall, the election recall of Gavin Newsom. I believe that was a setup. There was a lot of people that wanted him out, but he got back in. And it's crazy. Who voted for this guy? It's like, who voted for Biden? Who voted for Newsom? Who did? I want to know. Who supports these people that everything's going up? The price of food. I just filled up my car. Gas is up there. It's over $4 a gallon in California. Food's going up. There's supposedly they talk about a shortage of food. Everything. The prices keep on going up. It seems like we're getting squeezed. The families, people with kids, they're getting squeezed financially. Inflation, and you have boats out on seas with supplies. They won't come in. They're worried about the Christmas holiday. And other YouTubes talk about the 18th of September, October. We'll just have to wait and see. Yeah, the news. Things are getting out of hand. You see it everywhere, every day, every single day. You don't know what's going to happen. Yeah. 2018, back then, you could do anything you want. Go to a restaurant. Now, I just don't know what to say. Past 7 months since I've been off. Well, I'd like to say hello to all of my subscribers. Hope everybody's doing well. I'm just glad I'm back. All I have to say, pray and have the full armor of God. That's all we need. And I'm hoping 2022, I always said 2022 should be a great year. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. All right. Let's see what happens. All right. I'm going to make a few more videos. I'm going to do a follow-up on one. Yeah, I'll do a follow-up on one of my other videos. Pretty soon, all right? That's all I have, all right? My email address is stevefromsanfran@yahoo.com. Just send me an email. We can talk. All right? And this is it, Steve from San Francisco, and I am out. Hey, YouTube, it's Steve from San Francisco. Today is Wednesday, February 10th, 2021. And that's what they want us to believe. There's a thing I need to talk about. It's something different. I went to college a few years ago and took sociology. And I did an article on lying for love online, dating sites, friendship sites, talking about people lying, scam artists, stuff like that. Yeah, there's too many scams out there. I learned. I did some research, and there's friendship sites. A lot of things have been going on. People trying to take money from people, especially the elderly. It's been going on for a while now, and it seems like nothing's being done. So